Hi, welcome back guys. This is your sensei, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Naruto Became Sakura's Pair? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Life was normal for little Sakura Haruno. She played quietly in her room while her mom was out getting groceries. All she ever knew about life and family was her and her mom. Her mother would work 2 jobs in order to help make ends meet. While her mom was at work, Yuhi Kurenai would watch over the little 4-year-old. Her dad had been killed when her mother was still PRing tea with her. He had been one of the hundreds of shinobi killed during the Kyuubi attack. That didn't bother her though. Pretty much she was just as happy as every other 4-year-old in Konoha. Except for one. Sakura, sweetie. Come down here. I want to show you something. Sakura jumped to her feet and ran towards the front door where her mother's voice just came from. As she rounded the corner and saw her mother taking off her coat that was damp with rain and hanging it to dry. She leapt into her mother's arms giggling, "Mommy, I missed you." Mrs. Haruno smiled as she hugged her daughter back. "I missed you too, honey." She then sat her little girl on the ground. "Now, I have someone I want you to meet, okay?" Sakura nodded her head. Mrs. Haruno stepped aside to reveal a blonde-haired boy about Sakura's age. The boy quickly realized he was visible and hid back behind Mrs. Haruno once again. She smiled and held out her hand behind her. "Come on, little one. You're safe here." A small hand took hers as she guided him out from behind her. Sakura now got a good look at the child and was sad. The hair that was blonde in spots was drenched and flattened with a mixture of blood and rain. His face has several bruises and one of his eyes was swollen shut. His shirt was almost completely ripped off. His gaze was on the ground, not looking up. He stiffened when he felt 2 arms wrap around him in a hug. Sakura let him go and smiled. "What's your name?" The boy kept his eyes on the ground. "Uzumaki Naruto." Sakura giggled. "That's a funny name." Naruto sniffled. "Sorry." Sakura suddenly engulfed him in a hug. "Let's be best friends, okay?" Naruto stiffened as he was unsure what to do. He slowly hugged her back. Okay." Mrs. Haruno smiled at the two. She was glad that Naruto seemed to not be completely terrified of Sakura like he was of her when she first tried to help him. Flashback. Mrs. Haruno slowly walked down the street from her second job. Another long day. It was much easier before the attack. Her attention was regained though when she heard some commotion in an alley she just passed. He looked and saw a pair of genins kicking something on the ground. "That will show you to run from us. I don't even know why the third has let you live this long. Yeah, we should do everyone a favor and take you out right now." Mrs. Haruno walked forward and caught a glimpse of a small child laying cuddled on the ground trying to protect his head from the attack of the shinobi. She felt her blood boil. "You stop that. Shinobi are supposed to protect the villagers, not attack them." The genin spun around. "Shut up, lady, you don't know anything." Mrs. Haruno stepped forward past the genins and got a look at the child. The child looked up slightly trying to figure out what happened to the unrelenting attack. It was then that Mrs. Haruno saw the unmistakable whisker marks on his face. She gasped as she took a few steps back holding her chest. "It's you." One of the genins smirked. "See? It's the little demon boy." Mrs. Haruno kept her eyes on Naruto. "My husband died in that battle. How can I protect this child?" She reached down to touch his cheek but Naruto quickly moved away cowering in the corner of the alley. She stepped forward again and touched his cheek. Naruto originally tried to move away again but began to whimper like an injured animal when he realized he was trapped. "Please dash." Mrs. Haruno looked down at the source of the small whisper of a voice. Naruto looked up at her with begging eyes. "Please, lady. Don't hurt me." One of the genins snapped. "Shut up, you little curse." Mrs. Haruno looked down at the child as flashes of her own daughter crossed her mind. She stood up picking up the boy and holding him tight as tears fell down her cheeks. "It's okay now. I won't let them hurt you. What makes you think you can stop us? We'll kill you too, you sympathizer." Both genins. Mrs. Haruno shielded the child with her body and prepared for the attack but it never came. There was the sound of rustling. She looked up to see both genins on the ground and saw a shinobi with a mask over his face standing there. You two are dishonorable to the shinobi. I will report you both at once. Mrs. Haruno smiled. Thank you so much. The shinobi's smile was evident with the closure of his uncovered eye. It's nothing. I owed that kid's dad, so now we're even. He then vanished. And a flashback. Mrs. Haruno smiled as she looked back at her daughter and the little boy. Well, Sakura, why don't you go into my closet and get one of your dad's old shirts, okay? I'm going to get this little one cleaned up. She then reached down, picked up Naruto. Naruto held tightly to Mrs. Haruno as he mumbled against the arm that held him. I'm sorry. Mrs. Haruno chuckled. It's okay. Now let's go get that bath. Naruto gulped at the thought of the bath. Mrs. Haruno smiled as she went to start his bath. 10 minutes later. Mrs. Haruno sighed as she scrubbed the shampoo into Naruto's hair, trying to get out all the dirt and blood. From the look of it, this was not all fresh blood. Where do you live at? Naruto looked down ashamed. Nowhere. You don't have a home? The lady at the place with the other kids said I couldn't come back. She said no one would want to be my mommy and daddy. Mrs. Haruno sneered. I'll have to have a talk with Hokage-sama about this. She picked up a cup and started to rinse Naruto's hair. She decided that he definitely needed a haircut. There was a quiet knock on the bathroom door. Mrs. Haruno looked at the open door to see Sakura standing there hugging one of her dad's old shirts. Mommy, there's some strange people downstairs. Strange people? Sakura nodded. There's these people with masks on their face that make them look like animals, and this old man with a funny hat, and this guy with only one eye. Mrs. Haruno quickly picked up Naruto, drying him off and putting the shirt Sakura was holding on him. She then held out a hand to Naruto. He still seemed hesitant to take it. Sakura ran up to him and took his arm, dragging him with her. You have to see the one-eye man. Mrs. Haruno gasped as she reached the bottom of the stairs. She saw Sakura asking the one-eyed ninja a bunch of questions while the ninja seemed to obviously be struggling not to panic. Sakura would sometimes ask a question and look at Naruto for confirmation, but Naruto remained quiet, staying as close as possible to Sakura. What had surprised Mrs. Haruno the most, though, was the third was standing in her living room. She quickly bowed. Hokage, what brings you here? Sarutobi smiled and chuckled. No need to bow, young lady. He felt a tug on his coat sleeve. He looked down at Sakura. What's a hotake? Mrs. Haruno moved to stop her daughter, but Sarutobi raised a hand to show it was okay. He picked up Sakura with one arm. I'm not sure what a hotake is, but I'm a Hokage. That means that I treat the entire village as my close family and I protect them. Sakura's eyes skewed as she processed the answer. You're old. The three RD's laughter filled the household. I would guess I am. I'm not as young as I used to be. He then looked down at Naruto. Hello, Naruto. Naruto kept his gaze on the ground. Why aren't you at the orphanage? You've caused quite a bit of trouble today. Naruto's shoulders lowered as if he was being scolded. Sorry. Mrs. Haruno stepped forward. Can I speak with you for a second, Hokage-sama? Sarutobi nodded, putting Sakura back onto the ground. Kakashi, watch the two. He then followed Mrs. Haruno into the kitchen. The teenage shinobi paled. What do I do? Sakura smiled and ran upstairs before coming back with a storybook, holding it up to Kakashi. He looked down at it and saw that it was Cinderella. He sighed. Why me? And so the great Kakashi was forced to sit in a chair in front of the ANBU escorts with two kids in his lap and read a fairy tale. I'll never live this down. Switch. Sarutobi looked at Mrs. Haruno across the table. Thank you for trying to help Naruto. Most people would have just let the genin have their way with him once they realize who the child was. Mrs. Haruno nodded. I know what's inside him, but he's still just a little child. Sarutobi smiled and chuckled. That is good to hear. Especially after your husband was one of those to befall that tragedy. My husband believed the job of a shinobi was to protect those unable to protect themselves. Very wise indeed. What did you wish to speak with me about? Mrs. Haruno sighed. Naruto said the orphanage told him to not come back. Sarutobi sighed as well and rubbed his forehead. I was afraid this would come. I'd have a talk with the head tomorrow and have them take Naruto back in. Until they throw him out again? That place won't accept him as he is. Sarutobi nodded in agreement. What do you want me to do? Mrs. Haruno stood and looked out the door that showed the living room. She motioned for the third to come see. He followed her example and was surprised at what he saw. Sakura and Naruto were sitting in Kakashi's lap as the teen read to them. Sakura would point at random pictures that she liked and show them to Naruto. Naruto held onto Sakura's arm like it was his lifeline. When Sakura noticed this, she escaped his grasp and put her arm around him, pulled him next to her. Sakura then rested her head on his shoulder and Naruto rested his head on her head. Mrs. Haruno stepped back and smiled. They've taken to each other quite well. Sarutobi nodded. I know it may not be easy for me, but I think it would be best for Naruto if he stayed here. Sarutobi raised an eyebrow. You wish to adopt him? Mrs. Haruno nodded. He deserves a family. I'll just have to work a little more. Sarutobi chuckled. Come to my office tomorrow. I'll have the head of the orphanage send me the adoption papers. Mrs. Haruno took a deep breath and walked out the door. Kakashi looked up and acted like his personal savior had arrived. She smiled. I know, kids can be a handful. She then walked over to Naruto and got on her knees to be on his level. Naruto? Do you like it here? Naruto nodded, avoiding her gaze. Would you like to visit here more often? Naruto nodded again, this time allowing his gaze to meet hers. Mrs. Haruno looked at Sakura. What do you think, sweetie? Would it be okay if Naruto came for visits? Sakura enthusiastically nodded. Mrs. Haruno smiled again. Well, since you both like the idea so much, how about you just live here with us, Naruto? Naruto's eyes widened. Like you be my mommy? Mrs. Haruno nodded. Yes, I would like to adopt you if that is okay. Naruto leapt from Kakashi's lap and latched his arms around his new mom with a giant hug. They were soon joined when Sakura did the same thing. Sarutobi smiled at the three and nodded to Kakashi and the Anbu. They all left the family to have their first night as a family. Naruto pulled away from the hug. Am I really adopted? You aren't playing a trick on me? Mrs. Haruno shook her head and smiled. No, sweetie, I'm not playing a trick on you. I'll get the guest room ready. Then tomorrow we'll get you some new clothes, okay? Naruto smiled. Sakura tackled him and hugged him tight. You're my new little brother. Naruto frowned. Why am I a little brother? I want to be a big brother. Sakura smiled. Because I was here first and the one that is there first is the big one. The next day, Mrs. Haruno smiled as Naruto was dragged through the store by Sakura. She had seen several evil glare from store owners, but Naruto seemed so happy to actually have a playmate that he didn't even notice. Just then the store owner walked up, holds Sakura by the arm and Naruto by the ear. Ma'am? Is this little girl yours? Mrs. Haruno nodded. Sakura was quickly released and ran to her mother, holding onto her leg. Mrs. Haruno's eyes narrowed. You want to let him go too? Naruto writhed as the store owner's grip tightened. He whimpered as his eyes begged Mrs. Haruno to help him. I'm sorry, but little monsters like this one are not welcome. He's not a monster. He's a little boy. The owner sneered at her. You may not know, but this little boy is really the Dash. The owner was interrupted by a puff of smoke. Kakashi stood there with Naruto already safe in his grip. Now I know you were not about to break the forge's rule, right? The owner quickly shook his head and walked off. Mrs. Haruno smiled. You seem to show up at just the right time, Mr. Dash. Kakashi smiled behind his mask. Kakashi. Hatake Kakashi. Mrs. Haruno nodded. Kakashi, huh? I think I remember my husband mentioning you. He said you had a lot of potential. Kakashi nodded. He was one of those who died during the attack. He frowned as memories came back. A lot of people died that day. Flashback. Yondaime looked down at Kakashi and smiled. You know what I have to do, right? Kakashi nodded. Everyone will be gone then. Yondaime put his hand on Kakashi's shoulder. I know. I'm giving you one last mission though. Make sure you keep an eye on Naruto for me. And a flashback. Kakashi shook off the memory. Anyway, I'll stick around to make sure no one gives you any trouble. He then felt a tug on his pants. He looked down to see Sakura standing there looking up to him. Why do you only have one eye? It looks funny. Kakashi shook his head. Well, looks aren't everything, kiddo. He held his hand over his covered eye. My other eye is a special gift from a friend. Maybe one day I will show it to you. Sakura smiled happily. Okay. Come on, Naruto. She grabbed Naruto's hand and once again started to run around the store. Switch. The group slowly made it up the last few steps of Hokage Tower. Mrs. Haruno turned and looked at Kakashi. Would you mind watching them while I go in and sign the papers? Kakashi nodded and Mrs. Haruno stepped into the Hokage's office. Sarutobi stood as she entered. Oh, Mrs. Haruno. I'm glad you came. Where are the children? Mrs. Haruno smiled. Kakashi is outside watching them. We ran into him when a store owner gave us a little trouble about having Naruto in the store. Sarutobi nodded wisely. I see. This is proving to be a problem. Are you sure you want to adopt the child? Of course I am. He's so sweet, and Sakura is completely attached to him. Sarutobi reached for a stack of papers and turned to the last page, then simply just signed the papers. I had a word with the head of the orphanage this morning and picked up the papers. I've also taken the precaution to put his treatment of Naruto under investigation. Mrs. Haruno smiled as she signed the papers. Whatever happens, he deserves it. Sarutobi looked over the papers and smiled. I must say I am very impressed by your attitude. Most hate the child with no reason, but your husband was one of those who fell during the battle. That was Kyuubi, not Naruto. Sarutobi nodded and reached for an envelope. He then handed it to Mrs. Haruno. This is for you as well. It was given to me to relay to anyone who ever adopted Naruto. Mrs. Haruno slowly opened the letter. Dear reader, I must express my thanks for you taking care of my child. I wanted nothing more than to be there for my son as he grew, but I had to do what I did to help protect the village. It would be best to keep my identity away from the public right now. My enemies are many, and I do not wish them to be a burden upon my child. Therefore, I ask you to keep my identity from my child until he is grown. I have set aside a certain amount of my riches for Naruto when he is older. However, I have also set aside a quarter of my earnings for the family generous enough to take my child in. Think of this not as a bribe but as an ongoing mission. Please make sure my Naruto has a happy life. Thank you for your kind heart. The fourth Hokage. Mrs. Haruno looked up in shock to see Sarutobi holding out his check. You will receive a portion of the money left for Naruto's parent every week until Naruto is grown. Mrs. Haruno looked over the check and almost choked. She wouldn't have to work extra hours at one of her jobs. In fact, she didn't even need her second job anymore. Tears appeared in her eye. He gave me one last gift. A chance to actually watch my two children grow. She then walked out the door to see Naruto and Sakura playing with Kakashi. Come on you two, let's go home. Mrs. Haruno smiled as her two kids ran ahead of her. Actually, to be more accurate, Sakura once again had Naruto by the wrist and was dragging him ahead. Sakura was even more anxious than usual on her way to meet her only other friend in the entire village. She has blonde hair just like yours little brother. She's like super smart about flowers and junk too. Naruto kept quiet and allowed himself to be dragged towards their destination. He was a little hesitant about meeting new people, especially when Sakura mentioned that her friend's dad was a powerful shinobi. He never knew why, but it was the shinobi who seemed to always hate him the most. Except for the third and Kakashi, that is. His mind stopped when he saw a flash of blonde hair. He looked up to see a man and a little girl standing there talking. The girl caught sight of Sakura and seemed to grow a welcoming smirk. Sakura gasped for air, trying to catch her breath as they got to the pair. Mrs. Haruno was still a few feet behind. Now Sakura, what have I told you about running ahead of your mother? Scorned the man. Sakura blushed and bowed. I'm sorry, Mr. Yamanaka. Inoichi chuckled slightly and patted her head. That's okay, Sakura. Just be more careful, okay? He then bent down to Naruto's level. And who is your new friend? Naruto turned his face away from the stranger. Inoichi's eyes narrowed. A handful of other people with blonde hair like my family. And being that age, it means it's one person. Sakura stood proudly. That's my new little brother Naruto Uzumaki. Ino scoffed. No, he's not. She pointed her finger at Naruto. He looks nothing like you and your mama. Inoichi looked at his daughter. Now Ino, What have I told you about judging people from your first impression? Ino's arm fell to her side as she frowned. Not to. Okay then, why don't you take Sakura and Naruto to go play? Ino smiled and took both of their arms and ran off. Mrs. Haruno walked up and stood beside Inoichi staring at the two. They seem to be getting along well? Inoichi nodded. They'll prove to be good friend. He then looked over at Mrs. Haruno. You know it isn't going to be an easy life for him. I know, but I think if I just love and support him he will be just fine. Are you sure you're okay with Ino playing with him? Inoichi chuckled. My little girl can handle her own. Ino looked at the pair in front of her with her hand on her hips. Great, another one with a shell I have to break through. She walked closer to Naruto and looked him up and down before leaning in and staring at his whisker marks. What's with those marks on your face? Naruto took a step back, not being used to someone being so close to him. He put his hand on his whisker marks and frowned. I was born with them. My new mommy says it means I'm special. Ino narrowed her eyes as she processed his answer. You okay with them? Naruto nodded shyly. She smirked and started to lead the group off. Least you're not as bad as Forehead when I found her. Hey! Switch. Inoichi and Mrs. Haruno watched as the three talked. Inoichi chuckled. She's already established herself as the leader. Mrs. Haruno nodded. Well, Sakura was never one to lead. And Naruto is still too shy to say much of anything. Switch. Ino stood explaining the game to her two friends. Okay, Forehead, you'll be the mean, evil queen. Why? Because I say so. Okay. Ino then pointed at Naruto. And you Whiskers are the brave ninja that comes and saves the princess. Naruto stared at her. What's a ninja? Ino pointed at her dad in the distance. They're a person like my dad. They're brave and strong and they protect people. Get it? Naruto nodded. Good so dash. Who's the princess? Ino growled as she glared at Naruto. You're not making this easy for me, you know that? Naruto looked at the ground. Sorry. So, you're the ninja that helps saves the beautiful princess from the evil queen. You still haven't said who the princess is, mumbled Naruto. Ino glared at him. I am. How am I supposed to save you? Ino smiled. Well, you're going to turn you back and count to Sakura and I am going to hide, and you have to find me. Sakura stared at her. What do I do? Your job, Forehead, is to hide me. She then looked at Naruto. Any other questions, Whiskers? Naruto looked embarrassed. No. Ino smiled. Okay then. Close your eyes and count to 10. As soon as Naruto closed his eyes, Sakura grabbed Ino's arm and ran off. 2, whispered a voice. Naruto looked to his side to see Inoichi standing there smiling. 2, 3, 3. And this continued till Naruto turned around and looked around. Inoichi raised an eyebrow when Naruto's nose twitched and the young boy then ran off in the exact direction Sakura took Ino. Sakura looked from the hiding spot and saw Naruto. She then took Ino's arm again and started running. Naruto's ears twitched as he picked up the sound and soon ran after it. Inoichi smirked at this. He doesn't even know he's doing it. 5 minutes later, Sakura peeked out from their spot and saw Naruto standing there in his line of vision with a proud smile on his face. Do I win now? Ino pooped up and hugged him as she screamed dramatically, My hero. She then playfully kissed him on the cheek and ran off. Naruto blushed as the two girls ran back to their parents. He quickly hid his embarrassment and whipped off his cheek and followed the two girls. When he got there, Ino was telling the story of how Naruto bravely found and saved her. Naruto was slightly uncomfortable due to never being praised before. And even after Forehead hit us again, he still found us really fast, finished Ino. And Ino kissed him, teased Sakura. Ino stuck out her tongue, 'cause that's what the princess is supposed to do when they get saved. Inoichi chuckled as he patted Naruto's head. Good job, kid. You would make a fine ninja with those tracking skills. Naruto's eyes shone as he thought about what was just said. When I grow up, I want to be the bestest ninja ever. Mrs. Haruno smiled happily as she sat down after finishing the morning chores. She actually had a day off from work and the house was quiet. Her two kids were at the academy taking their final test. She smiled as she thought of Naruto rushing through the door showing off his new forehead protector. Sakura would come in behind him and yell at him about hogging their mom's attention. Even after 8 years they got along perfectly. Neither Naruto nor Sakura could really remember the time before Naruto came to be a part of the family. They fought sometimes just like all siblings do. Mrs. Haruno reached down beside her chair and picked up a picture book sitting on end table. She flipped open to the first page and smiled at the picture. There was a little Naruto covered in confetti and a party hat sideways as he smiled brightly for the camera. His first birthday. Flashback. Naruto woke up that morning like it was any other morning. Of course, that meant he slept in as long as he could before Sakura came into his room and started to whine and pull at his arm begging for him to come play with her. But this time it was different. Sakura burst into the room with her blonde partner in crime and they both jumped onto Naruto's bed. "Wake up, Whiskers. You going to sleep all day?" Naruto rolled over and tried to go back to sleep. Ino had spent the night with Sakura, and the three had been up late, or at least what was late for a 4-year-old, playing. Ino huffed as her cheeks poked out. She did not like being ignored. "Wake up now, Whiskers, or I'm going to give you a big sloppy kiss and give you cooties." Naruto's head quickly retreated under his covers to help protect him from the evil girl cooties. Ino had told him about them the night before. When a girl kissed a boy on the cheek, they gave the boy cooties, and it would make the boy sick. The infected boy would want to do sissy stuff like play house and play with dolls, while the non-infected boy would want to do manly things like play in the dirt and bury aforementioned dolls in aforementioned dirt. Ino tried to pull the covers off of Naruto but with no luck. Sakura decided it was time to show Ino the quickest way to get Naruto up. "Little brother, Uncle Kakashi is here. He said if you got up right now he would show you a ninja trick." Before they knew it, Sakura and Ino were both thrown off the bed and planted with a thump on the ground as Naruto ran out the door to see famous copy ninja. When he got downstairs, he found not only his mom and Kakashi but also the third and Ino's parent. He looked around trying to figure out what was going on. Mrs. Haruno walked up and kissed his son on the forehead. Ino had mentioned that moms were immune to cooties. "Happy birthday, my growing little boy." Naruto scratched his head. "What's a birthday?" He was answered with a slap to the back of the head. "You really are a baka, Whiskers. A birthday is a magic day when you get a whole year older and everyone gives you presents." Naruto's eyes lit up. "Presents?" Ino nodded. "Yeah, then everyone sings this song and you get a cake." Naruto was literally bouncing with joy. "Cake?" Ino nodded again, obviously slightly excited cause she knew she would get to have some of the cake as well. "So happy birthday, Whiskers." She then kissed him on the cheek. Naruto quickly tried to wipe it off. "EWWWWWWWWWW." And flashback. Mrs. Haruno smiled. Those three had been practically inseparable throughout the years. Flipped the page as it showed Naruto staring angrily face to face the unemotional face of a certain black-haired boy. Well, they were inseparable until Sasuke showed up. Flashback. Naruto, now 7, picked up a rock and threw it across the lake. "Uncle Kakashi?" Kakashi looked up from his book. "Yeah? What's it mean when a girl says they like someone?" Kakashi quickly choked and dropped his book. "What?" Naruto turned and looked at Kakashi. "My big sister and Ino were arguing about this boy the other day. They kept saying they liked him more. So what does it mean when a girl says she likes a boy?" Kakashi sighed. "I think that is something you should ask your mom. But don't worry about those two fighting, nothing could drive them apart." Naruto frowned as he picked up another rock and mumbled, "Stupid Sasuke. Better hope I never meet him or I will have to kick his butt. Big sister and Ino won't even play with me anymore." And flashback. Mrs. Haruno chuckled at the red face Kakashi had that day when he brought Naruto home. He was definitely not good at handling the more sensitive issues about raising kids. She flipped past a few more pages. Pictures of the family vacation to the beach. Pictures of the time Ino and Sakura had forced Naruto to dress up like a girl and wear makeup. Pictures of a shirtless Naruto doing push-ups while Kakashi did the same except with one finger. She laughed when she remembered the first time Naruto met one of Konoha's most interesting shinobi and Kakashi's eternal rival. Flashback. Naruto, now 12, walked beside Kakashi telling him about all the stuff he had learned at the academy, and Irika-sensei says I'm having a little trouble with the henge jutsu, so do you think you could help me with that later? Kakashi looked down as his eye closed, showing he had a smile on under his mask. Sure thing, kid. You know the henge is a very important jutsu for a student to know. It can help them disguise themselves if they are ever being chased by a large group of enemy shinobi. Kakashi! Kakashi let out a sigh as he turned around to meet the person who addressed him. What is it, guy? Can't you see I'm busy right now? Naruto was shocked as he turned and saw a man dressed in green spandex. The second guy saw Naruto. He rushed forward and was immediately in the young child's face. He looked the child over as he seemed to be examining him. Who are you? Naruto was not sure how to answer. His mom had told him to never talk to strangers, and they didn't come stranger than this guy. But of course his uncle Kakashi could take this guy quick, so Naruto decided to tempt fate. Naruto Uzumaki, sir. Guy rubbed his chin. Yes, I see. Then in a flash, Guy was standing up straight and giving both Kakashi and Naruto the thumbs up as his teeth gleamed in the sun. My eternal rival has picked a wonderful apprentice. Though I must say, Kakashi, I thought you had your eye on that Uchiha boy. Naruto growled, Sasuke. Kakashi sighed. You're reading too much into things again, Guy. Naruto is just a young student that I have known for many years. I am helping him with a few jutsu he is having trouble with. Guy nodded again with his hand on his chin. I see. A fire suddenly seemed to appear behind Guy. Your flames of youth are strong, young Naruto. Here he goes with that flames of youth crap again, mumbles Kakashi. Guy was now repeatedly slapping Naruto's shoulders. If you wish to master taijutsu, then please come and seek my help. I shall work with my eternal rival to help raise such a promising youth. And flashback. Naruto had to sleep with the lights on for a few days after that. Kakashi had stated it was perfectly normal. Mrs. Haruno chuckled as she came to the last picture. Naruto didn't even know this one was taken. It had happened on Ino's last birthday. Flashback. Ino sat on the balcony that was above her parents' shop. Her feet kicked as they dangled over the edge. Today was her birthday, but her dad had been off on a mission and her mom had to run the shop all day. They had told her that they would take that Saturday off and celebrate it then. She was slightly surprised when she felt two hands covering her eyes. Guess who? Ino chuckled slightly. Well, there's only one person I know whose breath reeks that badly of ramen, Whiskers. Naruto let go of his hold and sat down beside Ino, looking out over the city. Sakura said to tell you hello, and that she wouldn't lose to you. Ino smirked. Well, tell Forehead that I would not lose to someone so ugly anyways. Naruto chuckled. I'll tell her you say hello back. Ino looked over at Naruto, gazing out at the city. You're the only one that understands the two of us, Whiskers. Naruto smiled as he laid back and looked up at the stars. Someone has to, I guess. And why not me? I've known you two for forever. Ino mimicked Naruto as she started to lay back and watch the stars as well. She looked to her side as Naruto pushed a small wrapped box towards Ino. Happy birthday, beautiful princess, joked Naruto. Ino blushed. Don't call me that. You know we have not played that game in years. Naruto nodded. Just open it. Ino unwrapped the present to reveal a small jewelry box. Mom said that you would start wearing jewelry soon, so I thought maybe you would like something to keep it in. Ino opened it and music started to play as the figure of a princess spun around. She almost closed it when she saw the inside of the lid had something written on it. She opened it again. I will always be there to save you if you need it. The brave ninja. Ino sniffed back a tear and looked over at Naruto, who was now sitting up. She quickly hugged him. Thank you so much, Whiskers. Naruto smiled slightly. You're my best friend, Ino. I promise no matter what happens from now on it will stay that way. Neither of them noticed their two mother had come up to get them. Mrs. Haruno had quickly ran back downstairs when she saw Ino opening her gift and gotten back in time to see Ino scoot closer to Naruto, a kiss his cheek just like she used to. And flashback. Mrs. Haruno smiled slightly. Those three had been through a lot. And even though Sakura and Ino were constantly fighting over Sasuke, she knew when everything was down, three of them would stick together. She was broken out of her thoughts when she heard running down the hall. She quietly put down the book and turned to meet her two kids, but was surprised when it was Irika, not Naruto, who ran through the door. He seemed out of breath. It's Naruto, he knows. Mrs. Haruno's heart stopped at that moment. Naruto rolled his back to the window as sunlight started to shine through. He heard some footsteps coming down the hall. He then heard his door open. Oi brother, get your butt out of bed. You can't be late like you usually are. Naruto groaned, go away. Sakura smirked as she put her hand on her hip. This was the way it always was. She would always be the one up first, and Naruto was always the one that woke up the last second and as a result was sometimes late. She gave out a fake sigh. Well, I guess you will miss out final exam then. And you'll have to repeat your last year at the academy all over again. Naruto jumped out of bed and looked around with a smile. It's graduation day. Sakura chuckled as she stepped out the door and closed it so to not get any unwanted looks at her little brother changing. She then walked downstairs picking up her lunch bag. She kissed her mom on the cheek and started out the door. See you later, Mom. Wish us luck. Mrs. Haruno looked up and smiled at her daughter. Aren't you going to wait for your brother? Sakura chuckled. 3, 2, 1. Naruto ran down the stairs and grabbed his lunch and kissed his mom's cheek before running out the door Sakura was holding open. Bye, Mom. I'm coming back a ninja. Mrs. Haruno smiled at her daughter. Good luck. Make me proud. Sakura nodded and started down the street after Naruto. They weren't that far before they saw a blonde-haired girl waiting on the corner. Naruto smiled and waved. Ino-chan. Ino smiled as she saw her two friends coming. She quickly regained her straight face to prepare for her and Sakura's morning ritual. Sakura sneered as they finally caught up to Ino. Hey Ino pig, I see you forgot to wear makeup today. Have you finally decided to give up on Sasuke-kun? Ino scoffed. I just didn't want to blow you out of the water, forehead. I have to play down my natural beauty so that you have a chance. Naruto smirked at the two. Why can't you two just say good morning like normal people? Why do you two like that stupid Uchiha anyways? He quickly received two fists smashed onto the top of his head for that. He fell to the ground and rubbed his head. What was that for? Sakura looked down at him with a scowl. Don't call Sasuke-kun stupid. Ino nodded her agreement. Yeah, and stop adding the chan to the end of my name. Sasuke-kun might hear you and think I'm not available. The two girls then huffed and left the male to jump off and run to catch up. At the school, Naruto looked around the park next to the academy. All the other kids' parents were there cheering them on. Naruto and Sakura had insisted that their mom enjoy her one day off and relax instead of come to school. Naruto also promised to give her the play-by-play of his great victory over the evil final exam. He looked up and saw one of the teachers walk to up him. He bowed. Good morning, Mizuki-sensei. Thank you for your help. Mizuki smiled down at Naruto. No problem, Naruto. Good luck in the test today. I will be cheering for you. Naruto nodded and started off towards class. During the test, Irika looked ahead as Naruto stood before him and a few other teachers. Relax, Naruto. We're just going to get you to perform a jutsu to show us how skilled you are. And I don't want any of your little jokes either. Naruto nodded. Yes, Irika-sensei. He seemed to be extremely serious for once. I will become a great ninja just like Kakashi and Old Man Hokage. Okay then, good. Why don't you go ahead and perform a Bushin jutsu for us? Naruto nodded as he concentrated and summoned the required chakra before 5 more Narutos appeared in front of the teachers. Irika smiled slightly and nodded. Very good, Naruto. You pass. Naruto jumped into the air with a shout. What do you mean he passes? Yelled one of the other teachers. Do you know what he is? Irika stood from his seat. That information is forbidden and you know it. The teacher was irate now. I don't care. He pointed a finger at Naruto, who was now watching the adult. That thing is the Kyuubi that attacked our village. Just as the words were spilt out of the teacher's lips, Enbyu appeared in the room. They quickly escorted the rabid teacher out of the room. Irika sighed in relief. That was until her turned and looked at Naruto. Naruto stood there completely still as his forehead protector fell loosely out of his hand. He was in complete shock. The Kyuubi? I'm the Kyuubi? I'm the one that killed Sakura's dad? Irika took a deep breath. This is not good. He took a step towards Naruto. Naruto dash. Naruto took off out of the room, then out of the school. Irika started to go after him, but Mizuki stopped him. I'll go talk to him. You continue the exam. Irika nodded. It didn't take long for Mizuki to catch up to Naruto. He was huddled up in the corner of the academy ground. Mizuki bent down to Naruto's level. Pretty big secret, huh? Naruto nodded as he sniffed, revealing that he was also crying. Mizuki showed a small smirk that Naruto missed. I know a way to get rid of it? Naruto's head snapped up, looking at Mizuki. You do? Mizuki nodded. All I need is one little scroll. Back to the present. Where is he? Asked Mrs. Haruno through her tears. Irika sighed. We don't know. No one has been able to find him since he took the forbidden scroll. Kakashi poofed into the room with Sakura and Ino next to him. We're going to go look for Naruto. If we find him before the others, he may get out of this in one piece. I don't get it. Why would the Baka do something like this? Asked Sakura, near tears herself. Kakashi looked down at her. You stay here with your mom and Irika just in case he comes back. What about finding Naruto? Asked Sakura. Kakashi smiled and he slammed his hand to the ground, and a small pug in a shinobi outfit appeared. Pakun. Naruto has ran away. Help us find him. I told you that brat would be trouble, stated Pakun. He walked outside and sniffed the air. He looked back at Kakashi. He's not too far, but there is someone else there watching him. Kakashi nodded. Lead the way. He then looked back at Ino. Come on. The two ran off after the pug. With Naruto looked at the first jutsu in the scroll. I might as well try this while I wait for Mizuki-sensei to show up. He tried the technique several times before he got it right. He was almost exhausted when Mizuki dropped from his hiding spot. Good job, Naruto, you got the scroll. Now hand it here. Naruto nodded and pushed the scroll towards Mizuki. Are you going to get rid of it now? Mizuki looked over his scroll and smirked. Oh, the young are so foolish and quick to trust. He rolled up the scroll. There is no way to get rid of the Kyuubi. You're stuck with being a monster for the rest of your life. Naruto stuttered. Beep, but you said dash. Mizuki smiled sickly as he pulled out a kunai. Oh, I'm going to get rid of the Kyuubi. I'll just have to kill you to do it. He charged Naruto and drove him into the wall, holding his forearm against Naruto's throat. Naruto struggled to get free as he gasped for air. He managed to push Mizuki off with his feet, only to have Mizuki do a flip and hit Naruto's chin with his foot. As Naruto fell to the ground, he hit Naruto with an elbow to the gut and drive Naruto into his waiting knee. He was about to charge Naruto for the final blow when Kakashi appeared between the two of them. Ino saw the injured Naruto and ran to help him. Kakashi growled as he stared at Mizuki, who was holding the scroll. So you got Naruto to steal that for you. Mizuki smirked. What can I say? This village hates him anyway and would just love a reason to justify that hatred. Why are you doing this now? Asked Kakashi. Let's just say I know someone that would pay pretty well to get his pale hands on this. Mizuki then readied to fight. So, you going to try and kill me, Kakashi? Kakashi chuckled. No, I sent Pakun to go get NB. They should be here any moment. As if on cue, 2 A and BU guards showed up. Kakashi quickly explained the situation and they showed Mizuki off. Kakashi then turned to Naruto and Ino. He bent down to Naruto's level. You okay, kiddo? Naruto refused to make eye contact. I killed them all. Kakashi sighed and picked up the boy and looked down at Ino. Let's go. The two shinobi watched as Naruto sat on his bed while his mom looked after him. Mrs. Haruno silently continued to check her son over for injuries. He had been silent since Kakashi brought him home an hour ago. However, the silence was about to end. How can you not hate me? Mrs. Haruno's head snapped up to meet Naruto's gaze. How can you not hate the thing that killed your husband? Mrs. Haruno smiled gently, trying to calm him. Because you're Naruto, not the Kyuubi. Naruto's gaze fell to his lap. That's not what the villagers think. They call me a freak and a demon and a monster. He closed his eyes as he leaned back, resting his head against the wall. They're right, you know. I'm nothing but a monster. Mrs. Haruno sighed as she closed her eyes. You remember when you were little and you would have nightmares? Naruto nodded. And you would wake up screaming for me and I would come running in? Naruto nodded again. You were not a monster then. You were just a scared little boy that had a bad dream. Mrs. Haruno rubbed her son's cheek with the back of her hand. And that one time that bully tried to beat up on Sakura and Ino? And you got a black eye protecting them. You weren't a monster then. You were a brave young man protecting his friends. But dash. No buts. You are not the Kyuubi. You are Naruto Uzumaki, and more importantly, you are my son. And that means that I will always love you. What if I lose control one day and the Kyuubi gets out? Mrs. Haruno reached forward and embraced her son. Then we'll cross that bridge just like we have the others. Kakashi smiled as Naruto seemed to relax a little. He glanced at Iruka at his side. The other two heard a lot today. Sakura is pretty smart. She'll figure it out. Iruka nodded. We'll have to explain how important it is that this secret is kept between the people in this house and a few others. Kakashi sighed. I'll go talk to them, I guess. You just make sure Naruto doesn't make a run for it. Iruka nodded as Kakashi made his way downstairs. Naruto smiled as he sunk into his mom's embrace. Mom. Yes, dear. Naruto pulled back and smiled slightly. I passed the exam. Mrs. Haruno nodded and smiled. I know. She then reached to his side table and picked up his forehead protector. You dropped this at the school. Iruka brought it back. He also said when you felt better he would take you to ramen to celebrate. Naruto was immediately overjoyed. Ramen? Iruka patted his wallet. This is going to get expensive. Switch. Kakashi looked at the pair of silent girls in front of him. He scratched the back of his head trying to think of where to start. Well. How is Naruto doing? Asked Sakura. Kakashi smiled behind his mask. He's doing just fine. He has been through a lot today. Yeah, the idiot better be happy that he didn't get in trouble for stealing the scroll, mumbled Ino. He didn't do it on purpose. Mizuki-sensei tricked him, interjected Sakura as she defended her little brother. But still, why would he do that? Asked Ino. Kakashi let out a nervous laugh. Well, that was kind of what I needed to talk to you two about. But before I say anything, I must tell you that this is a S-class secret. I shouldn't even be telling you two this, but you deserve to know. Kakashi took a deep breath. How much do you two know about the Kyuubi that attacked 14 years ago? 10 minutes later. Sakura burst into Naruto's room staring at him. Naruto gulped. I guess she knows. And boy is she said. Ino walked in after Sakura with the same angry face. Though they both know. This may hurt. They both slammed their fist onto Naruto's skull. The next time you do something that's stupid, I swear, I'm going to beat you senseless, yelled Sakura. And you actually believed that crap that teacher said? Yeah, Whiskers, continued Ino. How stupid are you? You're not some stupid demon. I mean, other than the whiskers you can't even tell. Naruto blushed slightly as he mumbled, I guess this is not a good time to tell you two that I used to cheat at our hide-and-seek game. Cheated? Naruto nodded. Yeah. I just kind of followed your smell. Ino's eye twitched. What are you trying to say, Whiskers? That we smell or something? Naruto quickly shook his head. No. I mean, I kind of followed your scent. Big sister smells like strawberries and you kind of smell like wildflowers. You both smell good, honestly. Both of the girls blushed. So, I would just kind of follow your scents. And when you moved, I could hear your movements. Both girls looked at each other, cheeks still slightly pink, and nodded. Naruto's skull was once again introduced to his two friends' fists. Naruto rubbed his head. Ow, geez. I'm sorry, okay? Both girls huffed and walked out the room. Naruto quickly ran after them. Oh, come on. It's not like I can turn it off or anything. Ino grabbed her coat and started for the door. I'll forgive you this time, Whiskers. I'll see you tomorrow. Mrs. Haruno cleared her throat behind the three teens. Naruto will walk you home. I don't want you getting hurt. Ino scowled. I can take care of myself. I'm a leaf shinobi after all. My dad even taught me a clan jutsu. Mrs. Haruno's glare put an end to the argument. Naruto took his coat from the hook and smiled at his mom. See you when I get home. I won't be long. Take as long as you want with your girlfriend, little brother, teased Sakura. Ino scoffed as he lifted her nose into the air, like I would lower myself to date Naruto. Sakura smirked. Really? Remind me, who was your first kiss? Ino blushed slightly. Hey, we were kids and that doesn't count. Mrs. Haruno sighed as she pushed Naruto and Ino out the door. You two get going now. She then shut the door to avoid any more argument. Switch. The walk was normal as any. They were silent for the first block before anyone said anything. You wonder when Mom is going to stop making me walk you home? Ino smirked. Remember when she would walk with us? She would hold yours and Sakura's hand and I would hold yours. Well, at least till the whole cuties PRD. Naruto glanced at her. I was traumatized for weeks. Ino's smirk grew. What can I say? You were gullible. She then shivered slightly. She was surprised when she felt another coat wrap around her. She looked at Naruto as he rubbed his arms. She started to take it off and give it back, but Naruto stopped her. You need it more than me. Ino raised an eyebrow. What if you get a cold? Naruto looked at her and smiled. When was the last time I got sick? Ino decided to let Naruto win this one argument and pulled the coat tighter around her. She couldn't help but breathe in his earth ramen scent. They silently made their way the rest of the way to her house. They stopped outside and said their goodbyes. Ino leaned up and gently hugged him. Don't worry about what those stupid villagers say. Naruto nodded. Thanks. I really appreciate you being here when I need you. Ino blushed. No problem. Then Naruto did the last thing she expected. He kissed her on the cheek. It only lasted a second before he pulled away with a blush. Naruto dash. Naruto suddenly became interested in his feet. I thought about it, and there's never going to be a girl who likes me. And if there is, they'll find out my secret and not want anything to do with me. But dash. So I just thought that since you were always so nice and looking out for me, you should have my first and only kiss. Ino rubbed her arms as she blushed. She then remembered she was wearing Naruto's coat. She slowly took it off and handed it back. Thanks. For your coat, I mean. Naruto took it and nodded sadly. Sorry I did that. We'll just ask like it never happened. Ino nodded slightly. Sure. Naruto smiled brightly. Well, see you in a few days. He then ran off towards home. Ino stood there outside her house holding her cheek in the exact spot Naruto had kissed. His words played through her mind. There's never going to be a girl who likes me. And if there is, they'll find out my secret and not want anything to do with me. She frowned slightly. You'll find someone eventually, whiskers. Ino was surprised on the day they were supposed to split into groups and given a sensei. As she rounded the ever-familiar corner, she was surprised that first that she was not the first one there like usual, and second that only her pink-haired friend was waiting for her. Naruto had not spoken to her ever since he had walked her home that night. Her gaze fell onto the scowling face of Sakura. She raised an eyebrow. What did you do to him? Demanded Sakura. Huh. Sakura crossed her arms. Naruto. He came home after walking you back to your place only to walk up to his room and not come out until this morning. Then he said that was he going to go ahead of me so he could get there early. What does it have to do with me? Maybe he's still upset about what happened the other day, replied Ino as she tried to avoid eye contact. Sakura's eyes narrowed. What happened? Ino's eyes snapped up. He kissed me, okay? He said that no girl would ever care for him and then the idiot kissed me. Sakura bowed her head. He did. Ino nodded sadly but then had a new look of determination. Look, we can just ignore it and let Naruto keep avoiding me, or we can find him a girlfriend and prove him wrong. Sakura looked at her friend. Who? Ino revealed a smirk. I have a few suspects. She then led her friend off as she explained her plan. School. Naruto was sitting in his usual spot when the girls arrived. Ino and Sakura scanned the room until they spotted a certain Hyuga sneaking looks at Naruto. Ino smirked. Prime suspect, Hinata Hyuga. Sakura will convince Naruto to join me and her and a group of friends for a celebration of graduating. Then all we have to do is boost Hinata's courage a little bit and get them alone together. Her thought process was interrupted by Irika walking in. Irika cleared his throat. Okay, listen up. The students surprisingly quickly obeyed. He smirked. I guess everyone is excited about meeting their team and sensei. He quickly remembered the conversation he had had only moments before. Flashback. Kakashi narrowed his eyes as he looked at the person in front of him. Are you sure you can handle this? Asuma took a drag of his cigarette and let out a puff of smoke. 2 special cases and a female who insists on being in charge. What about you? Kakashi sighed and he rubbed his forehead. I knew I would get stuck with Sasuke. I can work with the other 2 choices. In flashback, Irika had called out all of the teams except for 2. The last 6 Genins were anxious. Sakura, Naruto, and Ino kept sneaking glances at each other. None of them had been picked yet. Could they all be on the same team? Irika looked at his paper. The next team will be led by Asuma. This group will consist of Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto could not help but feel slightly upset that he had not gotten Kakashi as a sensei. The 2 had grown close. Kakashi had even shown Naruto a few jutsu that may help him in the future. He was also thankful that Guy already had his team. Even though Guy did live up to his promise and train Naruto several times in taijutsu. He already knew Guy's team and considered Tenten and Lee friends. He was still trying to get used to the enigma that was Niji Hyuga. Ino Yamanaka. Ino couldn't help but be slightly happy that she would be teamed with her longtime friend. Sure, she would love to be on the same team as Sasuke, but what girl didn't? She scanned the last 4 people, Sakura, Choji, Shikamaru, and Sasuke. Ino smirked. She could still get Sasuke. Naruto was slightly nervous to be on the same team as his crush. There he admitted it. At first he had ignored it. He knew that Ino would never fall for a guy other than her precious Sasuke. And Shikamaru Nara. Sakura jumped into the air with a cheer. She was on the same team as her Sasuke. Sakura quickly spun around, stuck out her tongue at Ino. Ino jumped from her seat, practically red in the face. What do you mean I get stuck with that lazy bums? She pointed an angered finger at Shikamaru. Shikamaru just looked at her with a bored gaze. How troublesome. Irika sighed. Okay, you other 3. Your sensei is Kakashi. Class is dismissed. Be here after lunch to meet your senseis. The entire class is let out slowly but surely. Sasuke stood from his seat with his hands in his pockets as usual. He sighed. What do you want? Naruto was now in front of Sasuke with a menacing glare. I really do hate you, you know. Sasuke looked at him as if waiting for the rest. Sakura Haruno is my big sister. Sasuke smirked. And what does that have to do with me? Naruto growled slightly. If she comes back from a mission with a single scratch or hair out of place, I will kick you butt. Sasuke's smirk grew. You can try. But I would never lose to a dope like you. He then nudged past Naruto before walking out of the room. And Naruto paled as her turned to see a seething Sakura and Ino. He paled slightly as he laughed nervously and backed away. What's going on, girls? Sakura clenched her fist as Ino cracked her knuckles. Sakura smiled sweetly at her brother. What have I told you about threatening Sasuke-kun? Naruto took another step backwards. Sakura, I was just trying look out for you. I'm not going to be there to protect you. Sakura sighed. Naruto, I'm a shinobi now. I don't need you to protect me like you did when we were little. Besides, if I get in over my head, Kakashi-sensei is there to help out. Ino nodded her head. Yeah, she'll be just fine. Besides, the Hokage just decided to throw her a bone since he knows that she never stands a chance from getting Sasuke-kun from me. She then grabbed Naruto by the arm, starting to drag him out of the room. Now come on, we need to go find our lazy butt teammate. Naruto waved goodbye to his sister as he was pulled out of the room. Switch. Ino stood around looking either way. Where is that lazy bum anyway? Ino. Ino spun around to see Naruto looking at the ground. She was about to snap at him when she saw his sad expression. I'm really sorry. Ino raised an eyebrow. What for? Naruto kicked the dirt under his feet. About the other night. I'm sorry that I kissed you and everything. I shouldn't have dash. Ino hugged Naruto tight, quieting him. She let him go in about a minute. Don't worry about it. Besides, who better to give your first kiss to than the most beautiful girl around? Naruto chuckled and blushed. Ino looked around again. Now where dash? Ino. Ino looked back at Naruto again. Look, I told you it's okay. Naruto pointed to the right. Ino followed where he pointed to see Shikamaru laying on the ground staring at clouds. Ino marched over to Shikamaru and gave him a swift kick to the side. Shikamaru coughed as the wind was driven out of him. He rubbed his side, sat up, and looked over at the disturbance. "Oh, it's you. What do you want? You know we should really spend this time getting to know each other better." Shikamaru narrowed his eyes. "Ino, I've known you since before either of us could walk." He then looked over at Naruto. "And I've known you ever since we were. I think we know all we need to know." Another voice interrupted them. "You'll find out quick, there's a lot you don't know." The figures looked at the source of the voice to see a Jounin smoking a cigarette. "Come on, I'll buy my new team lunch." Asuma then started to walk towards the center of town. Asuma sighed and patted his wallet as he watched Naruto wolf down another order of ramen. Kakashi wasn't joking about this kid's appetite. He couldn't help but be relieved when Naruto patted his stomach, signaling that he was finished. He signaled for the bill before Naruto could regain a third wind and ask for more. Ino shook her head. "I still don't see where you put it at Whiskers. I swear a girl would kill for your kind of metabolism." Naruto laughed as he rubbed the back of his head. "Mom says that I'm a growing boy and growing boys eat a lot." "You passed a lot about 5 orders ago, Whiskers." Naruto continued to show his contagious smile. "When are you going to stop calling me that? I mean, Whiskers will not strike fear in the heart of my enemies." Ino scoffed. "What enemies?" "Someone plotting to destroy the village's ramen supply." Naruto suddenly showed fear. "Don't joke about that." Asuma paid the bill and stood from his seat. "Come on, you three. Let's get this test over with and then we'll call it a day." He started off towards the training grounds. Ino ran after him. "Come on, you two." Naruto smiled and patted his stomach before following. "You know she's going to boss us around, right?" Shikamaru nodded. "How troublesome." Ino spun around and looked at the two. "What are you two mumbling about back there?" "Nothing," they both answered. "How should I test them?" Kakashi said he was going to give the bell test a try. Kurenai said she would probably use some kind of search and destroy kind of thing. He took another drag of his cigarette as they arrived at the training ground. Ino butted into his thoughts. "You know, Sensei, that is really bad for you. You should really think about quitting." Asuma seemed to think it over. "Nah, it helps me relax." Ino stuck her nose up into the air. "Well, at least don't do it around us." Asuma smirked. "Bingo. You want me to quit?" Ino nodded. Asuma took one last drag of his cigarette before placing the pack in his front vest pocket. "Then take them." "What?" "Ever Squad must go through a test to see if they are ready to be a genin." Naruto suddenly butted in. "But we already took the final test." Asuma chuckled. "That test just saw if you had the potential to become a genin. This one will ask if you are ready or need to go back to the academy." Ino and Naruto paled. Shikamaru just sighed. "How troublesome." Asuma brought out a stopwatch. "You three have 2 hours. All you have to do is find me, take the cigarettes from my pocket, and burn them. If you do well enough, I will pass you and you will be my squad. If you three win, then I will not smoke for an entire month." Ino raised an eyebrow. "All we have to do is catch you?" Asuma smirked. "Oh, it's not that easy. I will fight back, and I don't plan on holding anything back." "But you're a Jounin. You'll slaughter us," yelled Ino. Asuma smirked. "Do you think the enemy would lend you the courtesy of only fighting people on your level?" Ino pouted. "Not fair." Naruto smiled. "Don't worry, Ino-chan. We'll win for sure." Shikamaru stayed silent. Asuma looked over the three. One is overconfident. One has pretty much already lost the battle in her head. He then looked at Shikamaru. "Oh, this one is already thinking. This could be good. Don't you even want to know anything about us?" asked Ino. Asuma smirked and buttoned the pocket holding the cigarettes close. "Pass the test, and then we'll do the whole introduction thing." He then stood in the middle of the field. "Okay, go." Asuma pushed the button to the watch and quickly vanished. Ino looked around. "Great, now we have to go find him." Naruto growled. "He should have stayed out here and fought me like a real man. You couldn't beat him by yourself even if you tried." "Could too. Could not. Could too. Could not. Could too. Could not." Shikamaru sighed. "Are you two quite done now?" They both turned to Shikamaru. He dusted himself off. Good, then let's get started, shall we? 1 hour and a half later. Asuma looked around. They haven't even found me yet. Oh well, back to the academy for them. He just then caught sight of the team bouncing from tree to tree looking for him. Naruto yelled out in frustration, "Where are you be? Come out here and fight me right now." Asuma frowned. He's quite a bit of a hothead. He smirked when Ino landed next to Naruto, scolding him. "Shut up, will you? Now he knows exactly where we are and we only have about 30 minutes left," stated a frustrated Ino. "I'm sorry, but we're going to fail this exam and have to do the whole thing over with. How am I supposed to become a ninja if I can't even find one chimney stack?" Asuma scowled. "Chimney stack? Oh, he will pay for that one when we are done." "They're getting frustrated, huh?" asked a voice. Asuma nodded. "Yeah, but I don't see." He bowed his head. Crap. He turned his head to see Shikamaru sitting on a limb behind him with his hands behind his head. "So basically you can go down there and face them, or I inform them of your location and you fight all three of us." Asuma sighed and jumped in front of the clearing in front of Ino and Naruto. "Well, you three found me. Good distraction, you two." Ino smiled as Naruto seemed to be proud and rubbed the back of his head with a laugh. Shikamaru jumped down and landed behind Asuma. Asuma smiled as he entered a defensive stance. "But of course you still have to get my smokes." Naruto chuckled as he entered a stance that was familiar to Asuma. Asuma chuckled. "Seems you have been earning some from Guy." Naruto nodded. "He may be a green spandex-wearing freak, but he's great at taijutsu." Asuma smiled as he reached into his pockets and pulled out his trench knives. "Then show me." Naruto charged at Asuma with a punch. Asuma easily dodged it and went for a slash with a knife. Naruto moved backwards, hitting a kick to Asuma's stomach and knocking him into the air. Naruto vanished and Asuma's eyes went wide. Does he know? It still needs some work, but this should prove my point. He wrapped his arms around Asuma, pinning his opponent's arms to his side. The both spiraled towards the ground. Secondary lotus. The ground shook with impact. Asuma slowly stood, catching his breath. That kid is amazing. The dust cleared the battlefield to reveal Ino tending an injured Naruto. Asuma spun around and saw Shikamaru holding a very familiar sign. He looked down and jumped back just as Shikamaru's shadow made contact. Asuma smiled and looked over his shoulder at Ino and Naruto. "Good move, kid, but you're baked now." And dash. He vanished and reappeared behind Shikamaru, hitting the boy in the back of Shikamaru's neck with the blunt end of his knife. Shikamaru collapsed forward. Asuma looked back and kept his eyes on Ino. "You're the only one that can still fight." Ino started to make a sign for her family's famous jutsu. Asuma chuckled and attacked before she could finish. He hit a side kick, knocking her to the side. He then grabbed Naruto, holding a trench knife to his throat. "It's over. I win." Suddenly Asuma felt something different. His arm holding the knife started to move away from Naruto. Ino and Shikamaru poofed out of existence. Shikamaru walked out, hold his jutsu. "Do it now, Ino." Asuma suddenly felt another presence in his body. His hand not holding the knife moved against his will and unbuttoned the pocket holding the cigarettes and pulled out the pack before dropping them in Naruto's waiting hands. Naruto crushed them in his hand. Both jutsu were released. Asuma chuckled. "When did you pull the switch?" Shikamaru smirked. 5 minutes after the test began. Naruto could smell you and find you. Me and Ino stayed hidden as he created shadow clones, then used a henge to make them look like us. And then dash. Asuma leaned back and sat on the ground. "You just waited for me to be distracted long enough to attach yourself to my shadow. Good plan, team." Ino brightened up. "Does that mean we dash?" Asuma sighed. "Well, guess I will start off. I'm Asuma Sarutobi. Yes, the third is my father, but I would rather not be known as that. I like my smokes and shoji. I hate anyone that SCKS up to me because of who my dad is. My future dream is to become famous as a weapons master." He then pointed at Ino. Ino bowed. "Ino Yamanaka. I like flowers and working with my mom to create new breeds of flowers. I hate people who judge people from their own naivety. I want to become the greatest kunoichi in all of Konoha." Asuma next pointed at Shikamaru. "Shikamaru Nara. I like watching clouds. I hate troublesome things. I don't have any future dreams. Lazy bum, mumbled Ino. Asuma chuckled and looked over at Naruto sitting beside him. And you, kid? Naruto smiled. Naruto Uzumaki. I like my family and friends. H and ramen. I really like ramen, especially the kind that Irika-sensei bought me. I hate people who judge people. And I'm going to grow up and protect my friends and family and become the greatest Hokage ever. Asuma smiled. Well, then congratulations on passing. Meet me here tomorrow for your first training session or mission. Those were solid clones. Asuma looked at Naruto. He's going to grow up to be a pretty good shinobi. He then reached for his cigarettes only to remember they were not there. Crap, I need to stop from some gum on the way home. It's going to be a long month. They had been a team for about a month now. They had several D-ranked missions that included find this old lady's cat about 5 times, babysitting a few infants. Finally, Naruto had blown his top and complained about wanting an actual mission. So here they were now walking across the desert of the Wind Country. The sandy air hit Naruto in the face as they continued on in their journey toward Suna. He spit the dirt out of his mouth. Every time I spit some out, even more gets back in. Asuma took a grateful drag of his cigarette. He had leaped for joy when the month was up and he could smoke again. But he did learn a very valuable lesson. Never bet against these 3 genin ever again. Don't complain. You asked for a real mission and now we got one. Thank Naruto team. Ino and Shikamaru both shot Naruto a glare. Thanks Naruto. Naruto rubbed the back of his head and laughed. How was I supposed to know that the older geezer would send us on a trip to deliver a message to another village? Well, if you didn't complain then we wouldn't be here. This place is so troublesome. Ino nodded. For once I agree with the bum. What kind of idiots would live out here? Asuma smiled back at his team. That's the point. Suna's enemies would have a hard time crossing this land, so it would give them a strong advantage. They cleared one final sand dune to see several sphere-like structures. Asuma smirked. We're here. The 4 shinobi stood looking at the city for a few seconds before vanishing out of sight. Few hours later, Naruto kicked a stone across the street before sighing and leaning against the building again. I don't see why we couldn't go with him. This is boring. Ino smirked over at Naruto. He probably thought certain people in our team may rub the Kazakage the wrong way. Naruto scoffed. As if I care what a old man with sand stuck up his butt thinks about me. Ino chuckled slightly. My point exactly. Naruto's head suddenly shot up looking around. His nose twitched. He scanned the crowd before making eye contact with a paled-faced man. Ino looked between the man and Naruto. What is it, Naruto? Naruto kept his eye on the man who smirked at Naruto before walking off. That guy. He reeks of snakes. Shikamaru nodded. He's also letting off a small feel of killer intent. Ino shuddered when she felt the intent herself. Should we follow him? Shikamaru shook his head. This is not Konoha. Suna would not take it lightly for 3 foreign ninjas stalking someone just because he looked suspicious. Ino and Naruto nodded in agreement. With Asuma, the Kazakage looked over the scroll for a moment before nodding and looking up at Asuma. I thank you for delivering this message. Asuma bowed. Thank you, Lord Kazakage. I would like to request that my team and myself would be allowed to stay in Suna for the night. My students are still young in their skills and would benefit from some rest. The figure of the Kazakage nodded. I will permit this. Asuma bowed again. Thank you for your generosity, Lord Kazakage. He then exited to room to collect his team outside the room. The Kazakage smirked. It's that time already. He looked at one of his guards. Send for Baki. Switch. Asuma walked out of the building seeing his team sitting against the building. Shikamaru was looking at clouds as Ino and Naruto were making comments about the mission up to this point. He cleared his throat and the team was automatically to their feet. He smirked. If that scroll said what I think it did, we have some practice. Naruto patted his stomach. About time. It's almost time for dinner. Asuma chuckled. I almost think I would have been better off with the Akimichi kid than you, Naruto. He started towards the restraint district. Come on. We'll get food and a place to stay. We'll leave tomorrow. They all nodded. Asuma smirked. And I plan on making it back in a quarter of the time it took us to get here. Ino choked, but we would have to run at top speed the entire way. Asuma nodded, it will be good exercise. And I'm tripling your training regiments when we get back. He then started walking off without saying another word. Shikamaru just sighed, how troublesome. He followed after Asuma. Naruto grabbed Ino's hand and pulled her along. Come on Ino, it's time for dinner. Ino ran along but kept her focus on their joined hands. What is this feeling I get when Naruto touches me? They made it a few blocks before they caught up with Asuma. Ino looked around at the city. It's amazing to see the way people live around here. It's so barren outside the city walls, but in here it's almost just like home. Shikamaru nodded. People adapt to their surroundings. This is the only thing they've ever known, so they are used to it. Ino smirked as she mocked. People adapt to their surroundings. Don't tell me you actually have a brain under all that laziness. Asuma chuckled at the comment. I wouldn't be too surprised. Shikamaru's dad is pretty smart. He then looked around and sighed. Where's Naruto? Ino looked behind her and spotted him standing there watching kids playing ball. She rolled her eyes. Hey Whiskers. Move it. Naruto kept watching the kids who were laughing and playing. He couldn't help but be a little jealous. Is that what it's like to be normal? Flashback. A 7-year-old Naruto ran towards the park. Ino and Sakura had went off with his and Sakura's mom. Kakashi and Inoichi were watching from afar. Naruto spotted a group of boys playing with a ball. He ran up to join but was quickly intercepted by a group of adults. Hey demon, leave our kids alone. Yeah monster, why don't you just go off somewhere and die? Yeah, and take that traitor and her daughter with you. And flashback. Naruto's memory was interrupted by the second odd feeling of that day. But this one was much stronger. He looked around until he made eye contact with a group of shinobi coming their way. One guy dressed in some kind of suit with what appeared to be some kind of ears poking at the top of his head. A red-haired male with the kanji for love tattooed on his forehead. And a female carrying a large fan on her back. He smiled and waved at them. They all seemed annoyed with effect. When they got closer, the taller male of the group frowned down at Naruto. What's a weak leaf shinobi doing here? Naruto growled. Who are you calling weak? The sand shinobi smirked and patted a wrapped package on his back. Maybe you would like a friendly little spar to prove my point. He shrugged the package off his back. Naruto growled and was about to answer when Kankuro. The sand shinobi paled as the shortest of the group spoke. Stop wasting time. The red-haired shinobi moved past Naruto, not even glancing at him as he passed. Naruto. Naruto paled. There was only 2 people who said his name that way, and it was only when either of them were extremely upset. He turned as was faced with a obviously angry Ino. Hey Ino. The shinobi named Kankuro chuckled. So weak that you're letting a woman boss you around. That's just pathetic. Excuse me, stated the female sand shinobi. Kankuro chuckled nervously, unless of course that woman is my beautiful, loving, forgiving big sister. The female shinobi smirked. Nice try. She then grabbed him by the collar of his shirt and dragged him away. As they passed Asuma, the female mumbled an apology, which Asuma nodded his apology as well. Shikamaru shook his head. Leave it to you Naruto to actually make enemies the first night we're in a new village. Ino jumped from her spot on the hill next to their training ground. What? Asuma sighed. I nominated you 3 for the Chunin exams. Shikamaru sighed. So now we're going to have to go through more exams. How troublesome. I thought I was done with school. Asuma chuckled. Actually, these are not like the graduation exams. This is going to be a lot more physical. It's going to test less what you know in your head and more of your skills as a shinobi. Naruto scratched his head. But don't we have to wait till next year? Guy-sensei made his team wait. Asuma shook his head. It's the sensei's choice as to when his students were ready. Guy thought it was better for his group to get a little more experience. What makes us different than them? Asked Ino. Asuma took a drag of his cigarette. Well, a lot of the time during the first few missions is spent to build teamwork. It's important that the Genin squad acts as a cohesive unit. But I realized that you 3 were special during your exam against me. You worked as a unit taking advantage of each of your strengths. Naruto chuckled while rubbing the back of his head. Ino just seemed to have a blush on her cheeks as she smiled. Shikamaru, well, he acted like he always did, completely and totally indifferent. However, I do advise that you each undergo individual training. Ino, Shikamaru, I assume that your fathers would like to take this time to help develop your skills for you individual clans jutsu. Naruto, my father is looking up one of his old students who has experience dealing with students of your type. I don't know when he will be here since he hasn't been in Konoha for many years. Until then, I guess you'll just have to figure something out for your own. Asuma then reached into his back pocket and pulled out 3 sets of papers. These are the forms you 3 have to fill out to apply for the exams. Have them at the school in time or you won't be permitted. He then poofed away. Shikamaru sighed, I guess I should go hunt down my dad. He's going to want to teach me another jutsu. How troublesome. He started to walk off. Ino smirked, see you later, Whiskers. Make sure you're not late to the exams. He then looked in the direction Shikamaru went. Hey, lazy bum. Walk me home, it's on your way. Naruto started his own way home. He didn't get too far till he was greeted with a yell, Naruto. Naruto turned to see Lee rushing up to him. Naruto sighed. He was not in the mood for this right now. Hey Lee. Yash, how are you this day of glory's youthfulness, my eternal rival? Naruto frowned slightly. Why do I have to be your eternal rival, Lee? Lee quickly struck the nice guy pose, because only your flame of youth rivals mine. Plus you have learned from Guy-sensei's eternal rival. But I've also studied with Guy. In fact, he started training me before he even met you. Lee thought this over for a second. That means your youthfulness burns with the flames of Guy-sensei and his eternal rival. I shall work 5 times as hard to equal your youthfulness. I will begin with 100 laps around Konoha on my hands. A sweat drop appeared on Naruto's forehead. You do that. Lee gave Naruto the thumbs up before running off. Give my greetings to my lovely flower. Naruto shook his head. I sometimes wonder if the only reason he hangs out with me is to see Sakura. He turned and watched a cloud of dust run towards the gate that lead outside the city. Then I realize I'm give him way too much credit. He walked around the city. He had looked around trying to find his target. Come on, you have to be around her somewhere. He stopped when he spotted a patch of pink hair. Big sister? He moved closer, keeping silent. When he caught sight of the situation, her frowned. It was part of the sand team he met back in Suna. The female of the team seemed to be trying to convince her teammate to put down the boy he was torturing. Naruto raised an eyebrow. It's that Asuma-sensei's nephew? He sighed as he stood stretching his shoulders. I guess I'll have to get involved. He jumped from his spot and appeared in front of the sand male. I didn't think I would run into you two so quickly. The sand male smirked. Oi, it's the runt from the other day? I was hoping to run into you. He dropped his current hostage and shrugged off his wrapped package on his back. He then smirked as he patted it. I'll even get to use this one, you know. Kankuro, I wouldn't do that if I were you. You know he wouldn't like it if you caused a disturbance, stated the sand female. Kankuro chuckled. Oh please Temari. He isn't here yet. At least let me have a little fun before Captain Killjoy gets here. Kankuro. Kankuro and Temari paled at the sound of the calm yet irritated voice. Kankuro turned, putting up a fake smile. Oh hey Gaara. I didn't think you would get here so quickly. Gaara kept his intense stare on his teammate. What were you about to do? Kankuro chuckled nervously. Oh nothing much. I was just going to teach the runt a little lesson in manners. Another voice entered the scene. I think it's you that needs the lesson attacking a village's people. A real shinobi would leave their battles with the shinobi of the village. Naruto frowned. BSRD. Is he doing here? Gaara looked at the new arrival before vanished and reappearing on the ground. He looked at Sasuke directly. I apologize for my teammate. Sasuke jumped to the ground. Are you taking part in the upcoming exams? Gaara nodded slightly. Yes, and I suppose you are too. I would like to know your name. Sasuke smirked. Sasuke Uchiha. And yours? Gaara turned to walk away. Gaara of the Sand. He then stared to walk away, followed by his teammates. Naruto was obviously set at being completely ignored. Don't you want to know my name? Gaara looked back at him with a slight look of annoyance. Not really. Naruto growled and was about to say something else until he felt his arm being tugged. He turned to see his sister standing there smiling slightly. He smiled back and pulled her into a brotherly hug. Have you been safe? Sakura nodded against his body. She pulled away slightly. We took part in an A-rank mission. You should have seen Sasuke-kun. He was so great. Naruto looked over Sakura as if looking for any signs of injury. When he found none, he looked at Sasuke. I guess I should say thank you for protecting my sister. Sasuke turned and walked away. No need. She's my teammate. If she got hurt, she would slow us down. Naruto scowled when he noticed his sister's shoulders slump greatly. He put an arm around her, reassuring her, don't worry. The BSTRD will come around. He then started off in his own direction. Tell Mom that I will be home in time for dinner. I'm looking for Kakashi to help me get ready for the exams. Naruto and the rest of his team entered the gathering room for the exams. He smirked when he noticed that Sakura's team wasn't here yet, as well as Lee. Could he help it if he just happened to let it slip that Lee had some major competition for Sakura's heart? Or that the fact that his big sister was completely head over heels with the Uchiha? Ino noticed Naruto's smirk and the fact he was looking at Team Guy. And the fact that Guy's star pupil was not there. She frowned. Naruto. Where's that spandex-wearing freak? Naruto chuckled. Guy? You know that none of the senseis were allowed in this room. Ino grabbed Naruto by his shirt and forced him to face her, the other spandex-wearing freak. Naruto gulped. That was the bad part of his plan. Not only was throwing Sasuke to the wolves going to pieces off Sakura, but Naruto's blonde-haired teammate as well. Well dash? Ino's grip tightened. What did you do? She looked around. Where's Sasuke-kun? Naruto gulped. He saw his opening when he saw a flash of green to his side. There's Lee right now. Why don't you go ask him? Ino gave Naruto one more death glare before storming off towards Lee. Shikamaru glanced at Naruto. You pitted them against each other? Naruto smirked. The BSD needed to be taken down a few pegs. Shikamaru sighed. How troublesome. Just then, Sakura burst through the door and headed straight for Naruto. He gulped. He then noticed Ino also making her way back towards him. Shikamaru noticed as well. Great, we're going to lose a team member before the exams even begin. Naruto chuckled as the two girls stopped in front of him. Hey girls, what's up? Bam. Naruto fell to the ground holding the two new knots forming on his head as he whimpered in pain. Then came the stereo. What did we tell you about encouraging Lee? Naruto saw his opening. Actually, Ino, you said it was a great idea if I saved Sasuke for you. Sakura turned to Ino. You what? Ino smirked. What can I say? I think you two would be a perfect couple. Sakura growled. And if you by happen ended up with Sasuke-kun in the process dash. Ino faked shock. Why Sakura? If I didn't know any better, I would say you think I was planning this just for my own benefit. Since when did you ever think of anyone else? Came a voice almost as loud as Naruto's as Kiba and his team walked up. Ino once again caught Hinata trying her best to watch Naruto while not making direct eye contact. Hello Naruto-kun, came a small voice. Naruto put his arm around Hinata as if she was an old friend. Hey Hinata. How have you been doing? And Naruto-kun. He's touching me. She quickly turned red before passing out. Ino smirked. I hope I'm never that obsessed over a guy. She then spotted the object of her own obsession, Sasuke-kun. She quickly latched herself to Sasuke. Sasuke grunted in annoyance. Please let me go Yamanaka. Ino released her hold slightly hurt by his reaction, but Sasuke-kun Sasuke frowned. I don't care. Just leave me alone. Naruto was about to say something to Ino's defense when two very familiar scents hit his nose. First, the smell of sand and blood mixed. He looked to his left to see Gaara staring at nothing in particular. The second, however, worried him. The smell of snakes. He had looked around and met the gaze of a young Konoha shinobi making his way towards the group. As he started to reprimand the group for being so loud and obvious, Naruto nudged Shikamaru with his elbow. When Shikamaru discreetly looked over, Naruto sniffed his nose as if having a slight cold. Shikamaru looked at him waiting for the continuance. Naruto quickly motioned at the new shinobi, who identified himself as Kabuto. Shikamaru nodded slightly. No one picked up except for a pair of proctors standing at the other end of the room. One smiled, "Isn't that the kid?" The other nodded, "He's already scouted out on of the other participants. I guess something about the way he smells." The proctor looked through his sheets to see who it was that interested Naruto. Kabuto Yakushi. Failed 7 times already. But every time it's because he gave up and always in the last part of the exam. His one-on-one skills must be lacking. Yeah. That or he lacks faith in them. He's better known as a medic than a fighter. The group of rookies split and Shikamaru motioned for his group to move to an isolated corner. "What is it about our new friend that worries you, Naruto?" Naruto kept his glaze on Kabuto, who was now showing some kind of cards to Sasuke. "He smells like snakes." Ino scoffed. "So? He probably has a pet snake at home or something." Naruto shook his head. "No, like that other guy in Suna. Not as strong though." Shikamaru sighed. "How troublesome. For now, we'll just keep our eye out. Now here's the plan on this exam dash." 30 minutes later. Naruto smirked as their plan had reached its final stage. Ino used her mind transfer jutsu to get the answers from Sakura's paper. She would then use the same jutsu on Shikamaru, who would then use the shadows caused by the desks to take control of Naruto's arm and make him write the correct answers. As the test went on, people started to drop like flies. When he had originally not written anything, Hinata, who was next to him, offered to let him copy her paper, but Naruto said not to worry about him. He finished the last question when the 45-minute went up and the proctor started to once again try to intimidate the examinees to quit. Naruto stayed firm and in turn passed the first test with flying colors. His ears twitched as he heard a whistling. He looked away as the glass window was broken through as a ball landed in front of Ibiki Marino. Several kunai shot out of the ball as a banner appeared, as well as a female who, according to the banner and ladder on her loud self, was Anko Mitarashi. Naruto frowned as once again a scent hit his nose. He frowned. As his team continued towards the area appointed by Mitarashi, he looked at his teammates. "She has the smell too." Ino looked at him. "Who?" "The loudmouth proctor." He suddenly paled when a kunai barely missed him. In fact, he realized it grazed him as his cheeks started to trickle blood. He shivered when he felt the creepy presence behind him. "You really shouldn't say those kinds of things," murmured Anko as she liked the blood. Naruto tried not to act too freaked out. "Sorry, you just seem to have a very popular scent." Anko stood up straight and looked at him curiously. "Popular scent?" Naruto nodded. "Snakes. You're the third person I have ever met that smelled like that." Anko nervously touched the back of her neck. Shikamaru took notice of some kind of seal there. She stopped though when she felt a presence behind her. "It's rude to interrupt." A grass Nin apologized. "Sorry. I simply wish to return your weapon, Miss Proctor." Anko took it slowly and started walking off. Naruto frowned. "Make that 4. Naruto looked down from the treetops. They had just finished setting their traps around their area. That already had an earth scroll and just needed a heaven scroll to move on. He smirked. "At this rate we'll be done by the end of the first day." Shikamaru shook his head. "No, we'll stay around for a few days and get all the scrolls we can." "But why? All we need is a heaven scroll." Shikamaru smirked. "True, though when this test started there were 32 teams. 16 heaven scrolls, 16 earth scrolls. Now assuming we're lucky and the first scroll we get is a heaven, we could be stupid and just head straight for the tower. But if everyone did that, there would be 16 other teams at the end waiting." Ino nodded. "But for every pair of scrolls we get, that's one more team that won't pass the second exam." Shikamaru chuckled. "Which is one less team that we'll have to face in the third." Naruto frowned. "Sounds like cheating to me." Ino sighed. "Well, think of it this way. If we run into Sakura and her teams needs a earth scroll, and we just by happen have an extra one dash." Naruto nodded. "Okay, I'll do it. But I still don't like it." Outside the forest, Anko looked down with a pair of ANBU at the dead bodies of 3 grass Nins. She hadn't seen this kind of thing since. Sorry, you just seem to have a very popular scent. Snakes? You're the third person I have ever met that smelled like that. Anko paled. Tell Lord Hokage to meet me at the tower in the middle of the forest. What is it, Lady Anko? Asked one of the ANB. Anko continued to look at the bodies. I'm not sure yet, but I think he may be back. She then started for the forest. I'm going ahead to check it out. With Naruto and group, his team had already knocked off 5 different teams. He looked around for a next group when a scent hit him. Snakes. He then felt a very familiar killer intent, and it was close to another very familiar scent, sheet. Ino looked at him. What? Naruto took off towards the source of the scent. His team quickly followed. Shikamaru finally got tired of blindly following. What is it, Uzumaki? Naruto growled. That guy from Suna is here. Ino was shocked. What do you mean? That guy had to be a Jounin at least. Naruto nodded. I know. And his scent is near Sakura's. Ino gasped. She wouldn't stand a chance. He touches her and I will rip him to pieces. A very unfamiliar feeling started to leak from Naruto. It was almost primitive. Shikamaru noticed. Naruto Ino looked at him and motioned for him not to ask. He frowned. They have some explaining to do later. Naruto picked up speed. He's running away, but there is something not right about this. When they arrived, they spotted Sasuke and Choji both out cold in a stump of an old tree. Sakura was currently trying to hold her own against one of the nin that appeared to be from the newly formed Sound Village. Lee's worn-out body leaned against the tree. Naruto growled. They had the same feel as the guy from Suna. He was about to leap out when Shikamaru grabbed his shoulder. Naruto growled as he shook it off. I have to help her. Naruto, look at your friend and the ground over there. Lee tried the lotus and none of the nin are hurt. We don't know how strong these guys are. Naruto looked between the 3 and nodded to the one that looked like a mummy. That one looks like the leader. They all watched as one of the nin was holding Sakura by the hair. They were amazed when Sakura took out a kunai, cutting her hair off and then latching onto the nin with her teeth. The nin continued to pound her, trying to get her off. Ino was upset now. We have to save her. But what do we do about these guys? Naruto growled. I'll take care of that. Just be sure that no one saves them this time. Shikamaru nodded. Go while he's distracted. Naruto burst into the opening and looked at his sister. Did these people hurt you? Sakura nodded her head, but Sasuke-kun and Choji are hurt by some guy. He did something to Sasuke-kun. And something is wrong with Lee. The lead nin looked at Naruto. How many friends do these people have? Naruto turned and looked at the nin as he chakra flared. You may have escaped the lotus the first time. He vanished and reappeared in front of the nin, kicking him into the air and the jumping up after him, wrapping his arms and legs around him. But mine is better. Zaku smirked as he dropped Sakura. That trick still won't work. He moved to counter the jutsu only to find that he was frozen in place. What's going on? Shikamaru stepped into the clearing. My shadow possession jutsu was a success. Zaku looked at him, then back at Naruto and his teammate as they crashed into the ground. Sheet, Dosu. The cloud of dust slowly dissipated to reveal Naruto now holding the motionless body of Dosu. He dropped him with a sneer still on his face. His teeth were now sharper and more visible. He growled. Now, I believe you were hitting my big sister. He looked at Shikamaru. Let him go. Take care of the girl. Shikamaru nodded and released the jutsu as Naruto started to stalk the nin like an animal looking at its meal. Naruto liked his lips. He vanished and was now holding the nin by the arm that was hitting Sakura. His grip tightened till he felt a snap as the nin screamed in pain. Everyone watched in horror as Naruto seemed to just be playing with him now. Naruto was about to break the nin's other arm when he felt a pair of arms wrap around him. Sakura, let go. Sakura shook her head against Naruto's back. It's okay, Naruto. I'm okay. Just let them go away now. Naruto growled and looked at the writhing nin. Your scroll. Give it over and go. The nin quickly nodded and placed it on the ground as he picked up his unconscious team member and took off. Shikamaru released his jutsu on the female and she ran after them. Shikamaru stared at Naruto. What in the world is going on here? Ino stared as well. He'll have to tell you himself. He kept her gaze on Naruto. Sure, she knew that the QB was inside of Naruto, but it wasn't until this very moment that she believed it. The anger and bloodlust had leaked through into Naruto's overall kind nature. She had to admit she was slightly scared now. Sakura remained to hold Naruto as his breathing evened out. Sakura smiled. Sure, it's okay. You saved me and everyone else. Naruto closed his eyes. When he reopened them, they were no longer red but crystal blue. He looked at his own hands and shook. What did I do? Sakura smiled gently at him. It's okay. You just wanted to help us. Naruto looked over at the earth scroll the nin's left. Do you need it? Sakura nodded. The guy that hurts Sasuke 8 hours. Naruto nodded. Shikamaru. Shikamaru sighed and reached into his pack, pulling out a spare heaven scroll and laid it next to the earth. I expect an explanation of whatever the hell happened here. Sakura looked at both scrolls. They're ours? Naruto nodded. We got extra. He then stood and picked up Choji and looked up as Shikamaru took Sasuke. What about Lee? Asked Sakura. Suddenly Team Guy landed in front of them. We'll take him, stated Neji as he kept his gaze on Naruto. Naruto nodded. Thanks Neji. See you at the tower. The teams then split ways. Team Guy back to look for scrolls and the rest towards the tower. Sakura raised an eyebrow. Why didn't you give a scroll to Lee's team? Naruto chuckled. 'Cause Neji would hate me for it. The two teams walked into the tower in the middle of the forest of death. Naruto put Choji down, leaning him against the wall. Shikamaru followed the action. Naruto then stood up and motioned for Shikamaru to follow. When they were far enough from the group, Naruto spoke. I didn't want to run the chance of one of them waking up and hearing what I am about to tell you. Shikamaru nodded. I take it that the girls already know then? Naruto nodded, along with most of the Jounin. What I'm about to tell you is a Class S secret. I shouldn't even tell you, but if we're going to continue to be teammates, then I will have to trust you to keep it. So it's a secret and I've been left in the dark all this time. Shikamaru sighed. How troublesome. Naruto nodded. Have you heard the story of the Kyuubi's attack 12 years ago? Ino and Sakura watched on as Naruto told Shikamaru his secret. Sakura reached into a basin of water they had gotten and placed a wet clothes against Sasuke's forehead. What happened with that snake guy? Asked Ino. Sakura looked at her with a raised eyebrow. How did you know about him? We ran into him on a mission in Suna. Naruto recognized the scent and followed it. Sakura frowned. The guy did something to Sasuke. He said he left some kind of seal and that Sasuke would seek him out for power. Ino looked over at Naruto. When Naruto went ballistic, that was scary. Sakura nodded. We known that the QB was inside of him. Yeah, it's just more real now. What if you weren't able to calm him down? Sakura's eyes narrowed. What are you trying to say? Ino shook her head. Hey look, I know he's not the QB, but he was very dangerous back there. Sakura shook her head in disappointment and stood up, checking her teammates. He wouldn't hurt you of all people anyway. Ino chuckled. I know he wouldn't hurt either of his sisters. Sakura glanced at Ino. He doesn't see you as a sister. Naruto and Shikamaru made their way back to the group. The girls kept their glances on Shikamaru. He sighed. It would be way too troublesome to tell anyone that secret. Both of the girls smiled, knowing that meant that he could be trusted. Skip to end of second exam. The team that had passed the exam stood in front of the Hokage as he told the real reason behind the exams. Sasuke had woken up about an hour after they got to the tower. The only thing that bothered Naruto was something felt different and very dangerous about the Uchiha now. Choji had woken up about a day later and automatically stated his hunger. Naruto glanced the other teams. The Suna team as well as the other rookie team from Konoha had already been there when they got there. Somehow the Sound team had found 2 more scrolls, even with one beaten up and the other with a broken arm. The Kabuto's Tam was there too, as well as Guy's team. Naruto's Churka spiked when he saw the Sound's team had made it to the next ground. Ino heard a growl escape his throat. She caught his line of sight and quickly took his arm, calming him down. Naruto looked back at her and she gave him a slight smile. The Hokage asked for anyone who would like to forfeit their spot. Kabuto quickly took this option and left after saying something to his teammates. The matches began and surprised everyone when the first match consisted of a match that looked to be a final round match. Neji Hyuga vs. Sasuke Uchiha. Everyone leapt up to the watching area as Neji and Sasuke stood below staring each other down. Neji smirked as he looked at Sasuke. Uchiha. Sasuke smirked back. Hyuga. The proctor signaled the beginning of the match. Both participants stared directly at the other, waiting for one to make the first move. Sasuke tried to activate his Sharingan and was met with immense pain in his neck, letting out a choked. Sakura looked down at the fight. Sasuke and dash. She then felt an arm go around her. She looked to her side to see Naruto standing there smiling and keeping his eyes on the fight. Don't worry. That BSTRD won't lose. He then pointed proudly at himself. That honor is saved for me and me alone. Neji smirked as he stared at Sasuke. So, you're still weak, Uchiha. This will be an easy fight. Fate has already chosen you to lose this match. He then activated his Byakugan and charged up his chakra in his arms as he attacked Sasuke. His eyes, started Sakura, there's something weird about them. It's the Hyuga's Byakugan, stated Kakashi. It's a bloodline similar to Sasuke's and mine Sharingan. But his is much stranger. It allows the user to see their opponent's chakra system. They then use their gentle fist technique close specific points to cut off their opponent's chakra flow. Naruto chuckled, so the BSE has a tough fight in front of him. Kakashi smiled behind his mask. None of these fights are going to be easy, kid. But I must admit Sasuke definitely could have used a much easier first opponent. Sakura anxiously glanced down at the fight. Sasuke and dash. A memory flashed through her head. Flashback. The third looked out over the crowd. Let me say this. If any of you have any hesitation towards this exam after this point, then quit now. Sakura glanced over at Sasuke as he kept his gaze ahead. She was about to raise her hand and say something when she felt an overly firm grip on her shoulder. She looked back to see Sasuke looking at her with something that could stood between anger and hatred. Do not tell anyone about this seal on the back of my neck, growled Sasuke. But Sasuke dash, she winced when his grip tightened. I am an avenger. I must move ahead, and this is the quickest way. If you or anyone else stands in my way, I will kill them. And a flashback. Naruto glanced at his sister. You okay, Sakura? Sakura shook off her daydreaming and looked at him, smiled. Of course I am. Sasuke-kun can beat this guy. Naruto looked down at the fight. Sasuke was kneeling on the ground gasping for air while Neji seemed to be just slightly winded. Up to this point it had pretty much been a one-sided battle. Neji smirked at his opponent. You shouldn't even be able to stand anymore. I've closed most of your chakra points. Sasuke tried to stand only to find that Neji was right. It was a struggle just to stay kneeling. Is this all the Uchiha clan had to offer? Neji then scoffed. No wonder they were killed off by one of their own. Sasuke's eyes lit up with anger. He tired once again to mold chakra and let out a scream of pain, but he pushed through it. Kakashi's eyes lit up. Crap, he's letting it take over. Suddenly the pain wasn't there anymore. The seal had spread to over the entire side of Sasuke's face. His voice had a much deeper tone to it as he slowly stood to his feet. I won't lose to someone like you. Neji raised an eyebrow. You are a lot stronger than I thought. He then summoned his chakra back to his hands, but fate has already declared me the winner of this fight. He charged at Sasuke and once again intended his chakra flow, but his wrist was caught by Sasuke. Sasuke leaned back, planting his foot in the gut off Neji, flipping him into the air and over them both. Neji landed skillfully on his feet only to have Sasuke appear in front of him. Sasuke smirked. Time to show you something new. Just for you. He kicked Neji into the air and appeared behind him. Lee stared wide-eyed. He copied my attack after only seeing it once? Sasuke smirked. Okay, I'll admit I borrowed that part. But after that it's all original. He landed several kicks and hits before driving his opponent into the ground. Lion combo. Neji laid on the ground motionless. Everyone in the stands froze. Sasuke shouldn't even be able to move, let alone land a devastating hit on Neji. Neji tried to stand but coughed up blood, leaning his head to the side. The proctor stood there for a second, letting out his own cough and sighed. Winner, Sasuke Uchiha. Sasuke stared down at Neji with a sickening smirk. The Uchiha am far superior to any Hyuga, let alone a member of a branch family. His cockiness was useless though, as his own eyes rolled back, and he passed out. The medic Nines quickly went to work and loaded both participants onto gurneys before pulling them to the side. The next match was announced. Temari vs. Tengen. Naruto felt a familiar aura and took a quick sniff. With so many different scents, several being snakes, he had missed it before. His gaze followed the scent and made eye contact with the sound sensei. Naruto scowled. Kakashi. Kakashi looked down at Naruto. Yeah? Naruto motioned at the sound sensei. That guy. He's the one that did that thing to Sasuke. Kakashi looked at the person in question. You sure? Naruto nodded. Yeah. They were both stopped with a gust of wind coming from the battle. The proctor coughed. Winner, Temari. Temari picked up her fan and rejoined her team. Naruto looked at the Sand team. She beat 10-10 so quickly. That team is strong. The next match came up and Naruto smirked. Looks like I get to see how strong. He looked back at the battle announced. Naruto vs. Kankuro. Kankuro and Naruto stood across from each other. Kankuro smirked. Sorry shrimp, my brother won't be saving your butt this time. Naruto clenched his fist and looked at the pack on Kankuro's back. Interesting statement, especially since the human scent is coming from that thing on your back. Everyone froze as the binding on the package unraveled to reveal another Kankuro. The new one chuckled. So, you saw through it? I'm impressed. There was a poof of smoke as the original Kankuro turned into a giant puppet. You should be honored that you're going to fall to my Karasu. Naruto scoffed. I hope you don't plan on that little doll helping you, 'cause I'm going to turn that thing into firewood. Kankuro sneered. I'll teach you about being overconfident, kid. He motioned his hand towards Naruto as Karasu leaped into action. Naruto stepped to the side, but before he could turn around, Karasu grazed past him and he felt a quick prick. Naruto winced as he held the scratch. Kankuro chuckled. See, you've already lost the fight. Naruto went to say something but suddenly felt dizzy. He stumbled forward slightly. What dash? He then noticed the light catch something on the puppet's body. He focused and frowned. Needles. Kankuro nodded. You got that right, kiddo. But these specific spikes are coated with a very interesting poison. He then motioned his hand again as Karasu crashed into Naruto, forcing him against the wall. See, these spikes won't kill the victim, just paralyze them. A needle gabbed into Naruto's arm. First symptom is a slight case of vertigo. Pretty soon you won't even be able to stand up straight. Another gab went into Naruto's stomach. So I suggest you just be a good boy and give up now. Shikamaru sighed from the observation area. How troublesome. He's really making us look bad. Ino nodded beside him. Well, he did really peed us off, that Sannin. Naruto struggled to move but found that it was getting harder to breathe. Second symptom is labored breathing. But if you don't give up soon, you won't have to worry about this. Karasu opened its mouth only to reveal another poison needle. See, that is my special one right there. That one has a different type of poison altogether. And it is quite deadly. Kankuro then looked at the proctor. You want to all this, or should I kill him? The proctor coughed, then looked back at the puppet. Kankuro looked back at his opponent. He then felt a surge of churka coming from the same area. He took a step back as Karasu seemed to be thrown backwards by the outpouring of chakra. Naruto's eyes flashed red as a different chakra started to leak from him. All the wounds from the needles were slowly vanishing. A much deeper and savage voice came out of him. I won't lose to some freak like you that likes to play with dolls. The third watched with a raised eyebrow. Looks like I contacted his new sensei right on time. He'll help control that chakra. Kankuro took a step back in fear. That kind of change. I've only seen that kind of thing from one person. He looked up at his little brother and was even more terrified. Gaara was smiling. Not smirking but full-blown smiling. He was watching this battle with actual happiness. That meant one thing for Kankuro. If I don't quit, I'm going to die. He quickly raised his hand into the air. I dash. He didn't have a chance to finish as he felt a punch to the gut knocking the wind out of him. Naruto growled as he pushed his fist a little harder into the gut of Kankuro. The Jounins watching moved to intervene. The third raised a hand motioning them to stop. He then nodded to the proctor. The proctor raised a hand signaling the end of the battle. The winner by resignation, Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto looked at the proctor as if deciding whether or not to listen. He slowly released his opponent who fell to the ground gasping for air. Naruto stepped up to the puppet and looked down at it in disgust. A real shinobi fights with their own two hands instead of hiding behind things like this to win the match for them. He then stepped on Karasu's head, crushing it with his foot. He then walked back up to see the surprised faces of his friends. Kakashi was the first to speak as he messed with Naruto's hair. Going to have to learn to control that temper of yours. Naruto looked away shyly. He was quickly hugged by his sister and female teammate. You did it, Whiskers, yelled Ino as she hugged him tighter. Yeah, my brother is the best, agreed Sakura. Besides, my Sasuke-kun that is. Ino let go of Naruto and looked at Sakura. You're Sasuke? Sakura turned and faced Ino. Yeah, my Sasuke. Girls, interrupted Naruto. Not now, Naruto. I have a little thing I have to settle with your sister. Like how you are jealous of me being on the same team as Sasuke-kun. Girls. In a minute, I have to take Ino back to the pig pen. Watch it, forehead. Girls. You better hope I don't face you in this tournament or I will have to whip the floor with that pretty pink hair of yours. I'd like to see you try. Girls. They both turned to Naruto. What? Naruto pointed at the screen revealing the next match. Sakura Haruno vs Ino Yamanaka. Sakura frowned slightly as a grin crossed Ino's face. Looks like your time is up, forehead. Sakura smirked back. I won't be an easy win, Ino pig. Ino scoffed as she passed Sakura as she walked to the stairs leading to the stage. That matters on who you would be fighting. I'll be surprised if I even break a sweat. Sakura's face grew red in anger. Be careful or you may break a lot more. Naruto paled as he stood between Asuma and Kakashi watching the altercation. Are we sure they don't hate each other? Kakashi just smiled. Of course we are. They just have a friendly little rivalry. They were interrupted by the sound of clashing kunai. They looked down to see the two meeting in the middle, each holding a kunai against their opponents trying to outpower the other. Shikamaru sighed. How troublesome. Neither of them are that skilled in jutsu, so they are just relying in pure strength to win it. Kakashi and Naruto both glanced at each other. Sakura. Sakura pushed against her kunai. Come on, piggy, you know you can't beat me. I've always been stronger. Ino grunted, struggling to stay on her feet. In your dreams, forehead. There is no way I'm going to let you win this one. You needed my team to come and save but when your team was knocked out. Sakura flinched slightly. Face it, forehead, you never had what it took to be a shinobi. The only reason you joined is because me and Naruto did. Plus, you knew Sasuke-kun would as well. Sakura growled as she pushed harder, winning their stand still as Ino's kunai flew out of her hand. She jumped back trying to avoid the slice but winced as she got her distance. She looked down to see her sleeve and arm had a small slice on it. Sakura kept her gaze on Ino. You went too far, piggy. I didn't do this because I wanted to copy any of you or to get a better chance with Sasuke. She then charged Ino. I joined cause I want to be a shinobi like my dad. Ino moved to the side, dodging the attack. She jumped back, keeping her distance. Looks like you finally decided to take things serious. She then reached into her kunai holder, taking one out. Sakura took one as well, ready for the attack. I'll block this one. And while she is regaining her balance, I'll sneak up behind and attack. Every was surprised as Ino pulled her ponytail straight and then cut it off, dropping the hair to the ground. I won't lose to someone who can't even use a decent jutsu. Ino then held up a very familiar hand seal. Shikamaru frowned, talking to himself. Ino, you're not supposed to use that unless I use my shadow jutsu first to keep them from moving. Naruto looked at him. What do you mean? Shikamaru glanced at him. Don't know? Some best friend you are. He then looked back down at the two girls. Ino's jutsu allows her to transfer her mind into the body of her opponent. Well duh, I knew that. What you didn't know apparently is that her mind can only travel in a straight line and very slowly. And if the jutsu fails, it will take several minutes for her mind to return to her body, which means dash. Sakura smirked, knowing what would happen if she dodged the jutsu. She will be completely helpless. She laughed. You're taking a big risk, piggy, getting tired or something? Ino smirked. I have a plan. Sakura started to run around Ino in a circle as Ino preformed her jutsu. Both bodies froze as they both went limp. Ino's body hit the floor. Sakura's body smirked. Good try, piggy. Sakura looked up and smiled. I win. She started to walk off but suddenly found she couldn't move. She then heard a chuckle from Ino's body. You think I'm that stupid enough to make sure you couldn't move first? She looked up from holding her hands on a trail of hair that now bound Sakura's feet. Sakura's eyes lit up in fear. She used her chakra to make her hair tie me to this one spot. I can't move. Ino once again held up her famous seal. This time it's of real though. Mind transfer jutsu. The same event repeated itself as once again both bodies went limp. Sakura's body once again chuckled. I win this one forehead. She then looked at the proctor. Sakura Hurno, give up. The entire arena froze in amazement. It seemed that Ino had planned well for this fight. Sakura's body smiled. I'm tired. Time for a nap. Her body slowly fell to the ground, found itself caught by Naruto. He looked over his shoulder to Shikamaru holding Ino. They both then jumped to the platform with the other teams and leaned the two girls against the wall. Sakura's body looked up at Naruto and smiled weakly. Sorry, she had to lose whiskers. Naruto smiled back and nodded. Shoo, just get some rest now. Whiskers. When this round is over and I wake up back in my body, maybe we need to go celebrate. And I think I found a girl that will actually date you. Sakura's body then leaned against Naruto as her eyes closed. Ino woke up inside her own body again, leaned against Shikamaru. But this time he was slightly more beat up. What happened? Shikamaru looked down at her. Oh, you finally woke up? You sure are a troublesome girl. Ino frowned. Watch it, lazy bum. Shikamaru sighed. You already missed 2 more matches. Shino took out that sound guy that Naruto beat up in the forest. Then I beat the female sound ninja. Ino couldn't help but smile. You won? Yeah, against a girl. This is so troublesome. The screen flashed the next match. Yoroy Akato vs Rock Lee. Lee jumped into the air. Yash? It's finally my turn. The spectacled teammate of Kabuto remained silent as he made his way down to the stage. Lee started off but was stopped when Naruto put his hand on Lee's shoulder. Be careful, that guy's teammate felt strange. Lee nodded. Do not worry, eternal rival, my youthfulness show out flame any trickery this man will try. Everyone's sweat dropped except Guy, who was now striking the nice guy pose. Lee then made his way down to the stage. The proctor looked between the two. Ready, begin. Lee automatically attacked with a barrage of attacks. Yoroy seemed unworried as he blocked each of them. He waited for his opening and took it when he sidestepped one of Lee's attacks, shoving him to the ground and holding him down as he hand glowed with chakra. He then let out a laugh. No, you don't have any chakra. You won't be able to perform even the most simple jutsu. Lee chuckled at this. What are you laughing at? You lost, yelled Yoroy. Lee landed an elbow in the stomach of his opponent. Yoroy flew backwards at the force and landed gasping for air. Lee stood up, dusting himself off. Your unyouth-like tricks are useless against me. He then took off the weights on his arms and legs. I have never been able to use jutsu to being with. Lee vanished with speed and appeared in front of Yoroy. Lee then kicked him into the air. He unhooked his bandages before jumping up after Yoroy. Lee quickly appeared behind Yoroy as bandages began to wrap around the ladder. Sasuke may have tried to copy my moves, but let me show you the real thing. Lee wrapped his arms around Yoroy as they both spiraled towards the ground. Secondary Lotus. They hit the ground with a great impact. The entire group waited to see which if either of the participants would walk away. As the smoke cleared, Lee slowly limped out of the newly former crater. The proctor walked to the crater and looked down to see the worn-out body of Lee's opponent. He let out a cough. Winner, Rock Lee. Sakura, who had woken up about the same time as Ino, cheered, "Way to go, Lee." Lee flashed a smile and gave a thumbs up to Sakura. Naruto chuckled, "And you tell me not to encourage him." "Shut up," Sakura shot back. The next match flashed. Kiba Inuzuka vs Choji Akimichi. Hinata paled when she realized that she had not been called yet, and she knew she could not beat 2 out of the other 3 left at all. Her eyes fell onto Gaara as she shivered in fear. The event from back in the Forest of Death flashed through her memory. Begin. Hinata's thoughts were stopped when her teammates' match began. She watched as Kiba was automatically on the defense as Choji used his human meat tank jutsu. Shikamaru sighed. Kiba couldn't have picked a worse opponent. Kiba's family jutsu rallies on raw power, but there is no way he can beat Choji with power. Naruto nodded. This is going to be an uphill battle. Kiba was breathing deeply as he stared at Choji. I'm going to have to go all out. He reached into his pocket and pulled out 2 pills, downing one and feeding the others to Akamaru. Ready, Akamaru. Akamaru barked an affirmative, jumping onto Kiba's back. Kiba then preformed the required hand seals. Beast human clone. No, instead of 1 Kiba and 1 Akamaru, there were now 2 slightly more beast-like Kibas. Choji stared at the 2 and smirked. So now there is 2 of you, I'll just smash you both. His arms and feet tucked into his clothes, human meat tank. He then started to rapidly spin towards the Kibas. Kiba chuckled. Here we go, Akamaru, our trump card. Double piercing fang. He and Akamaru then became like 2 tornadoes that rapidly hit Choji dead on. The ground shook as both jutsus continued on, neither giving the other an inch. Shikamaru chuckled. The winner of this is going to win. But both are going to be in extreme pain. The crowd watched the match with interest, waiting for a sign that one of them to give. Kiba's jutsu slowly lost its speed and was pushed backwards into the wall by the human meat tank. He fell to the ground motionless. Hinata gasped, Kiba. Akamaru. She started to rush down the stairs towards her teammate. Kiba was slowly taken away as Choji was declared the winner. As the medic Nin passed Hinata, she blushed. One of them turned around. Yes? Hinata reached into her pocket, pulling out a small container of ointment. For Kiba-kun and Akamaru. The Nin smiled and nodded. They started to take Kiba away, but he stopped them. Hinata, wait. Hinata walked up to the side of him. Hinata, listen to me. This is very important. You need to give up right now. That sound guy is dangerous. And that guy from the sound won't stop till his opponent is dead. You need to forfeit. Hinata paused. Listen, I know you want to prove you're a strong shinobi, but if you get in a match with one of those 2, you're going to die. Hinata looked over her shoulder at the next match and gasped. It was too late. Kiba looked up and saw the match. No. Gaara versus Hinata Hyuga. Hinata, forfeit now. Hinata bowed her head and was about to give up when she spotted Naruto looking down at her. He never gave up once. I have to prove myself worthy of him. I have to fight this match and find a way to survive. Kiba caught Hinata's line of sight. Hinata, he's not worth your life. Don't do it. Hinata slowly started to walk towards the ring area. Ino gasped as she saw Hinata walk to her match. She had been sure she would just give up when she found out who her opponent would be. Naruto, she's going to get killed. Naruto frowned. I won't let her. He was about to jump in when Kakashi grabbed her shoulder. Gekko will stop it before she gets killed. The proctor looked between the 2. He seemed to focus slightly longer on Hinata, as if giving her one last chance to give up. He coughed. Begin. Hinata was immediately pushed against the wall by a horizontal pillar of sand. Gaara slowly yet menacingly walked towards her. When he got close enough so only Hinata could hear, he spoke. You know what I can do. Hinata gasped, trying to keep her breathe. Gaara motioned up to the people standing above them. The blonde that beat my brother. What is his name? Naruto Uzumaki, coughed Hinata. Gaara looked up at him and smirked. Naruto. He chuckled as he looked back at Hinata. It has been a long time since it has thirsted for a person's blood so much. The sand stopped as Gaara walked away. However, it does not want to taste your blood at all. You are far too weak. The proctor walked over and noticed Hinata was only slightly hurt, but this whole thing had just proved she had no chance at all. There was no need for blood or death when it could be stopped. Winner, Gaara of the Sand. Gaara stopped his journey back to his team to look at Naruto, Uzumaki. Naruto looked down at the menacing youth. I shall taste your blood. Gaara then walked back to his team. The proctor coughed. Will the last two participants please come to the arena? Hinata slowly made her way up to the watching area and leaned against the wall. Naruto sat down beside her. You okay? Hinata kept her eyes on the ground. I'm sorry, Naruto-kun. Sorry? Why? Beat him. Naruto smiled, patting her back. Don't worry. That guy is a freak. I'm be sure to get in some good punches for you when I fight him. Hinata blushed. Thank you, Naruto. Ino watched the two and smiled. She walked up and sat on the other side of Naruto. Hey, Whiskers, remember you're spending tomorrow evening with the girl I have found for you. I'm getting her to meet you at my parents' shop, so be there around 8. Naruto paled. Ino I dash. Ino gave Naruto a look telling him not to argue. If you don't show up, I'm going to hunt you down and rip off your ball. Naruto choked. Now split, I need to talk with Hinata for a second. Naruto sighed as he got up and looked down to see that the leader of the sound team had just finished off Kabuto's other opponent. Naruto thought it over. Lee, Ino, Shikamaru, the two from the sand, Choji, Sasuke, Shino, and now this guy. That makes 7 leafs, 2 sand and a sound, and only one of us isn't a rookie. This is not going to be easy. The next day, Naruto woke up stretching. It felt nice to actually sleep in his own bed. He scratched his stomach as he stood up and walked towards his closet. He picked out his usual clothes and changed before stumbling downstairs. There's my little Chunin. Naruto blushed. There was a chuckle heard from the table. Naruto looked to see Asuma sitting there drinking a cup of coffee. Naruto bowed. Asuma-sensei. Do we have a mission? Asuma shook his head. Nope, missions are off until after the final round. I just came by to congratulate you. You really pulled your match off. So did Ino and Shikamaru. Asuma chuckled. Oh, I know. Lucky me being the only sensei to have all 3 of his students move on. I guess it's just remarkable teaching. Naruto scoffed. We just got a lucky draw. Shikamaru was a definite win. Ino always beat Sakura when we were little, and I just got someone that hid behind a bunch of dolls. Asuma smirked. You did good, kid. By the way, the old man said your sensei who will be in charge of your training for the final round is waiting for you at the tower. Naruto choked. What? Asuma chuckled. Yamanaka and Nara are training with their dads. And this guy will help you out with that wild amount of chakra you have. I guess you can say he specializes in special cases. Naruto frowned. Special cases? Asuma nodded. Yeah, he has only had one other student. He then leaned back and waited for Naruto's reaction to his next statement. The 4th. Mrs. Haruno dropped the dish she was drying as Naruto was frozen still. A smile broke across his face. I'm getting trained by the guy who trained the 4th? Asuma nodded. That is if you don't make him wait too much longer. Naruto took off out the door. Naruto stood outside the Hokage's office as he heard 2 voices. So, that snake is back? Yes, and it appears he is after the Uchiha. I don't have to tell you what would happen if he had the Sharingan on his side, answered a voice that Naruto recognized as the 3rd. There was the sound of a moving chair. That sounds like your problem, not mine. Is that the reason you called me here? No, I sent you because I have a shinobi that is in need of your special style of training. Naruto moved open the door just slightly and peeked in. The 3rd was sitting behind his desk as a white-haired man paced in front of him. The man shook his head. I told you. I'm out of the whole sensei business. Sarutobi stood leaning forward and whispers something to the white-haired stranger. The man froze. You're joking, right? Sarutobi nodded towards the door. Come in, Naruto. Naruto frowned at his inability to hide as he slowly opened the door. The white-haired man raised an eyebrow. He frowned. Come here, boy, let me have a look. Naruto walked to the center of the room, still looking at the floor. The old man walked around him, rubbing his chin as he looked him up and down. When the old man finished, he sighed. Why do you waste my time, old man? Sarutobi chuckled. Because he has the potential to actually pull off some of the 4th's moves. Naruto stood in amazement. Me? Do the same moves as the fourth. The white-haired man chuckled. Like I said, wasting my time. Naruto scowled at this. Listen here, you old man. You don't know what he fourth could do. Naruto stopped when he saw the white-haired man kneeling down to his level staring at his face. The man chuckled. He definitely reminds me of the fourth. And with those whisker marks, that means you are only one person. He then chuckled. I guess I could give you a try. I'll train you until the finals, and after that I'll make my final decision. Then and only then will I teach you the 4Th's techniques. Naruto smiled brightly. Oh, thank you, sensei. The old man shook his head. Can the sensei crap? I am. The white-haired man then posed for Naruto. The toad sage, Jiraiya. Naruto looked at him, then at Sarutobi, then Jiraiya again. Are you sure about this guy, old man? He was answered with Jiraiya's fist meeting the top of his skull. Watch it, runt, or I won't show you a super cool move. He then grabbed Naruto by the back of his coat collar and dragged him out of the build. Jiraiya looked around when they exited the building. Okay, the coast is clear. He let go of Naruto and started walking off. Nice meeting you. What your name was? Good luck with the training. Naruto jumped up. What do you mean? You said you would train me. Jiraiya chuckled. That was just to get the old man to leave me alone. Catch you on the flip. Naruto frowned. Get back here, old man. Where do you think you're going? Jiraiya didn't look back as a perverted grin crossed his face. Research. Naruto ran and caught up. What kind of research? Jiraiya looked down at Naruto and frowned. This kid is cramping my style. Ask your mom when you are older. Teach me that super cool jutsu. Jiraiya scoffed. Someone like you wouldn't even have enough chakra to use it. I would if I used the red chakra. Jiraiya froze in place. Red chakra? Naruto nodded. See, there are these two types of chakra in me. My usual chakra is like blue. But then, there is this other kind. It's really big. If I had to describe it, it would be red. Jiraiya stared down at him. Two kinds of chakra. Could he already be feeding off of it? I know the old man said he was unstable, but he never mentioned this. He sighed. Fine, you bring me a little research material and we'll talk. Naruto jumped for joy at his chance. What kind of research material do you need? Jiraiya's eyes glazed over as he thought of what he was looking for in a research subject. Well, she's got to have curves like this. Jiraiya tried to mimic what he wanted with his hands. Naruto's eyes lit up. I know just the place. Follow me. Jiraiya smiled brightly. Maybe this kid has some promise after all. 30 minutes later. Jiraiya tried his best not to cry in frustration. This kid is an idiot. The two of them looked over a giant watermelon patch. Naruto stood next to the toad sage with his hands on his hips, smiling proudly. That was until Jiraiya reintroduced Naruto's skull with his fist. Oh, what is that for? Jiraiya started walking off mumbling. I knew this was a waste of time. Don't they have enough curves for you? Jiraiya turned. I meant feminine curves. Like women. Naruto stared at him. Oh, you're a pervert like Uncle Kakashi and Old Man Hokage. Jiraiya sighed. I'm not a pervert. I happen to need those kind of things for my writing. Writing? Jiraiya posed again. I happen to also be Jiraiya, the other of Come, Paradise. Naruto sighed. Those books? Jiraiya smiled. You know them then. I must say I didn't think my fans were so young, but Uncle Kakashi reads them. He sighed again. If I can get you a beautiful girl, will you then train me? Jiraiya nodded. One more shot, kid. Naruto then made a few seals. CC Jutsu. Naruto was quickly replaced by a beautiful naked blonde-haired female. Blood started to trickle down Jiraiya's nose. So is this good enough, Jiraiya-sama? The female asked sweetly. Jiraiya shot her a pair of thumbs up. Perfect. Naruto turned back to normal and looked at his watch. Good then. I'll see you tomorrow then, Arrow Sennin. What? I got to be at Ino's house in 2 hours, and if I'm late she'll kill me. Jiraiya chuckled as he followed Naruto. Fine then, so see your girlfriend. Naruto blushed. She's not my girlfriend. Really? So tell me about what happened. She said she found a girl to go out with me and said to met her at Ino's shop. Jiraiya chuckled. So, your friend has a friend who wants to date you, and you're meeting this person at your friend's shop? Naruto nodded. Jiraiya chuckled. Sounds to me like your friend wants to date you but is too scared to say anything. Naruto froze in his steps. Wait, that would mean I would be going out with Ino-chan. A smile crossed his face and he took off running. See you tomorrow, Ero Sennin. Naruto ran all the way home and up to his room. He picked out a black pair of pants and an orange button-up shirt his mom Ann picked out for him. He took a quick shower before getting changed and coming downstairs. He passed Sakura as he headed out the door. Where you going, baby brother? Naruto smiled. I got a date tonight. Ero Sennin said it might be with Ino. He then took off out of the house. Sakura paled. This is not good. 10 minutes later. Naruto stood in front of Ino's parents' shop. He knocked quietly. He heard someone on the other side and the door opened to reveal Ino's dad. Naruto bowed. Mr. Yamanaka. Inoichi chuckled. Naruto, I haven't seen you in a while. I take it you're a part of this little thing my daughter has come up with? Naruto nodded. Yes, sir. He looked around the shop. Mom always told me that a guy is supposed to bring flowers or something on these type of things. Inoichi chuckled. Oh, of course. Let's see what we have. He looked around a few moments before starting to pick up a few violets. Naruto shook his head and picked out a variety of wild flowers. She'll like this better. Inoichi raised an eyebrow as he looked at the boy. Why did he pick out Ino's favorite? The flowers I picked would go much better with the Hyuga. Naruto reached for his wallet but Inoichi shook his head. Free of charge. Think of it as me saying good luck. There was another knock. Naruto turned wondering who it was. Inoichi answered the door as Shikamaru walked in. He looked more than uncomfortable in a dress shirt and pants. Shikamaru looked at Naruto. Yo, Uzumaki. Congratulations on advancing onto the next round. Naruto nodded. Yeah, you too. What is Shikamaru doing here? Inoichi walked to the stairs that led to house part of the shop. Ino, they're here. You two ready? Naruto raised an eyebrow too? Ino's voice came back. Yeah, we'll be right down. Naruto was starting to get confused now. Why is Shikamaru here? Did Ino find him a date too? I bet that is what she wanted to talk with Hinata about. The sounds of people coming down the stairs brought him out of his thought process. He looked up and found himself speechless as he looked at Ino wearing a beautiful yellow dress. She moved to the side to reveal Hinata had been wearing a matching purple dress and was hiding behind Ino. Ino walked up to Naruto. Naruto almost gave her the flowers he got before Ino spoke. Naruto, you know Hinata, she's the girl I told you about. Wait, that means Ino's not my date, she's... Inoichi noticed the shock and then sadness that crossed Naruto's face. Oh no, he thought. The only sound was that of flowers hitting the floor, and Naruto running out. Ino looked down at the flowers. Those are my favorites. Did he think Hinata would like them too? Ino looked back at an embarrassed Hinata. It had taken Ino all day to convince the Hyuga heiress that everything would go fine. And now here they were and Naruto had ran out. Shikamaru sighed. How troublesome. I guess I should go find the idiot. He started to leave but Ino stopped him. Walk Hinata home, I'll take care of this. Ino then looked back at Hinata. I'm so sorry this happened. When I find him, I'm going to kick his butt. Peel, please don't hate Hinata-kun, begged Hinata. He just doesn't see me that way. It was obvious to everyone that even thought she was trying to act strong. Hinata was heartbroken. Shikamaru took her arm and led her towards her house. Ino growled. Ino. Ino turned to her father who was now cleaning up the flowers that had been dropped. Give him a chance to explain before you start throwing punches. Remember what I taught you about first impressions. Ino frowned. Yes, father. Ino then took off out the door towards the one place she knew she would find Naruto. 15 minutes later, on top of the Hokage monument. Ino smirked as she walked up to Naruto who was sitting right where she knew he would be. Right on top of the 4Th's head. She stopped though when she heard sniffling. Naruto? Naruto did his best to quickly wipe away the tears and turned around. Ino. I guess you're here to yell at me. Ino sat down beside him. It matters what kind of excuse you have come up with. Naruto looked down at the village. Ino, please don't ever do that again. Ino frowned. I take it you don't want me to set you up with Hinata. Naruto shook his head. With anyone. Ino looked at him confused. Why? Naruto held the spot above his heart. It hurts too much. It just reminds me that no matter how hard I try, no matter how strong I get, I will always just be second best. Second best? Naruto, Hinata has had a crush on you since we were little kids. She worships you. Naruto nodded. I should go apologize to her then. I know what it feels like to be rejected like that. What do you mean rejected? Did you ask a girl out and get turned down? Naruto shook his head. Then what? You're too scared or something? It's not like that, yelled Naruto. Don't you get it? I'm the Kyuubi, okay? I know how she would look at me if I told her. Those same eyes you use when I changed in the forest. So there is someone. Naruto sighed and nodded. Naruto, you don't know Dash. Even if I wasn't some cursed freak, she still loves someone else. So I don't stand a chance with her. With who? Naruto stood up, dusting himself off. Just promise never to do that again. You didn't. Dash. Ino looked up and saw the pleading eyes of Naruto. Ino, I'm begging you as my best friend, just stay out of this one. Please. Ino bowed her head and nodded. Okay, Whiskers. Naruto smiled and held out a hand to help her up. She accepted. When they were both standing, Naruto hugged her tight. I didn't get a chance to tell you you looked nice tonight. Ino hugged him back. If you ever change your mind about Hinata, just let me know and I'll try to make things happen. Naruto smiled down at her. Thanks. They then both separated and went their separate ways. It would be an understatement to say that Sakura was worried about her brother when he came home that night. He was covered in dirt and with red eyes. It was obvious he had been crying. She was afraid of this. She had told her mom about the situation the second Naruto left. When he came back, they exchanged glances before Sakura went forward with their plan of action. She hugged him tightly. Didn't go well? Naruto hugged her tight as he shook his head. I'm an idiot and just let my emotions get the better of me. Naruto Dash, started Sakura. Naruto let her go and started up the stairs towards his room. I should get to sleep. I want to get an early start on my training tomorrow. His family remained silent as he walked to his room and changed before laying down on his bed. He sighed. Pathetic? He then rolled over before going to sleep. At Ino's house. Ino walked into her house. She looked at the table next to the door and saw a bouquet of crushed flowers in a vase. She walked up looking at it. Did you find him? Ino was startled by the voice of her father. She turned and nodded. Yeah, same place as usual. She then looked back at the flowers. Why did you bring them here? Inoichi chuckled before walking back to his bedroom. Because he bought them for you. Ino stared at the flowers. For me? Did he think? She frowned. Uzumaki, we're going to have a talk. Naruto looked around trying to spot his new sensei. He was perched on top of Hokage Tower and still saw no sign of the Toad Sage. Who are we looking for? Came a voice beside him. Naruto turned his head to see Jiraiya looking out over the city. There you old arrow senin. A vein appeared on Jiraiya's forehead. I'm not so sure I like that name. How did your date go last night? Naruto frowned. Well, you were wrong, old man. She ended up asking one of our friends to go out with me. Ino was going to go out with our other teammate. Jiraiya rubbed his chin and nodded. Ah, I see. And who did she bring for you? Naruto shrugged. Just a friend of ours. Her name is Hinata. Jiraiya chuckled. Hinata? The only girl I know by that name is the heiress to the Hyuga clan. Naruto nodded. Yeah, she's nice and everything but Dash. Jiraiya coked. Wait, you mean to tell me you went out with H-Hive heiress of the most powerful clan in Konoha? Naruto scratched his head. Are they really that strong? Jiraiya sighed. My new student is really an idiot, isn't he? Naruto stood up, brushing himself off. It doesn't matter. Teach me a new jutsu, old man. Jiraiya stood up. You need to learn some respect. Why would I respect someone who stalks pretty girls and watches them to get research for his precious dirty books? Jiraiya scowled. Well, if you see it that way, maybe I won't show you the summoning jutsu. Naruto's eyes went wide. You mean that thing that Uncle Kakashi does to call the dogs? Jiraiya nodded. So you want to learn? Naruto's eyes grew large. Oh yes, please teach me, oh great toad sage. Jiraiya smirked. That's more like it. Follow me. Jiraiya then jumped off the tower and head for a more secluded part of the village. Inside Hokage Tower, Sarutobi watched as Jiraiya and Naruto headed off towards the training area. He smirked. So, you're going to start off by teaching him that? He then looked over at the wall holding the pictures of the Hokages. More specifically, he stared at the picture of the fourth. You were right about him. He has the potential to be a great shinobi. Greater than me or Jiraiya, perhaps greater than even you. Hokage-sama? Sarutobi turned and smiled at the other occupant of the room. Oh, forgive me. People tend to get a little more sentimental the older they got. Now what did you want, Mrs. Haruno? Mrs. Haruno took a deep breath. I want to tell Naruto about his father. I think he's old enough now. Sarutobi seemed to think it over. Do you realize what kind of danger that could put him in? The fourth had many enemies, some of which we have not had communications with since. Mrs. Haruno nodded. I think he deserves it. Sarutobi took a deep breath. I will have to speak with the council about this. Part of the decision is theirs. And if they don't want him to know. Sarutobi took almost a prophetic puff of his pipe. Then there is one way around that. The motions have already been made for that. At the training ground, Jiraiya seemed to be overly distracted by a group of young women playing in the river on the other side of the hedges. Naruto scowled with his arms crossed staring at him. I came here to learn, old man, not watch girls. Jiraiya waved him away with his hand. Shook kid, they might hear you. He then looked back. Oh, so beautiful. I truly missed this part of Konoha. He then started to drool. Oh yes, so many parts. He was distracted when a pair of feminine hands covered his eyes. A smirk appeared. I was wondering when you would come out, my lovely. He turned to see his new favorite source of research only to see Naruto had already transformed back. He scowled. No fair, Naruto. Naruto continued to frown at Jiraiya. Teach me. Jiraiya sighed. You're not going to give up, are you? Naruto remained firm. He then walked next to the river and sighed. Okay, watch closely cause I am only going to do this once. He flashed through the hand signs and shoved his palm into the ground, summoning jutsu. There was a puff of smoke and a fairly good-sized toad appeared with a scroll in his mouth. The frog's tongue extended and placed the scroll at Naruto's feet. Jiraiya crossed his arms. Open it and sign your name. But it have to be in blood. Then below it you must place your fingerprints of the hand you want to use for the jutsu. Naruto did as he was told. When he was finished, the scroll rolled up and vanished. Jiraiya kept his arms crossed. Okay, give it a try. Naruto made the same seals Jiraiya had and moved his palm into the ground, summoning jutsu. There was a puff of smoke. When it vanished, all there was a tiny tadpole. Jiraiya's sweat dropped. You really are hopeless, aren't you? Naruto scowled. What did I do wrong? Jiraiya sighed. Let me put it this way. The more chakra you put into the summoning, the bigger the summoning. If you use enough chakra, you can actually summon the summon's boss. Not enough chakra and well dash. Jiraiya looked down at the tadpole that was flopping on the ground. Naruto frowned. So, I need to put more chakra into it? Jiraiya nodded. Naruto tried it again. This time the tadpole had a back pair of legs. Jiraiya sighed. More chakra if you would please. Naruto shook his head. But that was all my chakra. Jiraiya sighed and rubbed his forehead. Which chakra are you using? My usual chakra. Jiraiya shook his head. No, use the other kind. But I don't know how. Jiraiya hung his head. You are possibly the most worthless student I have ever had. Look, let me put it this way. Most shinobi have to work hard on chakra control to make sure they don't run out of chakra in a battle. However, you are a special case, kid. You have such a huge reserve. If you actually learn to tap into it, you would be able to touch places almost no one would ever be able to get to. Naruto listened on in amazement. That's inside of me? Jiraiya nodded. Yes, and before I teach you anything else, you have to learn how to access the red chakra. He then turned back towards the hedges. I'll leave that part up to you. And during that I will continue in my research. And thus began Naruto's training with the perverted frog hermit. Naruto sat at his favorite ramen bar stuffing his face with ramen with his new sensei. Life could not be better. After they got done, Jiraiya had promised to show Naruto a trick that would help him with the summoning jutsu. Jiraiya looked at his student. So tell me about this Yamanaka girl. Naruto choked as a red tint appeared on his cheeks. Ino-chan? Jiraiya smirked as he watched his student. Who else? Well dash. Yo Whiskers. Ino stepped through the entrance of the ramen bar. Naruto blushed. Hey Ino-chan. Ino sat on the other side of Naruto. So, how is your training going? You know the finals are in a few days. Naruto nodded. Of course Ino-chan. I'll be ready for it. Jiraiya smirked. As long as you can learn this jutsu. Naruto let out a low growl as his sensei seemed to be trying to embarrass him in front of his teammate plus his crush. Jiraiya smirked as he looked at Ino. So, you the idiot's teammate? Ino nodded. Yes, Ino Yamanaka. She stood and bowed to the older man. Jiraiya chuckled as he stood and started for the door. I should have guessed. Come on boy, we have training to do. He then walked out the door conveniently forgetting to pay. Naruto paid the tab and ran out after his sensei. Hey old man. Jiraiya mock sighed. Are you ever going to call me sensei or Jiraiya-sama or something that could not be considered an insult? Naruto scowled. You didn't pay the bill. Jiraiya continues to walk. I don't recall ever saying that it was my treat. Thanks for the food, kid. Well, what was with you trying to embarrass me in front of Ino-chan? Jiraiya's face grew serious for a moment but then went back to annoyed. Trust me, kid. Nothing good comes from blondes. They always end up telling you to drop dead. What do you mean? Jiraiya started for the training ground again. Anything else you want to do today, kiddo? Naruto thought it over and shook his head. Jiraiya raised an eyebrow. You sure? I don't want you to regret anything. They were now outside the main part of the village. Naruto was curious now. Regret anything? Jiraiya faced him and smirked. Maybe you want to go give you little sweetheart a hug or kiss? Naruto blushed and shook his head. Jiraiya sighed. Well then I hope you accept my apology then. Apology for dash. Naruto was cut short when Jiraiya punched him in the stomach. Jiraiya sighed. Sorry kiddo. Time to take things to the next level. He then looked to the side. Don't worry. He'll give you a good battle. He then walked off as a gust of sand blew the other way. Jiraiya set Naruto on the ground and then took a deep breath. Here we go, everything or nothing. He then went to retrieve a bucket of water which he then dumped on Naruto. Oi brat, wake up. Naruto woke up with a surprised look. He then saw Jiraiya. Hey old man, what was with hitting me like that? Jiraiya bent down to his level. I looked into the people who were in the tournament. Truth is you could beat quiet a few of them. Naruto smiled proudly. However, if you the Uchiha or that Sangenin, then you're dead. Naruto frowned. Jiraiya smirked. Unless of course I do this. He then thumped Naruto on the chest, sending him flying backwards. Naruto flew through the forest and came out and floated above a gigantic gorge before plummeting. He screamed for the toad sage to help him. Jiraiya looked down from the top. Now it's all up to you, kid. Naruto tried his best to maneuver himself to the edge of the wall of the cliff. He tried to grip the sides of the cliff while applying chakra to his hands. His hands slipped on the slime on the sides of the wall and continued to fall. Jiraiya chuckled. Nice try, kid, but there's only one way out of this. Naruto started to panic now. You old perverted freak. I'm going to die like this. He then went to his last option. He tried doing what Jiraiya had taught him. He flashed through the hand seals and moved them below him, summoning jutsu. Instead of a toad or a tadpole appearing, he blacked out. Inside Naruto regained consciousness and found himself in what appeared to be some kind of sewer. He stood and looked around. He suddenly heard some kind of rumbling coming from ahead and followed it. He soon found himself in front of a giant gate that was being held shut by a scroll with the word seal written on it. The rumbling seemed to be coming from the other side. That's when he heard the voice. Step closer, boy. Naruto slowly obeyed the voice but jumped back just in time to avoid a gigantic claw almost ripping him to shreds. Naruto looked up and saw a maniacal smile with a pair of eyes looking down at him. As his eyes adjusted, he could see that it was indeed the Kyuubi that had been sealed inside of him. "Come here, you little runt, so I can rip you to shreds and feast on your flesh." Naruto stood and brushed himself off. He then remembered Jiraiya's words. Most shinobi have to work hard on chakra control to make sure they don't run out of chakra in a battle. However, you are a special case, kid. You have such a huge reserve. If you actually learn to tap into it, you would be able to touch places almost no one would ever be able to get to. Before I teach you anything else, you have to learn how to access the red chakra. I'll leave that part up to you. Naruto looked on to the Kyuubi growling with anger. The red chakra? Is it the fox's chakra? Might as well give it a try. Listen here, fuzzball. You're living in my body and it's time you start paying me for it. The Kyuubi crashed against the bars in anger. You little brat. Let me out of here right now so I can kill you. Naruto looked on and smirked, making sure to keep his distance. You can't get out unless I let you. So give me some of your chakra or we're both going to die. Don't be so foolish. Naruto's smirk grew. You're linked to me, right? So if my body is crushed and I die, then I wonder what would happen to you. The Kyuubi growled in frustration. Fine, I shall lend you some of my chakra. Naruto was surrounded in red. After a few moments, there was a great flash. The next thing Naruto knew, he was back in the real world on the head of a gigantic toad. Day before the final round. Naruto slowly opened his eyes and looked around. He smiled. The last thing he remembered was hearing Gamabunta say that he would serve him after all. He looked to his side to see his mom and sister both sitting in chairs asleep. He moved slightly and winced. The doctor says you overdid yourself and to take today to rest. Naruto froze at the voice. He turned to his other side to see Shikamaru sitting back staring at the roof while the one who spoke, Ino, was right beside him. Naruto smiled. Don't you two get overconfident. I will beat both your buttes tomorrow. Shikamaru sighed and stood starting for the door. You're a very troublesome person, Uzumaki. He then opened the door and walked out. Naruto was now extremely nervous, seeing the fact that the only two awake people in the room were him and Ino. He looked at her and smiled nervously. How's things going with the bum? Ino blushed slightly. What do you mean? Well, he was going to take you out that night, right? Ino coughed and looked away as her blush grew. Well, we were just going to go and make sure everything went well with you and Hinata. Helping out a teammate or anything. A thought then hit her. Speaking of that night, what was with my dad saying you bought me flowers? Naruto paled. Well, I didn't buy them for you. Ino raised an eyebrow. So you bought my favorite flowers for someone else? Naruto chuckled nervously. What? You see, you're like the only girl I know except my sister. So I thought that if you liked those flowers, then so would other girls. Ino's eyebrows narrowed as she seemed to process the answer. You're a hopeless case, you know that, Whiskers? She laughed. I think my dad thought you had a crush on me or something. Her laughter grew. How stupid would that be? You having a crush on me? Naruto tried his best to hide the hurt. Yeah, that would be pretty weird, huh? Yeah, it would be like dating my brother. Naruto winced slightly, but it went unnoticed. He heard a rustle on his other side and saw his mom slowly starting to wake up. She slowly opened her eyes and looked at him. She smiled. You gave your mother quite a scare. Naruto bowed his head. Sorry? Naruto. And thus Naruto was made aware of his sister being awake as she lunged towards him, hugging him tight. Mrs. Haruno cleared her voice. Sakura let him go and looked at her mother. Mrs. Haruno smiled at her daughter. Why don't you and Ino go get your brother something to eat? Sakura nodded and her and Ino were off. Mrs. Haruno then looked at her son. Naruto, there's something that I need to tell you. Naruto listened. Mrs. Haruno took a deep breath. When I adopted you, I got this letter from your real father. Naruto's eyes went wide. My dad? Mrs. Haruno nodded. He asked for me to take care of you because he couldn't. See, your dad died during the Kyuubi attack. Naruto frowned. Yet another person I killed. But his death was special. See, your dad's death ended the battle. Naruto was curious now. Mrs. Haruno took one last big breath. Naruto, your father was the fourth. Naruto sat there in awe. My dad was the greatest shinobi ever? Mrs. Haruno took his hand trying to comfort him. He didn't want you to know until you were old enough to protect yourself if his enemies found out he had a son that was still alive. He left you a lot of money and I think there is even a house. Naruto nodded, slowly processing everything. The third is talking with the council to formally acknowledge you as the 4th's son. That's all the letter said. We don't know who your mother was. Naruto smiled softly at his mom. Mrs. Haruno looked at him with teary eyes. What? Naruto was starting to tear up as well. You're the one who raised me. I don't care who my real mother is. You'll always be my mother. Mrs. Haruno smiled, embracing her son. I want you to know that I am extremely proud of you. Naruto hugged her back. Tomorrow is the big day. And if I am the 4th's son, then I will have to live up to that name. Naruto woke up fairly early the next morning. He quickly got dressed in his best orange jumpsuit, making sure to load the pockets with extra kunai. He made his way downstairs to see Sakura and his mom all at the table. They both seemed to be waiting on him. He then noticed that Sakura had some lunches packed. What are those for? Sakura smiled. For us to eat in between your matches, silly. Mom will have to leave after your first match cause she has something to take care of, but I will be there cheering you on. Naruto blushed at his family's support. Thanks. Mrs. Haruno bent down and hugged him tight. I am so very proud of you no matter what happens today. Naruto smiled and blushed. But I can't help but feel sorry for all those young shinobi when my baby ends up winning this round. Naruto blushed more. Mom. Mrs. Haruno smiled and led the two outside. As they walked, Mrs. Haruno seemed to be about 5 feet ahead of them. Sakura glanced at her brother. I didn't tell her about that sand guy. She would worry if she knew about him. Naruto nodded. Thanks. But don't worry, I will kick his butt when the time comes. Sakura nodded. Who you got first round? Naruto thought back to when they drew lots. He had been slightly upset when he saw his opponent. However, he also knew this was one of the people he would get a chance to show off his skill against. Lee. Sakura stopped in her walk. Lee? Naruto smirked. Lee Kuin, is it now? When did this happen? Sakura blushed. He came to save me from those sound shinobi. I hope he's okay. Naruto nodded. Yes, he pulled out the secondary lotus twice in a couple days. I bet his muscles were hurting for at least a week after that. You should have the advantage since Lee can't use chakra, stated Sakura. Naruto shook his head. I've thought it over. If he can't use chakra, neither will I. Sakura looked at him in surprise. What? Naruto kept walking as if he just stated something as obvious as the color of the sky. I'm not going to use chakra. It should be a good test of my taijutsu, plus it will allow me to save my more special tricks for the later rounds. Sakura smiled. My brother is thinking ahead for once. Everyone else is in trouble. Naruto smiled back and nodded. 1 hour later. All the finalists had arrived except for Sasuke. Naruto frowned at this. This was a rare shot for him to get his hands on the Uchiha and not get in trouble. The proctor walked up. Okay, listen up. These are the rules. There are 6 first-round fights, 3 second-round, and the final will be a 3-way battle. As Lord Hokage has already stated, even if you lose you may still be promoted to Chunin. However, the longer you last in the tournament the more chance you have to show off your skills. He then looked down the line. I see Sasuke Uchiha isn't here yet. If he does not arrive in time for his match, he will be disqualified. Everyone nodded. The proctor smirked. Try your best and use every trick you have. Hold nothing back. This match will end if I so say that it is over or if you kill your opponent. If I say the match is over, it is over. I will not listen to any arguments. Now let's begin. Everyone but Naruto Uzumaki and Rock Lee, please go to the observation deck. Everyone started to file out as Naruto and Lee lined up facing one another. They both entered a taijutsu stance. Lee raised an eyebrow. You are going to fight me head-on? Naruto nodded. It's the best way to fight you. We both know each other too well to fall for any tricks. Genma looked at the two and smirked. Well, then if you two are ready, let's begin. Both Naruto and Lee rushed forwards, both ready to punch their opponents. They used one hand to swing and one hand to block their opponent's punch. Thus, there they were holding each other's fist in one hand and trying to break their opponent's grip with the other. Sakura gasped at the two, "They're even." "Yes," came the voice behind her and Mrs. Haruno's seats. Sakura turned to see Guy standing there smiling down at the two. She stood and bowed, "Guy-sensei." Guy looked at her and smiled brightly, "My two students are both very strong." He looked back down at the two. "It is true I have taught Naruto much longer, but in 1 year Lee has caught up to Naruto's level. They are both truly geniuses at hard work." Naruto growled as he tried to push harder. "What's the score, Lee?" Lee smirked. "Right, not it is 25, this will prove who the better one is." Naruto smirked. "Then why don't we give these people a show?" Lee's eyes flew open, "But Guy-sensei dash." Naruto motioned up to Guy watching. "He's watching us, Lee. Let's show him how much we have grown." Lee looked up to Guy, who just smiled and nodded. Guy chuckled. "You're going to truly see something amazing now." Naruto and Lee both jumped backwards. Naruto took off his jacket while Lee took off his wrists and legs bands. Sakura raised an eyebrow. What difference would? Both dropped the clothing they removed. The ground shook as they hit the ground. Sakura's eyes were wide now. How heavy? Naruto stretched his arms and cracked his neck. "Been a while since we went all out, right, Lee?" Lee nodded. The wind blew across the field as neither moved. A leaf slowly floated across the field in between the two. It slowly started to fall to the ground. When it hit the ground, both Naruto and Lee vanished and a great crash and force was felt in the middle of the field. There were Naruto and Lee fighting again, but this time almost too fast to see. Naruto ducked a roundhouse by Lee and went for a palm move to the stomach, but Lee put his hands on Naruto's shoulder and used it to flip himself over Naruto and then try for the leaf great whirlwind from behind. Naruto threw up an arm blocking the first kick and used his arm to block and trapped the second, freezing the action as everyone watched in amazement. The crowd was silent for a second before cheering erupted from the crowd. Naruto smirked. "We're showing them now, Lee. Let's make a promise her. Whoever wins this match will win this round. We can't let any of the so-called geniuses beat us after working so hard." Lee nodded. Naruto let Lee go as they both jumped backwards again. Naruto smirked. "You're proving yourself to be a great shinobi." Lee nodded. "That means in order to beat me there is one thing you must do." Lee and Naruto looked up at Guy for permission. Guy smiled and nodded. "It's going to end soon." Sakura looked at him. "What do you mean?" "They both have tons of energy left." Guy smirked. "Not after this." Lee's eyes widened as he started to focus. Naruto smirked as he prepared himself. "If I get past this move, then I win. If I don't, then I am not ready to be a Chunin." The aura around Lee exploded as he opened the first gate. Sakura's eyes widened. "What's happening?" Guy smirked. "He is opening the 8 gates. It's a forbidden jutsu, but I felt it necessary to teach it to Lee." Naruto said it was a stupid technique and refused to learn it. Sakura tried to remember anything about this from the academy. 8 gates? Guy nodded. "Yes, there are 8 gates inside the body that regulate chakra control. If they are opened, then it allows a sudden burst of energy and speed." Lee screamed as he opened the next gate. Guy smirked. "Lee can open 5 right now." Sakura looked on. Why did Naruto think it was stupid? Guy frowned. "My eternal rival spoke with Naruto." At first Naruto wished to learn this technique, but Kakashi used his super hip attitude to advise him otherwise. "My rival does not believe the cost is worth the effects." Cost? Lee opened the 3rd and 4th gate and his skin started to change to a more reddish tint. Guy frowned. "It is true this technique gives you power, but it comes with a cost. The gates are there for a reason. They help the user from injuring their bodies. With each gate that opens, the higher the risk. If someone opens the 8th gate, it is said they will become more powerful than the Kages themselves. However, this is only temporary. After the 8th gate's effects wear off, the user will die." Sakura and Mrs. Haruno gasped. Guy was face to face with an enraged Mrs. Haruno. "You tried to teach my baby boy that?" Guy paled. "Yes, but my eternal rival dash." Guy could not finish as he was caught by a punch from Mrs. Haruno. She then huffed and sat back down. Lee's eyes grew wider when he opened the fifth gate. Naruto crouched, "Here he comes." Lee disappeared from sight. Naruto looked around and mumbled, "Too fast." Then the voice came from behind Naruto, "Come now, Naruto? Have you already lost me? And I haven't even started." Lee then kicked Naruto high into the air. Naruto was then bounced around in the middle of the air as Lee continuously vanished and reappeared to only hit him again. Mrs. Haruno was tearing up. "Why didn't the proctor stopping this? My baby is going to die." Naruto closed his eyes in pain and winced in pain. "I have to beat him." He paused in the air and Lee appeared delivering the finals blows, sending Naruto to the ground. Primary Lotus. The crowd grew silent at the great crash. Gunma frowned as he looked at one motionless body in a wooded area and one that appeared to be having his muscles ripped to pieces. He raised his hand, match dash. "Wait!" The crowd gasped as Naruto slowly stood limping around just slightly. Gunma looked on. "Who did you dash?" Lee grunted. "The limbs. They may have hurt him, but they sped him down just enough." Naruto chuckled and smirked. "Sorry, Lee, looks like I lucked out here." He then fell to the ground, sitting up, looked at Lee. Lee winced as he tried to move, but his muscles refused to move. Gunma looked at the two and sighed, "I'm calling the match. Rock Lee is too injured to continue. So, I guess the winner is Uzumaki Naruto." "Way to go, Whiskers." Naruto was met on the viewing deck by his female teammate. She hugged him tightly and then pulled back, revealing a giant smile. Naruto reveled in the feeling of warmth that came with the hug. He smiled down at her, trying his best to force a blush not to appear. Thankfully, his rescue came at that moment. "Naruto!" Sakura burst through the door and took Ino's spot, hugging her big brother. "You did so great." Naruto hugged his sister back and smiled at his mom as she stood at the entrance. "Thanks." Sakura pulled back and smiled. "I can't believe how strong you are. You even beat that move that Likuin used." Naruto blushed at the praise and scratched the back of his head. "It was nothing, I dash." He stopped when he suddenly felt an increase of killer intent. His eyes scanned the room till he felt a pair of eyes staring at him with complete rage and hatred. "The Sand Shinobi." He frowned and looked at his family. "Well, I'm not sure if family is allowed up here. Why don't you two leave?" "But dash," Sakura started, but then she noticed the urgency in Naruto's voice. She then noticed emotion with his eyes. She followed and saw Gaara staring at them with interest. She shuddered. She took her mom's hand. "Yeah, Mom. Come on, we wouldn't want to get Naruto disqualified." Mrs. Haruno looked between the two and shrugged. "I'm very proud of you. I'll be home when you get back. I want play-by-play when you get there." Naruto returned the hug, keeping an eye on Gaara. The killer intent grew slightly. Naruto released the hug, and the two visitors left. A voice came from the side, "A little advice." Naruto looked to his side and saw Temari sitting there polishing his fan. Gaara really hates affectionate moments, especially the family kind. It would be best if you remembered that. Naruto nodded. "And don't think that I am telling you this out of kindness either," Temari finished polishing. "I just don't feel like cleaning off the blood today." She then stood and rejoined her brother. Ino eyed Temari as she walked off. "What did the Sand Witch want?" Naruto kept his eyes on Gaara. "You in the same bracket as Gaara?" Ino nodded. "Think I would fight him in the second round if we both got that far." "If you get there, quit?" Ino frowned. "What? And blow my chances at a promotion?" Naruto nodded, still not taking his eyes off of Gaara. "He wants two people right now. And it is dangerous for anyone who stands in his way." Shikamaru sighed from the observation deck. "They just postponed the Uchihas match. It's like we're just here as a sideshow. How troublesome." Naruto raised an eyebrow. "I thought Chuji's match was before Sasuke's?" Shikamaru sighed. "That match was over in seconds. That sound guy used that thing on his arm to vibrate Chuji's body and knock him out." He then looked at Gaara and sighed. "I'm sure that doesn't go over well with him." Naruto shook his head. "He wants to fight Sasuke. If he wins because Sasuke doesn't show up, he'll probably try to kill the entire stadium." Shikamaru sighed again. "How troublesome." The proctor called for the next match. Shino Aburame vs Ino Yamanaka. Shino looked over at Ino and then jumped off the platform, landing on the testing ground. Ino rolled her eyes. Boys? Always with the dramatic entrance. She then walked out of the room, walking down the stairs. She slowly made her way to the testing ground and stood opposite Shino. Ino smirked. I'm not going to lose to some boy that plays with bugs. Shino remained emotionless. Trust me, Yamanaka, you will soon find out that I do not play at all. The proctor looked between the two. Begin. Ino jumped backwards and landed in the wooded area. If I can sneak around and take my time, I can catch him with my mind possession jutsu. Her thoughts were interrupted by a loud buzzing. She looked to her side to see a swarm of bugs heading right for you. She disappeared again, but the second she settled in her new location, the bugs were there. How are they? Must be luck. She tried to hide again, only to be met with the same bugs yet again. They'll find you not matter what, came the monotone voice of Shino, who was still standing in the same spot he started at. Ino tried to move again, but the bugs once again quickly found her. How? Check your forehead protector, advised Shino. Ino looked at her forehead protector to find a small bug sitting on it. When did you dash? When you were busy speaking with your team, I planted it on you. The male of the species releases a certain pheromone that attracts the female without fail. Ino paled. Shino smirked behind his coat. I'll give you a chance to give up before my bugs devour your chakra. The proctor sighed. No need. Looks like you've reached the end of your journey, Yamanaka. Without being able to be still long enough to use your family's jutsu, you have no chance. Winner, Shino Aburame. Shikamaru looked down at the grounds and sighed, completely outclassed. Naruto nodded. Yeah, but she did good for her first year. One of only 2 girls to make it to the final round. And what is that supposed to mean? Naruto and Shikamaru looked to see Temari standing there, obviously offended. They both choked. Naruto tried to explain. Well, you see dash. Temari waved it off. Save it, punk. I'll take it out on your teammate there, then I'm coming for you. I'll show you how strong a real female is. She then jumped down to the battlefield. Shikamaru sighed. Did you have to get your angry? How troublesome. He then looked over at Ino, who had just arrived. She seemed slightly disappointed. He sighed. You did well for yourself, Ino. Ino blushed. Shikamaru-kun? Shikamaru frowned. There you go with that troubling suffix again. But dash. Naruto smirked. Flirt with your girlfriend later, you have a match to win. He then gave Shikamaru a little too hard pat on his back. Shikamaru fell forward and out of the viewing deck. He hit the battlefield and sighed. Stupid Uzumaki. She's not even my girlfriend. Such a thing would be too troublesome. He then stood dusting himself off and looking at Temari. Why do I always have to fight the girls? Pick it up, runts, yelled the pug as he continued to follow the scent of Sasuke. If they keep this pace, we won't be able to catch them. Pakun picked up pace and just hoped the others could keep up. Naruto, Sasuke, and Shikamaru picked up their pace. Naruto had been silent the entire time. That guy. I have never felt anything like that from anyone else. Just me. Does that mean he has something inside of him like I do? Shikamaru sighed. How troublesome. Sakura and Naruto looked over at him. Shikamaru frowned. Those people behind us are catching up. And they're probably Chunin too. This is so troublesome. You're wrong, kid, corrected Pakun. Their movements are too good for Chunin. I'm having trouble keeping up with them. So that means dash, started Sakura. Shikamaru sighed. We're messing with Jounins. Man, this is so troublesome. Pakun nodded. We can't worry about them right now. The ones up front have picked up speed. But if they catch up with us, we will be slaughtered, stated Sakura. We need to set up an ambush or something. Pakun shook his head. If we stop, then we will never catch up with Sasuke and the others. Shikamaru sighed. That means one of us will have to stay behind and set up the ambush while the others continue on. Sakura nodded. Yeah, one of us will hang back and catch the Jounin from behind. Shikamaru nodded. Yes, it will slow them down, but not for long. One of us doesn't stand a chance against a Jounin, even less against 2 squads. What do you mean? Asked Naruto. This is our town. We have to know something they don't. Shikamaru looked at his teammate. That's true. We grew up here and would definitely know the area better than any outside source. But the problem is we're not dealing with an outside source. Everyone froze in shock. Don't forget that their leader is Orochimaru. He used to be a leaf shinobi himself. He knows these woods as well, if not better than we do. He must have sent his squads through rigorous training. We won't be able to fool them. But that means started Sakura. Shikamaru nodded. The one that stays behind will slow down the squads but not stop them. They will more than likely die. The three genin looked at each others. They knew Pakun had to continue the search, so one of them would have to sacrifice their lives for the better of the team. It was something that had been taught thousands of times in the academy, but right now it was real. Naruto looked at his sister. I couldn't let one of my family die if I could stop it. Sakura You and Naruto go ahead, finished Shikamaru. Naruto and Sakura looked at Shikamaru with a surprise. The laziest ninja of them all was actually taking the initiative. Shikamaru looked at the two. Go or you will never catch up. I wouldn't be much help against that guy, and Naruto would not be able to focus if you were in danger, Sakura. Besides, my family jutsu was originally meant for an ambush. I will hold them off as long as I can. Shikamaru, what about Ino? Asked Naruto. Pakun looked back at the two. Come on kids, we have to leave now. He took off with Sakura right behind him. Naruto kept his gaze on his teammate. Don't die, okay? Ino would be heartbroken if you did. Shikamaru sighed. Such a troublesome girl. Naruto smiled and took off after the pug and his sister. Shikamaru got ready what could very well be his last battle. If I live through this, I will take Ino out or something. About 10 minutes later. Pakun had stated a long time ago that Sasuke had stopped and seemed to be continuing his fight with Gaara. When they got to the battle site, Sasuke was almost passed out from using the Chidori too many times. Sakura immediately was at Sasuke's side. Naruto kept his gaze on Gaara. Gaara seemed upset with the appearance of Sakura till he caught a glimpse of Naruto. A sickening smile crossed Gaara's face. Uzumaki. I was hoping you would catch up with us. Naruto kept his gaze on Naruto. He slowly positioned himself between Sakura and Gaara. What is this guy? Gaara raised an eyebrow as he saw Naruto obviously trying to protect Sakura. But why do you protect such a weak human? What purpose does she serve? Naruto scowled. She's my big sister. I love her and will protect her. Gaara's eyes went wide at the word, love. The sand around him started to swirl. Love? Why do you love others? I sense it inside of you. You hold something like me? Why do you not show it? Mother wants so dearly to fight it. Mother. Gaara's looked deepened. Yes, at my birth I was fused with the spirit of a beast. It is said to be the spirit of a monk. I was created as a weapon from birth. As a result, my mother was killed at my birth. Naruto's eyes widened as he started to slightly shake. He is like me. How do I fight something like this? I was sheltered until the age of after then. People have tried to kill me so many times I have lost count. Naruto gasped. What about your family? Your team? Gaara's smile widened. Family? These are just words to me. I live for one thing and one thing alone. The sand around Gaara flared as his chakra grew. I live to kill, roared Gaara's voice through the forest. Naruto gasped. He doesn't have anyone. He's like me before mom found me. Would I have grown up like this? Am I capable of such cruelty? Gaara smirked when he saw his opening. His misshapened, transformed hand shot out and pinned Sakura to a tree. She screamed in pain as she was pinned to the tree and felt like she was being crushed. Naruto looked at her in worry. Sakura! He went to help his sister, but the sand-covered arm quickly disconnected itself from the hand and formed a new hand before swinging at Naruto and knocking him across the battlefield. Gaara smiled as Sakura screamed again. The grip will tighten at random until she is crushed to death. Naruto looked at Gaara with hatred. Gaara smirked. The only way to stop it is to knock me out or kill me. So come, prove to me my existence. Gaara did not give Naruto a chance to stand before rushing forward and pinning Naruto to a tree. The Naruto quickly poofed out of existence. Gaara frowned when? He then felt his sand raise and block an attack from behind. He slowly turned with a sickening smile and faced a now enraged Naruto. Naruto's eyes were slitted and red as the fox's chakra started to swirl around him, replenishing the energy used to catch up to Sasuke. Gaara showed a menacing smile. "So, you have decided to show it." Naruto growled as he crouched almost like an animal waiting to pounce its prey. His voice took on a new growl. "No one hurts Sakura-chan while I am around." Gaara chuckled. "Then come." Naruto leapt at the attack. He sent several punches at Gaara. Gaara was surprised when Naruto's speed allowed him to punch through Gaara's sand shield. The several taijutsu attacks proved to slowly chip away at Gaara's sand armor. One final punch sent Gaara flying. Naruto looked up in his rage to see Gaara stand walking away from the wreckage with a sickening smile. "I am very pleased. But I will still kill you." Suddenly, Gaara's sand converged on him and slowly started to take shape of a sphere. Naruto looked on in anger. "Uzumaki," came a weak plea. Naruto looked to his side to see a barely awake Sasuke. He frowned. "What do you want?" "I'm busy." Sasuke gasped for air. "If that guy finishes this transformation, he will be too strong. You will not be able to defeat him." He then looked back at the now unconscious Sakura. "You have to save her." Sasuke then collapsed forward out of energy. Suddenly, Gaara's chakra flares again as the sand sphere burst open, revealing some weird-looking creature. Naruto took a step backwards as the creature's head snapped towards him and gave him a sadistic grin. The creature licking its lips, "I can't wait to taste your blood." It then charged forward with amazing speed. Naruto hit and was expecting to be knocked backwards, but the sand instead started to engulf him. Naruto quickly planted an exploding kunai into the sand and used all his strength to jump backwards. The creature wailed in pain when the kunai had exploded. Naruto jumped backwards and called out his signature move, Shadow Clone Jutsu. The clones attacked at Naruto's command, but they all seemed to vanish the second they came within range of Gaara. Naruto grimaced, "I can't get near this guy. What do I do?" He then heard a crunch as the hand that was holding Sakura dug even more into the tree, which meant it was tightening around her. Sasuke's words to save her echoed through his ear. He shrugged off his weighted jacket yet again and cracked his knuckles as he clenched them. He focused, "If I move fast enough, the sand won't be able to absorb me. I just have to keep hitting till I get a good hit." He summoned up the more shadow clones and then the four of them attacked. Naruto kept their movements quick, making it hard for Gaara to tell which one was real. Gaara winced as several hits connected, but none of the hits stayed in contact long enough for the sand to start to absorb the fists. He swung wildly, trying his best to get lucky, but Naruto seemed to not want to give up so easily. So Gaara took his next option. He quickly waved his hand at the trapped Sakura and several razor-sharp kunai flew at her, sand shuriken. Naruto appeared in front of her and blocked the attack. He growled as the shuriken hit him, causing several slashes. Naruto growled as a smirk crossed Gaara's face. Gaara kept a menacing glare as he started to laugh loudly as sand started to surround Gaara again as he grew to a gigantic size. Naruto paled, "I have to summon Gamabunta or I won't be able to help anyone." He flashed through the seals and slammed his hand into the ground. When the smoke vanished, there stood a small orangish-red toad. The toad raised his hand. "Yo, what do you need?" Naruto paled. "What are you doing here?" "I meant to summon the boss." The toad smirked. "You didn't even come close to enough focus to summon my dad. I'm Gamakichi." Gamakichi then looked up and saw the giant sand-covered raccoon dog. He paled. "You don't want me to fight that, do you?" Naruto scowled. "No, I wanted Gamabunta to fight that." A foot started to come down on the two. Naruto grabbed Gamakichi and jumped to the side, barely avoiding the foot. Gamakichi was worried now as he sought out a place to hide. "Then try it again. And try to focus more this time." Naruto flashed through the seals and tried the jutsu again. This time there was a larger poof of smoke. Naruto smiled as the smoke cleared and Gamabunta stood there staring at Shikake. Gamabunta grunted, "Who's been picking on my son?" Gamakichi seemed to grow brave with the appearance of his dad. He jumped out from his hiding spot. "That big sand guy did. But this blonde guy saved me." "Blonde guy?" Gamabunta looked down and saw Naruto standing there. The toad smirked slightly. Very well then, Uzumaki. I will fight with you this time. Hop on. Naruto jumped onto Gamabunta as a life-size form of Gaara appeared on the top of Shikaku's head. Gamabunta frowned. I would take that this is the possessed boy. Possessed. Gamabunta let out a puff of smoke. I know this summon. He's a fairly strong raccoon dog. His name is Shikaku. He slowly takes over his vessel until he has complete control. There see the rings around the boy's eyes. Naruto nodded. Yes-o. Gamabunta frowned. You don't know anything, do you? Those rings are symbols of the fact that the vessel is not able to sleep. If the vessel falls to sleep Gamabunta paused as he saw Gaara making several seals. Gaara finished his seals and then mumbled, false sleep jutsu. He then fell forward, obviously unconscious. The figure of Shikaku let out a victorious yell before looking at Gamabunta. I see someone who I would like to kill. Gamabunta frowned. The demon is in complete control now. He dodged a barrage of sand attacks. He then came up with his first idea. Kid, we're going to have to work together on this one. Use a fire jutsu. Gamabunta then spit out oil towards Shikaku. The oil his Shikaku. Gamabunta was angry when Naruto did not fill his part of the jutsu. Brat. I said use a fire jutsu. We're doing it again. But I don't know any fire jutsu. Gamabunta frowned. Then think of something. He spit out oil again as a thought hit Naruto. When an exploding kunai explodes, there is a flame. He then threw a kunai with a tag on it. As it exploded, the fire met the oil, creating a giant blast of flame. Gamabunta yelled out the jutsu, Toad Oil Flame Bullet. The fire attack knocked Shikaku back. Gamabunta then went on with his plan. Listen, kid, we can't win this fight with that runt asleep. I'm going to use a henge, but I need you to imagine something I can use to hold onto Shikaku. What do you mean imagine something? Gamabunta started to run towards the stumbling Shikaku. Just what I said. I can only transform into something my summoner is thinking about. So just think about something. What? Gamabunta jumped into the air for the attack. Something big with claws. Naruto focused. When the time was right, Gamabunta called out the henge. First a bloodthirsty grin appeared, then a claw, finally 9 fox tails swayed in the wind. Of course, when asked to imagine something big with claws, Naruto's first instinct was to think of one thing, the Kyuubi. The transformed Gamabunta landed onto Shikaku, sinking in his claws. No boy. Wake up the runt. Naruto ran down the head of the Kyuubi Gamabunta, jumping into air, almost hitting a punch. But part of the Shikaku's body launched upwards, surrounding Naruto, about to crush him with Desert Funeral. Just before Naruto was crushed, Gamabunta transformed back and used his sword to slice off the base of the extended sand that held Naruto. Naruto slowly fell forward, this time once again towards Gaara. He clenched his fist as he got near and landed a punch in the middle of Gaara's forehead. Time seemed to freeze as the armor around Gaara's forehead started to crack and slowly splinter out. The Shikaku let out a loud scream as Gaara woke up and Shikaku's control slipped. Gaara and Naruto both flew towards the ground, hitting it with great force. Shikaku's body slowly started to dissipate as the sand began to blow off into the air. Gamabunta looked down at Gamakichi and smiled before they both vanished. Gaara tried to stand but found himself too drained to continue. He was even more surprised as Naruto slowly stood up. Gaara looked at him. How? How can you beat me? Naruto clenched his fist as he stumbled forwards as he used the last of his chakra to stay standing. Because you threaten my loved ones. I will not let you hurt the people who are precious to me. Gaara stared at him in confusion. Precious people? Naruto nodded. Yes, my mom and sister, my team, those people who accept me for who I am, not what I am. Gaara smirked slightly. People accept you even with what you contain? Naruto nodded and looked behind him to see Kankuro and Temari slowly stumble onto the battlefield. He smirked. And so do you. He then fell to the ground, sitting up and looking at Gaara. Temari started to draw her fan to finish off the boy who had actually defeated Gaara when a voice stopped her. Temari. Temari turned and faced her little brother in surprise. Gaara leaned back, closing his eyes. There has been enough fighting today. Temari nodded in understanding and went to help Kankuro carry Gaara off. Then the last thing she ever thought would happen happened. Gaara looked at the two. Kanko, Temari, thank you. Temari nodded at her little brother. It's okay. Let's get you home. Gaara seemed to relax at that thought. She looked back at Naruto, who was slowly standing up and checking on his sister who had been released from the containment jutsu. She smiled. Thank you, Naruto Uzumaki. Later that day, Kakashi has showed up and broken the news. The third was dead. He had then taken the still unconscious Sasuke and headed towards the hospital. Sakura had said she was fine and was happy to walk home with her little brother. They viewed the damage as they got closer to their home. Sakura looked around. It's hard to believe this happened. I am almost waiting to wake up and it be a dream. Naruto shook his head. This is part of being a shinobi. We can only just swear to get stronger to help protect our home next time. Sakura smiled at her brother. He had grown so much in just a short time. He was quickly leaving her in the dust when it came to his skills. I'm very proud of you, Naruto. You did a lot today. She was surprised when Naruto didn't reply. In fact, he was not beside her anymore. She turned and saw a horrified look on Naruto's face. For the first time, Sakura turned and looked where they were heading. She almost cried on their spot. There was their home in complete rubble. But what was the most horrific thing was one thing. Their mom had been at home during the attack. Sakura and Naruto both exchanged looked before rushing forward and started to dig through the rubble. A passerby scoffed at them. Don't waste your time with that one. The rescue squad passed it by. It's the home of that beach who took in that monster. Naruto growled at this. People had refused to help simply because Mrs. Haruno had taken him in. He used his anger to regain what little strength he had left and continued to dig. Then he heard a gasp. Naruto? Naruto looked at his sister, who was simply looking at the spot she was digging as tears started to fall from her eyes. Naruto rushed over and froze when he saw it. His mother's motionless hand sticking out from underneath the rubble. That was the last thing he remembered before the anger overtook him. Sakura took several steps back as a killer aura started to leak from her brother. She had no idea how to respond right now. She had just found her mother dead in the rubble that was her home. The rescue squad had apparently passed over the house since it housed the demon boy. Now her brother was on the verge of going berserk and attacking villagers, which would get him executed. The red chakra leaked from Naruto as his eyes narrowed and grew wider, almost fox-like. His canine teeth grew in length as his fingernails grew, becoming claws. He looked around for any trace of the rescue team. I'll kill them for what they did. He was about to run off when two figures in black robes appeared in front of him. The shorter one smirked at Naruto. Come now, Naruto-kun. If you join us, we'll help you destroy this worthless place. Naruto looked at him in anger. Why would I do something like that? The figure held out his hand towards Naruto. Because we know what you are and welcome you anyway. We accept you. Isn't that what you want, Naruto-kun? Hamura Mitokado and Koharutate walked up to Jiraiya, who was looking out over the destroyed village. The old man is dead, huh? Stated Jiraiya. Yes, if you know that then you know why we are here, stated Hamura. Jiraiya looked back at the three RD's former teammates and smirks. I would not be a good choice. She would be much better as the next Hokage. Jiraiya then felt something and his head snapped to the direction of Naruto's home. He frowned. I didn't know they would get here so fast. He leapt onto the banister and looked back at the two. Find the Yamanaka girl and tell her to report to the Haruno household. I'll need her to help calm him down. He didn't wait for an answer and took off towards his destination. Back with Naruto. The taller robed figure was getting tired of waiting. Oi, come on, brat. Join us, like Itachi asked, or I will be forced to rip you to shreds with my Samahata. Sakura coughed at the name. She had heard that name only once, and it had been by accident. She had overheard Sasuke and Kakashi talking. Itachi? Sasuke-kun's brother? Itachi turned and smirked. For the first time, someone acknowledged Sakura's presence. He bent down to her level and flashed a menacing smile. You know my little brother then. Tell me, has he gotten stronger like I told him to? Leave her alone, you red-eyed freak, growled Naruto. Itachi chuckled as he turned around. I would watch your tone, Naruto-kun. Only seek Kyuubi's power. We're just being nice enough to offer an easy way first. Suddenly, There was a burst of energy hit as Jiraiya landed between Itachi, Kisame, and Naruto. Jiraiya smirked at the two. "Hello boys. I thought we would be running into each other sometime soon." He then looked at Naruto as Sakura slowly joined her brother's side. "Both of you close your eyes and do not open them until the battle is over, and I tell you so." Naruto growled in response. "What's going on, your old pervert?" Itachi chuckled. "Seems we have outlived our welcome." He then looked at Kisame. "Let's go." Kisame frowned, but soon the two vanished. Jiraiya turned, giving the okay for the two genin to open their eyes, and was met with the still transformed Naruto. He then realized their surroundings. He then caught a glimpse of the dead Mrs. Haruno's hand. Naruto dash. Naruto shot Jiraiya a glare. His eyes glowed red as if asking to be challenged. Jiraiya took a step back and heard footsteps not too far off. He smirked just in time. Ino came running down the street with her father next to her. She gasped when she saw the Haruno house in ruins. Naruto's head snapped towards her. Jiraiya moved quickly, grabbing Sakura and landing next to Inoichi. He then took a deep breath as Naruto seemed to be upset with his closeness to Ino. "Just what I thought. I hope this works." He then looked down at Ino. "Girl, I need you to calm him down." Ino looked at the old man. "Me? Why not get Sakura to do it?" Jiraiya sighed. "We don't have time for this. If he attacks anyone, the council will use it as a reason to have him executed." "But dash." Jiraiya looked down at her in confidence. "Don't worry, if he makes a wrong move I'll step in. Just want to try to solve this the easy way." Ino looked at Naruto, who seemed to be keeping his gaze on her. She gathered all of her courage and took a step forward. She was surprised when Naruto didn't move to attack but took a step backwards, letting out a low growl. "Take it nice and slow. No sudden movements," calmly instructed Jiraiya. Inoichi looked at the aged man. "Are you sure?" Jiraiya nodded and whispered so only Inoichi and Sakura could hear. "If it was anyone else I would be worried, but he wouldn't ever hurt Yamanaka. Even in this state." Sakura looked on and didn't know whether to smile or frown, because he loves her. Ino took another step forward. Stay away, Ino-chan." "I can't control it," commanded Naruto with a shaky voice. Ino took another step forward. "Shoo, it's okay, Whiskers. No one is mad at you." Naruto went to take another step backwards but found that he was now in a corner of the rubble. He looked either way for an escape but then caught the sight of his mother's hand again. They didn't save her on purpose. Ino continued to move forward. "Who, Naruto?" The red chakra around Naruto greatly decreased. "The rescue squads. I heard someone say that she deserved to die." Then it hit him, finally sinking in like some kind of a realization. "Because of me." Ino was now within arm's length of Naruto. She held out her hand for him to take. "Ignore those people. The council dash. The council hates me. Then we'll find a way to get around this, okay? But you need to calm down. If you do something rash, then they will have plenty of reasons to kill you. Do you want to die?" Naruto kept his head down. "I wish I had already." The sound of the slap echoed through the streets. Jiraiya was automatically ready to take on Naruto as he mumbled to Inoichi, "If he moves for her, get her and Sakura out of here." "I'll handle him," Inoichi nodded. Naruto held the red spot on his cheek. It throbbed in pain. The fox tried its best to take back over and lash out in rage, but Naruto held it back. He was about to say something till Ino fell to her knees crying and hugged him tight. "Don't you ever say that again." Naruto blushed at this. His eyes flashed between red and blue before settling on blue. He then closed his eyes, breathing in Ino's scent as he wrapped his arms around her. Ino tightened her grips around his shoulders. "You have to grow up and become Hokage, remember? You can't die until then. Besides, you're like a brother to me, and I would miss you way too much." Naruto could not help but feel his heart sink. "A brother? That's what I am." The other three viewers couldn't help but wince at those words. They all knew that that hurt more than anything for Naruto. Tears started to run down Naruto's cheeks. Ino-chan?" Ino pulled away and smiled at Naruto, trying to lighten his mood. "Yeah?" Naruto looked back at Sakura. "Do you think maybe your dad would let Sakura stay with your family for a while?" "Of course she can," spoke up Inoichi. You are both welcome. Naruto shook his head. I'll find a place for me. Just please take care of my sister for me. He then stood starting to dust himself off. Ino stood as well. Naruto. Naruto looked down the street and started walking towards the tower. If the villagers found out that I lived with your family, they would stop buying flowers at the shop. A lot have already just because we're on the same team. Ino was about to say something when she felt a hand on her shoulder. She looked up to see Jiraiya wearing a very serious face. I'll hand it from here. Thanks for your help. He then looked back at Inoichi. They'll probably have some kind of group funeral for everyone that died. I'll report their mom. Inoichi smiled and nodded. Jiraiya started to walk off but was stopped when Sakura tried to say something. Jiraiya smirked. I'll make sure he finds a place to stay and then send word to the flower shop. He then walked off to talk with his student. 3 days later. The funeral had went as expected. The village did not have time to hold individual funerals for everyone that had died. The only exception had been the third. Naruto had been reclusive ever since the day of the invasion. He had only spoken a few phrases and all of those towards Jiraiya. He was actually surprised and slightly happy when Sasuke had shown up to console his big sister. He still hated the guy, but the Uchiha had won over major points by being there for Sakura. He had even let her cry against him as they filled Mrs. Haruno's grave. Shikamaru had done the same for Ino. Naruto couldn't help but feel jealous of that. Now here Naruto was standing beside Jiraiya before the town council. The head of the council, Danzo, finally cleared his voice. It comes to our attention that, before their unfortunate deaths, your mother and the third informed you of your lineage. Naruto nodded. It also seems that they have asked that you be acknowledged as the only surviving heir of the fourth and give his fortune and estate. Naruto nodded again. Danzo scowled down at Naruto. Well, we have decided that it is in the village's best interest that your request is denied. Naruto's head dropped. Jiraiya was outraged. What do you mean denied? You don't have that kind of power. Danzo looked up and glared at Jiraiya. It would be best if you remembered your place. As for our power, right now we have absolute power until we find a way to contact the next potential Hokage. Who is it? Asked Jiraiya. Danzo sighed. None other than your former teammate. It seems my fellow council members accepted your idea of asking her. Jiraiya smirked. You'll never find her. What makes you say that? Asked Danzo. Because she doesn't want to be found. Even if you did, she would beat the crap out of you. Jiraiya chuckled. You would need an expert in information gathering and someone who knows her extremely well. Danzo raised an eyebrow. You volunteering? Jiraiya turned and started for the door. Sure, but I'm taking the boy with me. But don't think the issue of his father is over with. Naruto leapt over Tsunade's shoulders with a blue sphere of chakra. Watch this old lady. I'm about to win our bet. Naruto drove the sphere into the surprised Kabuto's stomach. Kabuto coughed up blood as he felt his organs shred and his whole body was driven backwards by the force. Rasengan! The pair crashed into a stone as dust flew. Tsunade watched in shock. He did it? He mastered it? Naruto turned and looked at Tsunade with determination. My village may hate me. The council may never acknowledge my heritage. But I will still become Hokage so I can protect my sister and friends. Tsunade remembered what he had said a few days ago in the restaurant. Flashback. Tsunade glanced at Jiraiya when he informed her that she had been chosen as the 5th Hokage. She placed her cards on the table and stood. Pass. Naruto stood up. Why? Tsunade looked back at him and smirked. Because kid, I don't have any feelings for that village anymore. Naruto was angry now. How can you not care for your home? Jiraiya sighed. Naruto dash. Naruto ignored his sensei's warning. How can you not care for something your grandfather worked so hard to create? Just because you don't have anyone there? Neither do I. Tsunade scoffed. You're starting to get on my nerves, kid. I don't care. My mom's dead because of who I am. The same would happen to my sister if she ever needed the village's help. The person I love sees me as a little brother. I'm sorry if I fail to feel sorry for you. And flashback. Tsunade now knew why she had gotten so angry with Naruto that night. Why she had tried to actually crush the hopes of a young boy. She knew he was right. There were people out there worse off than her who would never run away anyway. A smirk crossed her face. Good job, kid. She then started to approach Jiraiya and Orochimaru who were fighting. Orochimaru looked down at her. Have you come to join me, Tsunade? Tsunade stared at Orochimaru with great determination. I will never help you, you snake. Because I am one of the 3 legendary Sannin. I am Tsunade, the 5th Hokage of Konoha. Several days later at the entrance of Konoha, 4 figures slowly walked towards the town. Tsunade looked around. I never thought I would see this place again. She looked down at Naruto who seemed to be busy admiring his new necklace. She smirked. Naruto, if anything else, I will make sure you have a more fair life. She looked up to Hokage Monument and smirked as she remembered the impression each person had left on the village. She was surprised by a pink blur the second they entered the village. Little brother. The blur attached itself to Naruto. Naruto smiled as he hugged Sakura back. He blushed slightly have such an embarrassing happen in front of the new Hokage. Tsunade cleared her throat. So, you must be the sister Naruto told me about. Sakura turned to the new person and bowed. Yes, ma'am, Sakura Haruno. Tsunade chuckled. My old teammate says that you remind him of me. Sakura raised an eyebrow. Your teammate? Tsunade motioned over to Jiraiya. Sakura laughed at what she thought was a joke. You're way too young to be a teammate of that old man. Jiraiya crossed his arms mumbling something about disrespectful youth. He couldn't help but notice the glint in Tsunade's eye. She's already won her over. Tsunade smirked. I like you, kid. Anyway, despite how young and amazingly beautiful I am, I used to be the old pervert's teammate. She then leaned down and whispered so just Sakura could hear. Come by the Hokage Tower in a few days. We need to have a little chat. Sakura nodded. Tsunade stood up and stretched. So, shall we go to my new office? I would like to get settled in and let that old man and his 2 sidekicks know who runs things around here. She then started walking towards the tower. Shizune is to. Jiraiya chuckled. I'll keep her out of trouble, Naruto. Take some time off and spend it with your family. He then walked off. Naruto turned and looked at his sister only to see her looking at the ground. That meant one thing. What is it? Sakura reached into her pocket and pulled out an envelope. This came for you. Naruto took it and looked at the handwriting on the front. He frowned when he recognized the handwriting. Mom? Sakura nodded. She gave it to Kakashi-sensei to give to you if anything ever happened to her. I got one too. Naruto opened the envelope and found 2 pieces of paper. One had his name, the other Ino's. He opened his note. Naruto, since you're reading this, I guess that means that I've died. I'm sorry. Please take care of your sister for me. I want you to know how proud I am of you. You've come a long way from the scared little boy I adopted. I hope you have a happy life. If I haven't told you yet, I need to tell you about your father. Naruto quickly skimmed past the part about his father. His mom must have written this a while back. Anyway, I should end this. Also, could you please give the other note to Ino for me? It's very important that she gets it. Love you very much. Naruto carefully folded the note and put it in his pocket. He tried his best to hold back the tears. A real ninja never cried. They separated themselves apart from their emotions. It was even more true with him. He could feel the Kyuubi right now trying its best to take over. If he let his emotions get out of control, then the Kyuubi would take over, and he may not be able to stop it. He felt a pair of arms encircle him. He also heard sniffles as the back of his coat started to become damp. He frowned. Sakura. Sakura tightened her grip on Naruto as she cried. How? How can you not be sad? Mom's she's dead. Naruto nodded as he let his tears fall freely. He turned and hugged his sister tight. I'm sorry that I haven't been there for you. I will make things better. I promise. Sakura pulled away slightly, looking her brother in the eyes. Please, come back to Ino's with me. Mr. Yamanaka said that the council wouldn't let you have your father's home or anything. Naruto shook his head. I can't. Sakura frowned. Why not? She frowned as Naruto seemed to be trying to avoid eye contact. Then it clicked. It's Ino, isn't it? Sakura dash. You can't think about being in the same house with her. It's not that. It's just dash. You love her. Naruto laughed nervously. What would make you think that? I've known for a while. Mom did too. So, why don't you just tell her? Naruto frowned. Because she's with Shikamaru and she's happy. She's backed off of Sasuke, so you're happy. Who am I to ask people to not be happy? But you love her. Naruto let his sister go. I'll be around if you need anything. He then quickly vanished before Sakura could say anything. Kakashi frowned as he slowly walked towards his front door. What kind of person showed up at this time of night knocking on it? He opened the door and sighed as he saw who it was. It's nighttime, Naruto, and I have a mission tomorrow morning. Naruto frowned. Well, you see, I heard from Ero-Sennin that it was supposed to rain tonight and well dash. Kakashi frowned and moved to the side. Come on in. You can take the couch. Naruto's immediately was a ball of joy. Thanks, Uncle Kakashi. He then ran inside, dropping his pack close to the couch. Kakashi shook his head as he started back to the kitchen. You want some tea? Thanks. Kakashi chuckled. No problem, kid. I would offer more, but like I said, I have a mission tomorrow and may be gone for a week or so I didn't get any food at the market this week. He put the water to boil and then went back to the couch. So, you've been camping out this entire time? Naruto nodded. Yeah, it's really cool. I usually camp in the park near the training grounds, so I don't have to go very far for my morning training. What you doing for food? Naruto shrugged. I have a little money left from missions. Kakashi nodded in understanding. And I guess no one is willing to rent you a place to stay, huh? Naruto frowned and nodded. Kakashi patted his head. Well, my couch is always open, kid. Naruto smiled. Thanks, Uncle Kakashi. The whistling of the tea kettle interrupted their conversation. Kakashi stood with his back to Naruto, setting out 2 cups. He poured the hot water into each cup and then added a tea bag. He turned. Here you go, kid. He turned and saw that Naruto was already curled up on the couch asleep. Kakashi smirked slightly. He put Naruto's tea on a table next to the couch, then started for his room. Sleep well, kid. Next morning, Tsunade looked up from organizing her desk to see Sakura shyly walking in. Hokage-sama, came the quiet whisper from the pink-haired girl. You wanted to see me? Tsunade smiled. Yes, I did, but drop the sama crap. Makes me sound old. She cleared her desk slightly and sat down in the chair behind her desk. She then motioned for a chair across from her. Sit down, Haruno. Sakura shuffled across the floor and sat down. It was true that Sarutobi had often visited when she and Naruto was little, but now Sakura found she did not know how to act in front of the new leader of the village. Tsunade tried to hide a smirk from Sakura's nervousness. She's shy and quiet at first. Interesting. She then picked up a folder. One glance at it from Sakura proved that it was in fact the girl's shinobi file. Tsunade chuckled. According to your sensei's report, you have remarkable chakra control. Sakura blushed at the compliment. Tsunade read over the statement again. Yes, you may have the best chakra control of any of the new genins. However, it also says that you have no outstanding jutsu except for those taught in the academy. Sakura looked down at this, embarrassed that even though she did have good chakra control, she was lacking in the jutsu department. Tsunade met Sakura in a fierce gaze. Potential will only get you so far, Sakura. Tell me, why did you want to become a shinobi? Sakura kept her gaze on her feet as she answered, My father dash. Tsunade nodded. Your father forced you into it? Sakura shook her head. I never knew my father. I wanted to become a great shinobi like him. Plus my brother and Sasuke-kun are shinobi. So, you were just tagging along? Sakura looked up with determination. No, I want to be able to fight beside them. I want to be able to help them. Tsunade smirked. Good answer. We'll talk about this some other time. Right now I want to talk about something else. Something Naruto said to me. Sakura nodded. I will help as best I can, Hokage-sama. Tsunade sighed at he honorific again. That was going to be a hard habit to break. Tell me, I have a few reports and what that old pervert told me. But what happened the day of the attack when you and Naruto found your mom? Sakura looked away, trying to not talk about the subject. Tsunade frowned. Look, I know this is a hard subject, but according to Jiraiya, Naruto was confronted by the Uchiha traitor. Sakura nodded, Sasuke's brother. He seemed so cold. What specifically did he say? He asked Naruto to come with him. Something about getting revenge on this village. Tsunade frowned. So the rumors are true. They're starting to collect them. Tsunade looked at Sakura and saw that the girl was obviously getting a little upset. Tsunade quickly thought of something to change the subject. So, tell me. Naruto said he has a crush on someone. You know who? Sakura nodded quietly. Ino, ma'am. Tsunade raised an eyebrow. She quickly asked a list of other shinobi, Yamanaka's little girl? Sakura nodded. Tsunade chuckled. Well, we'll just have to see what we can do about that, won't we? Sakura shook her head. It's not that easy. Tsunade put the list down. How so? Well, you see. Sakura then began to dictate the history of Ino and Naruto's friendship, including Ino's crush on Sasuke and now slowly blooming relationship with Shikamaru. Naruto slowly opened his eyes as light shone through the window. He slowly sat up, moving his neck around, trying to get the soreness out. He looked at his now cold cup of tea with a note next to it. He picked it up and a key fell out. Look after the place while I am gone. I got a Suma to cover for my training sessions with my team, so looks like you and Sasuke will be training together. Try not to kill each other. I'll be back when I get the mission done. I left some money on the counter to get some food. Try to buy a variety of food instead of just ramen. Later. P.S. No girls. Especially your little blonde-haired sweetheart. Naruto frowned at the last statement. Does everyone know about that? Faye know about what, Dobe? Naruto's head snapped up and saw Sasuke standing there leaning against the windowsill with his arms crossed. You were late, so your sensei sent us to look for you. Late? Naruto ran to Kakashi's room, ignoring the stack of Ika books, and looked at the alarm clock. I'm late. He then ran to his bag next to the couch and pulled out a change of clothes before running to the bathroom. Be right with you, B. Sasuke frowned at the name. Whatever, Dobe, don't expect me to wait. He then pushed himself off the sill and jumped out the window. A few seconds later, Naruto was running back through the apartment, picking up the key on his way out. Wait up, BSC, or I will kick your butt. Danzo kept his stoic demeanor as he looked at Tsunade. We have already made a decision on this request. Tsunade clenched her fist, trying to control her anger. Danzo smirked at this. And I would not clench your fist like that unless you are intent on using it. Tsunade was practically venomous now. Let's hear you, old fossil. You never liked Sarutobi-sensei. And just because he showed a liking to the boy, you're punishing Naruto. Danzo's smirk grew. I have no idea what you are talking about. But I don't think I like the insinuation. I'm not insinuating anything. In fact, I planned for you to not change your mind, so I did my research. Danzo frowned. Tsunade chuckled at the change of power in the room. When a new Hokage is pronounced, they are given one law that cannot be overturned by the council. You wouldn't, yelled Danzo. Tsunade nodded. It's already in motion. In a few months, Naruto will be acknowledged as the 4th's only living heir and will be given rights to his clan's possessions. She then turned but stopped before exiting the door. I do hope that in the future we can come to an agreement, because I found plenty of other useful facts while I was doing my research. Like how to force the council head to step down and replace him with someone of my choosing. She allowed the door to shut after her. Asuma took a puff of his cigarette as he looked at the 6th genin in front of him. Thanks a lot, Kakashi. You owe me for this. He then cleared his voice. Well, looks like we're going to be a group for the week. We'll have a couple D-class missions, but other than that we'll just have some training. Maybe some spars between the two teams. He smirked at Kakashi's last request before leaving for his mission. Flashback. Oh, Asuma. Make sure Sasuke and Naruto get a chance to have a friendly spar. Asuma raised an eyebrow. Why want to prove your team is better than mine? 'Cause I'm sure Uzumaki could beat the Uchiha if he got focused enough. Kakashi chuckled. No, those two are actually quite good for each other. I think it's time Sasuke sees how much Naruto has grown. Sasuke looked around scanning as he breathed heavily. He and Naruto had leapt at the chance to fight. Asuma had told the others to stand back, told Naruto and Sasuke there was no time limit, and then they began. That was 3 hours ago. At first they had planned to just us taijutsu, but then Asuma had a disturbing revelation for Sasuke. Flashback. They had been fighting an hour now. Sasuke frowned. I should have beaten him by now. I beat people he can't even come close to beating. Then came a puff of smoke and a voice. You mean Niji Hyuga? Sasuke looked to his side to see Asuma standing there staring at Naruto with a smirk on his face. Asuma chuckled. I'll admit that set him off pretty bad. You know he and Lee have been taking turns trying to beat Niji for years now. That was till the day after the Naruto got back with Jiraiya and Tsunade. Sasuke chuckled. The dope finally gave up. How pathetic. Asuma took another puff of his cigarette. No, he beat him. Sasuke's eye flew open in surprise and then looked back at Naruto, who was strangely not just rushing at Sasuke in blind attack. Naruto beat Niji? And flashback. DMNU Naruto. How did you get so strong so fast? Mumbled Sasuke. I don't know, when did you get so pathetic? Came a voice quickly accompanied with a kick to the back that sent him flying into the clearing. He landed with a thud and quickly rolled to the side as several kunai embedded themselves into the ground. He was quickly on his feet as Naruto landed on his feet not 10 feet away. Sakura looked on in amazement. Wow, brother has gotten so much stronger. Ino nodded, also amazed. Asuma smirked as he watched Naruto. You have an almost unlimited source of chakra and a teacher that is crazy enough to teach you how to use it. You're going to grow by leaps and bounds now. Naruto smirked at Sasuke. What's wrong, Bigiri? Getting tired? Sasuke frowned. If I can't beat Naruto, then Itachi. He winced when he felt the cursed mark pulse. He suddenly felt a new surge of energy. He stood and smirked. Don't blame me for you being tired, Dobe. I'm done playing with you. His Sharingan became visible as a current of chakra began to form around his hand. Naruto smirked. Oh, so you're going to use Uncle's move again, huh? I guess if you're going to use your best move, I will have to use mine. He quickly formed a clone and began to gather the chakra required for a Rasengan. Asuma frowned. I wish the old pervert would have waited a bit longer before teaching him that. What is it? Asked Ino. Asuma looked down at the female member of his Genin team. It's one of the 4 Th's techniques. It focuses chakra into a small sphere but has enough power to easily kill its victim. Sakura watched in horror. Sasuke is using his Chidori and Naruto is using a move made by the 4th. Are they actually trying to— Naruto, I'm about to put you in your place, yelled Sasuke as he ran at Naruto. You just try UBSUD, yelled Naruto as he did the same. They came within a few feet when Sakura made her move. Asuma sighed. Shikamaru. Sakura quickly found herself froze in place. She looked down to see Shikamaru's shadow attached to hers. She looked up, forced to watch her brother and the boy she loved running towards each other with killer intent. Suddenly, Asuma appeared between the two. He shoved his palm into Sasuke's gut, making Sasuke fall forward, scorching the ground with his jutsu. Asuma then grabbed Naruto's wrist, twirling him around and throwing him towards a giant boulder. I think that is enough for today, boys. Sasuke frowned, looking at the scorched ground before him. Uzumaki, your sensei just saved your life. He then turned his head and saw his team as well as Naruto's looking at where Naruto had hit in shock. How troublesome, mumbled Shikamaru. Sasuke followed their line of sight and was surprised to see that Naruto's jutsu had hit the boulder, or at least where the boulder used to be. All that was left was a pile of dust. Naruto? How strong have you gotten? Have you surpassed me? He quickly pushed himself up and started walking away. Sakura, being released from Shikamaru's jutsu, ran up to meet him. Sasuke-kun, do you want to dash? Sasuke spun around, meeting her with a fierce gaze. Go away, you pest. You've been annoying me for so long and now it's affected my shinobi skills. So much so that I just lost to that dobe of a brother of yours. He then turned back around, walking off. Naruto stood growling. Listen her, you big— He stopped when he saw his sister's shoulders shaking. Then the sound of her sniffing reached his ear. He sighed and looked at the other shinobi present. Asuma sighed. I guess that's it for today. Report here tomorrow for training. He then vanished. Ino looked at Shikamaru. Why don't you and Choji take this chance to go get some food and catch up? The two caught the message and left as well. Ino started to walk towards Sakura. You go on with them, Ino. I'll take care of her, came Naruto's statement. Ino looked at him. What? You'll have time to spend with Shikamaru and you should catch up with Choji too. I mean, your dads are all friends and you three have known each other since you were all born. But Sakura dash. Naruto looked at her, flashing a smile. To anyone else they would think everything was fine. But Ino knew better. That smile was the one Naruto used when he was trying to hide his own pain. Ino ignored this and hugged him. You take care of her, okay? Naruto nodded. Thanks. Ino then turned and joined Choji and Shikamaru while Naruto walked towards Sakura. As he approached her, it was obvious that Sakura was still trying to control her sobs, which was making them even worse. Sakura. Sakura spun around, falling against Naruto's chest before hugging him tight and letting the tears out. What's wrong with me? What am I doing wrong? Naruto sighed, hugging her back while running his hand through her hair. Shoo, it's okay. There's nothing wrong with you. BBB, but Sasuke said dash. Naruto nodded. I know. He was just mad. And if he doesn't feel bad, then he's a BSTRD. He sighed as Sakura sobbed harder. Listen to me, he is not worth your tears. No one is. Sakura nodded, quietly hugging Naruto tightly. Listen to me, Sakura. My big sister has grown up to be a beautiful girl and has her choice of several guys in the village. If Sasuke doesn't realize that, then it's his loss. Sakura smiled as she pulled her head away from Naruto's chest. Thank you so much. Naruto smirked. Hey, I'm the brother. I'm not going to let some guy talk down to you. Sakura wiped her tears away and hugged him again. Is this what it feels like to be you? Naruto chuckled. Hey, being me isn't so bad. He then pulled away. Well, the old pervert wanted to see me about something. I should head out. You going to be okay? Sakura smiled and nodded. Naruto smiled back before the two walked off part ways later on down the street. One day you will seek me for power. Sasuke winced as the cursed mark surged again. The image of his brother was stuck in his mind. Itachi, at this rate I will never catch up to you and avenge my clan. I have to get stronger. The mark surged again. He scowled, knowing what he had to do. The next morning. Naruto was woken up the next morning by someone pounding on Kakashi's door. He got up off the couch and started for the door. When he opened it, he saw Shikamaru standing there. The strange thing was he was wearing a Chunin vest. He frowned as Naruto answered the door. Get your stuff and meet me outside. We don't have much time. He already has a head start. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Who? Shikamaru sighed. Sakura was found on a park bench this morning. It's understood that she spoke to Uchiha. I'll kill him, growled Naruto. That's the problem, started Shikamaru. Sasuke has left the leaf. They think he is searching out Orochimaru. Naruto leapt from branch to branch, following the taunting laughter of Sasuke Uchiha. In the back of his mind, he could not help but worry about his other team members. Choji had been the first to stay back. The Neji. Then Kiba and Akamaru had been cut off. Then Shikamaru. Then he came across some other guy that had held him off after releasing Sasuke. Luckily, Lee, who had just gotten back from a mission with Guy and had came to help, said he would handle this one. It was weird how the team had always seemed to be pushing him forward. They each made their own sacrifices for the cause but was always sure that Naruto was the one that kept going. He remembers his sister's plea before they had left Konoha. Please, Naruto. You're the only one that can do this. Please bring Sasuke-kun back to me. He pushed harder to pick up speed. BSE, you will pay for making my sister cry. He then remembered the conversation he had had with Shikamaru. Flashback. Shikamaru pulled back so only Naruto could hear him speak. Naruto, I have to tell you something. Naruto looked at him and nodded. What is it? Shikamaru sighed and watched the others run ahead of them. I didn't mention this in front of the others. But we may have to face the reality that Uchiha may not want to come back. Naruto nodded. I know. Naruto, if that happens we'll have to dash. I know. The enemy cannot get the Sharingan. Naruto nodded again. That would be disastrous. Shikamaru then met Naruto with a stern gaze. Can you do it? Even if Sakura will hate you the rest of your life? Can you kill Sasuke Uchiha? Naruto stopped in his tracks. I don't know. And flashback. The truth was he knew why everyone had pushed him ahead. They knew he had the best chance to beating Sasuke. Sure, Neji could, but Naruto had the uncanny ability to always improve his skills right when he needed it. He came into a clearing and saw Sasuke standing on one side of a waterfall smirking evilly. And right now Naruto needed to be at his best. Sasuke smirked at Naruto. Yo, Uzumaki. I've been waiting for you. I picked out this place just for us. I thought it would be a fitting place for when I cut the final strands holding me back to that useless village. Naruto frowned as he crouched ready to attack. I'll only tell you this once, B. Turn back and come home with me. Sasuke scoffed. What do you want to be friends now and go play ninja together? No, I still hate your guts, but for some DMN reason my sister actually loves you. Right now, she is crying because you left. So for her, I am giving you this one chance. Sasuke chuckled. Your ties make you weak, Uzumaki. Why don't you break them and come with me? Naruto frowned. I guess that is a no then, huh? It's a never. Sasuke then leapt off his side over the waterfall with his fist pulled back to hit Naruto. Naruto used his arms to block the attack and braced for impact. He felt his knees starts to shake under the pressure when the attack connected. He tried to push back but found that Sasuke had somehow gotten a lot stronger. Sasuke leapt back and Naruto looked at him to find that the curse seal was now all over his face. Sasuke smirked, weakling. He then vanished and reappeared in front of Naruto, elbowing him in the gut, knocking the wind out of him. Naruto tried his best to land a hit, but Sasuke easily read his move and dodged before trapping his arm and breaking it. Naruto looked in Sasuke's eyes to see that he had activated his Sharingan. Naruto then felt a strong palm move into his chest. Naruto panicked when he started to feel liquid come up with his cough. He wiped his mouth and pulled it away to find blood all over then back of his hand. I have to get serious here. He looked around trying to spot Sasuke, but he was nowhere in sight. Tell me? Are you holding me back or has this mark made me that much stronger? Naruto looked to his side to only be kicked into the air. He flew over the side of the cliff, flying over a pond. He slowly started to fall there until he felt a pair of arms grab his waist and a pair of legs wrap around his neck, driving him head first into the lake. Everything went black after that. Inside Naruto's mind, Naruto opened his eyes to once again be welcomed by a sight he had felt before. He was laying in front of a giant cage that was sealed shut. Brat, are you so pathetic that you can't handle that other runt without my help? Naruto scowled at the pair of glowing red eyes. Shut up, you beaten fox. I have to wake up and beat that other bastard. Brat, without my help you would be dead right now. Dead? That's right. But I am not about to leave this world just because my vessel couldn't handle a little fight. So I am going to lend you my chakra once again. In the real world, Sasuke stood on the water frowning. That was far too easy. I was hoping that it would still be a challenge. I didn't even get to use the second stage of the seal. He rubbed the spot on his neck. I will just save that for you then, Itachi. Just then the water started to bubble. Then Sasuke felt something grab his feet. Sasuke looked down to see Naruto there staring at him in anger. You, Bisi. I'll teach you to underestimate me. Sasuke found himself lifted rapidly into the air as a human chain of Naruto's whipped him around before sending him crashing into the cavern's walls. Sasuke gasped, holding his side as he looked down trying to spot Naruto. Naruto was crouched down on all fours as red chakra poured from him, almost looking like a fox. Naruto looked at Sasuke like an animal looked at his injured prey before speeding forward. Sasuke tried his best to read Naruto's moves with the Sharingan on to be surprised that Naruto was actually moving too fast for him to keep up. Naruto punched him, sending him back into the air and landing on the top of the cavern once again. Sasuke slowly stood and looked as Naruto was standing in front of him. Why do you protect them? There's nothing but a bunch of worthless idealists. They hate you no matter what you do. Naruto smirked as he almost growled his answer. You're right. They do hate me. But they loved you. They worshipped the ground you walked on. The last of the great Uchiha clan. All hail the great and mighty Sasuke who will one day save us all from some great danger. You had everything while I had nothing. So, I am sorry if I do not feel sorry for your moody but. Now this is your last chance. Come back to Konoha with me. Sasuke chuckled. The villagers were wrong about you, Naruto. You have more potential than most of them will ever know. Naruto almost smiled, think maybe he had finally gotten through to Sasuke. Here was his rival acknowledging that he was strong. Sasuke was surrounded by a dark aura. But there is one thing you didn't realize, Uzumaki. You may be very special. Sasuke was then enveloped by the mark as a pair of hand-like wings grew from his back and his ace turns dark. But I will always be more special than you. He then ran at Naruto with a Chidori charged in his hand. Thought flashed through Naruto's mind as he formed a Rasengan in his hand. Please, Naruto. You're the only one that can do this. Please bring Sasuke-kun back to me. Can you do it? Even if Sakura will hate you the rest of your life? Can you kill Sasuke Uchiha? At that moment he made his choice as the two attacks swung at each other. I'm sorry. I can't keep my promise, big sister. The slap echoed the hospital. Sakura was breathing raggedly as she tried her best to control her anger. Naruto was too weak to lift his arm to hold his cheek. Tears spilled from Sakura's eyes before she just turned around and ran out of the hospital room. Naruto closed his eyes as he felt his inside almost grow hollow. He couldn't be mad at his sister for this. Sister. He couldn't call her that anymore. She had made that very clear. Flashback. Sakura and Ino sped towards the hospital the second they got the news. Kakashi had been sent out to assist with the retrieval mission. He had apparently came back with a medic team and two figures slumped over his shoulders. Sakura picked up speed when she saw the hospital. Naruto, you and Sasuke-kun better be okay. The first one they found was Shikamaru, who was simply leaning against a wall opposite his father in the ER. Ino leaped into his arms. Hugging him tight. Shikamaru, I'm so glad you're safe. Shikamaru tried his best to free himself from his embrace. Ino. You're so troublesome. Ino gave him a quick sour look before looking at Sakura. Why don't you go find Sasuke, and we'll meet back up in Naruto's room. Sakura beamed with happiness. Ino had obviously given up on her quest to be with Sasuke. Plus, she had pretty much commanded her to have some personal time with him. She then ran off as Shikamaru started to say something to Ino. She spotted a nurse and stopped him. Excuse me, can you tell me where Sasuke Uchiha's room is? The nurse paled. I'm sorry. No one is allowed that information. But, he's my teammate. The nurse frowned. I can't say anything. Sakura frowned. Fine, I will find out from Naruto-kun. Well, where is Naruto Uzumaki then? I'm his sister. The nurse seemed to be happy to get the subject off of the Uchiha prodigy. Oh yes, he's down the hall, room 125. Sakura smiled and bowed before taking off down the hall. When she got there she quietly walked in. The room was filled with the sounds of a heart monitor and a respirator. She gasped at the sight. There laid Naruto on a bed with his upper body wrapped. A blood spot leaked through the bandage not far from his heart. Naruto, what happened? Sakura. Sakura looked up to see her sensei sitting in a chair not far from Naruto's bed. Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi stood. Yo, come to see your brother? Sakura nodded. I wanted to be sure him and Sasuke-kun were okay. Kakashi paled. Sakura, I don't know how to say this, but Sasuke is dead. Sakura's world shattered as the words repeated in her head. Sasuke is dead? I am sorry, came a weak voice. Both the room occupants turned to see Naruto looking at them through slanted eyes. Kakashi sighed. I'll leave you two alone. He then walked out the door, standing guard to make sure no one interrupted. Sakura took the seat that Kakashi occupied. She reached over to her brother, stroking his cheek. It's okay. I know if you had say about it, Sasuke-kun would have come back alive. I know you would never kill him even if you two didn't always get along. Naruto frowned behind his mask. Sakura, I did it. Sakura frowned as well. You did what? He wasn't going to come back. I couldn't let him get away. Sakura jerked her hand away. No. You couldn't. A tear fell from Naruto's eye. I didn't have a choice. Sakura stood keeping her gaze on Naruto. You killed him? You killed my Sasuke-kun? Naruto looked away from his sister. I didn't want to. He winced when he felt the slap. In flashback, Ino slowly walked into the room and was shocked to see Naruto with a fresh red welt on his cheek. But what hurt her the most was his eyes. The eyes that looked like the last bit of hope had been drained away. Like he had nothing to live for. He kept his eyes away as he mumbled, "I should have died." Ino sniffed as she tried not to cry. "Now don't say that. Everyone is happy you came back." Naruto refused to make eyesight. "Sakura hates me. Everyone almost died because I wasn't strong enough." Ino sat down in the chair beside his bed. "It's okay. Sakura is just angry. She'll forgive you eventually. I don't deserve it. All I'm doing lately is causing people pain. Old man Hokage. My sister. I even hurt myself." Ino raised her eyebrow. "How did you hurt yourself?" More tears started to spill from Naruto's eyes. "It hurts so much now. I wish I didn't feel this way." "Feel what way?" Naruto sighed. "Is Shikamaru okay?" Ino frowned at Naruto trying to change subjects. "He's fine. He's more worried about you and the others." Naruto smirked. "At least I brought your love back to you." Ino sighed and shook her head. "He just told me he doesn't feel the same way about me. I guess neither of us has much luck with love, huh?" Naruto chuckled. "I guess not. He's an idiot." Ino blushed slightly. "I'm nothing special." She then felt a rough hand grab hers, then weakly squeeze it. "You're the most beautiful girl in the village." Ino's heart started to beat fast as his cheeks reddened. Why does it affect me so much when he says that? Naruto sighed as he saw Ino hesitated to say anything. "I'm sorry. I guess I stepped over a line." Ino shook her head quickly. "Naruto dash." Naruto laughed. "I guess it's hard to hear something like that from a guy who is like a brother to you." "No, it's not that. It's dash." Naruto rolled over facing his back to Ino. "In my coat, there's something for you from my mom. Sorry it took so long to get it to you." Ino frowned as she slowly stood looking at Naruto's blood-soaked jacket. She searched the pockets and pulled out a bloody piece of paper. "This is Naruto's blood. How hurt is he?" She put the note in her pocket and started for the door. "I'll leave you and get your sleep. And don't worry about Sakura. I'll handle her." She then left. Naruto rolled back onto his back, wincing as he felt his wounds started to stretch slightly. "I don't deserve forgiveness. And Ino will hate me too if that note says what I think it does." "Oi kid. You're too depressing." Naruto looked to his side to see Jiraiya sitting on the windowsill. "Hey old pervert." Jiraiya frowned. "Is that any way to talk with your beloved sensei? And after I talked Tsunade into letting me take you on a training trip." Naruto smiled slightly. "Training trip?" Jiraiya chuckled. "That jutsu from your father is not complete yet. He was going to infuse his element into it. So during the training you're going to do that and learn a couple hundred more jutsu." He then took a quick look at the Fordage's face on the mountain. "When you come back, you will be stronger than your father." Naruto nodded. "I should be out of here in a few days." Jiraiya smirked. "Then meet me in a week at 5 in the morning at the main gate. And pack light, kid. We're going to do a lot of traveling." He then jumped out the window. But a bloody piece of paper now opened floated to the ground like a feather as the recipient stood and shook. Only 7 words were written on it. "My son is in love with you." Ino didn't know what to say or do. First, her best friend comes back from a mission almost dead. Then the guy she loved said that he had no romantic feelings for her. Then her best friend's sister, another close friend, is angry with her best friend after he killed her old crush. And now she had just gotten the realization of a lifetime. Everything made sense now. I thought about it, and there's never going to be a girl who likes me. And if they'll find out my secret and not want anything to do with me. So I just thought that since you were always so nice and looking out for me, you should have my first and only kiss." Flashback. Ino frowned. "I take it you don't want me to set you up with Hinata." Naruto shook his head. "With anyone." Ino looked at him confused. "Why?" Naruto held the spot above his heart. "It hurts too much. It just reminds me that no matter how hard I try, no matter how strong I get, I will always just be second best." "Second best?" "Naruto, Hinata has had a crush on you since we were little kids. She worships you." Naruto nodded. I should go apologize to her then. I know what it feels like to be rejected like that. What do you mean rejected? Did you ask a girl out and get turned down? Naruto shook his head. Then what? You're too scared or something? It's not like that, yelled Naruto. Don't you get it? I'm the Kyuubi, okay? I know how she would look at me if I told her. Those same eyes you used when I changed in the forest. So there is someone. Naruto sighed and nodded. Naruto, you don't know Dash. Even if I wasn't some cursed freak, she still loves someone else. So I don't stand a chance with her. With who? And flashback. Ino frowned as she watched people coming in and out of her parents' shop. It was me. I'm the one he loves. You know you actually have to work to sell flowers, came Inoichi's voice beside her. Ino looked at her father and frowned. Sorry, Daddy. I'll try to pay attention. Inoichi frowned. What's wrong? Ino shook her head. Nothing. You can't fool me, sweetie. You're always so great working in the shop. What's got you distracted? Ino frowned and unconsciously looked at the open note to her side. Inoichi looked at it and chuckled. I thought she agreed with us to let things develop at their own pace. Ino's head snapped up. You knew. Inoichi chuckled. Sweetie, everyone knew. He's had eyes for you since he was able to have crushes on girls. Why do you think he hated the Uchiha so much? He was jealous? Inoichi nodded. Why didn't he say anything? Inoichi scoffed. Look who he had to compete with. The treasured Uchiha and then a genius with an IQ over 200 who happened to be his teammate. Ino took a deep breath, stealing her resolve. I have to talk to him. I'll go after we dash. Inoichi immediately took Ino's apron and started to push her towards the door. You go on. I can handle the shop for the afternoon. But I've been working all day. I must look horrible. Inoichi chuckled again. You look fine, now stop stalling. He then shoved her out, shutting the door behind her. Ino sighed as she started towards the hospital. At the hospital about 10 minutes later, Naruto winced as he slowly walked around the room. The spot below his heart still hurt bad. It wasn't bleeding anymore though, thanks to the Kyuubi. He reached into a bag Kakashi had been kind enough to bring him and pulled out a change of clothes. He then began the slow and painful process of changing his clothes. He had just finished with his shirt when he heard a knock on the door. Come in. He looked up and was surprised to see Ino slowly walk in. Ino looked up and felt her breath catch in her chest when she saw Naruto sitting there looking at her. You okay, Ino-chan? Asked Naruto as he tilted his head to the side in confusion. Ino blushed slightly. When did these feelings even begin? And when did Naruto stop being that little boy I used to play hide and seek with? She gasped when she watched Naruto stumble forward until he was only a few inches away from her. Her heart stopped when Naruto lifted his hand and felt her forehead. You're not warm, but your cheeks are so red. Maybe you should use the bed to lie down and I'll go find a nurse. He then started for the door but was stopped when he felt a pair of arms wrap around him. Ino? He then felt a head being buried in his back. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm stupid for not seeing it. Naruto turned around, slowly wrapping his arms around Ino and chuckling. Seeing what? That you love me. That I'm the one you thought you could never get. But I'm here now and it's okay. Naruto froze at those words. He had dreamed of this day for years. In fact, it dreamed of it almost every night. It had been his secret goal since before he entered the academy. Even more important than becoming Hokage. He felt Ino start to push her head into his chest. He couldn't hold back a sigh of contentment as he wished this moment would never end. He had waited for so long. Through Sasuke, then through Shikamaru. Shikamaru. Naruto frowned as it took every ounce of his will to push Ino away. Ino felt like collapsing as Naruto rejected her embrace. Naruto? Naruto stepped away, shaking his head. It's not real. Naruto dash. You just feel sorry for me. It's not real. He then backed away. The look in his eyes could tell that his heart was begging for this not to be happening. He wanted nothing more than to open his arms and just be enveloped by the emotion that he had wanted so long. Ino stepped forward, reaching for him. Naruto, please dash. Naruto bowed his head, not wanting to look her in the face. You have it, okay? You have my heart. You will be the only one that ever has it. but I can't let you settle for me. You deserve better. But I want you. Naruto shook his head. I'm leaving in a week. Won't be back for a very long time. He then looked at her, plastering his usual hello Naruto smile. When I get back, we'll just act like this never happened, okay? Ino couldn't believe what she just heard. You're leaving? Naruto nodded. Yeah, Ero Sennin is going to teach me all kind of jutsu, and when I come back I'll be the best shinobi this village has ever seen. Ino couldn't hold back the tears. I just told you I want to be with you, and you tell me you're leaving? Naruto chuckled. Sorry, Ino-chan. Ino leapt against Naruto, making him wince the sudden pressure against his wound. She once again buried her face into his chest and cried, You baka! If I hold your heart, then stay here and take mine. Naruto sighed. I can't do that. He pushed her away, picked up his bag and started for the door. Where are you going? You're too hurt to leave yet? Naruto looked over his shoulder and frowned. See you in when I get back from my trip. He then opened the door, stepped out and closed it. He leaned against the wall for a second, trying not control his emotions. Just remember, she doesn't love you. No one could ever possibly love you. Sakura had been crying for the past week. The person she loved had betrayed the village, then left her on a park bench after knocking her out, and now he was dead. And the worst part was it was her own brother that killed him. She dug her face even deeper into her pillow as she lay on the bed in the Yamanaka's guest room. She heard a knock on her door. Go away. The door seemed to be in a rebellious mood that day as the knob turned and Ino walked in. Sakura, we need to talk. Sakura looked up from her pillow. Her eyes were bloodshot and her cheeks were puffy from all the crying. I thought I said to go away. Ino walked in, sitting herself on the corner of the bed. I know, but there are some things you need to get through that stubborn gigantic forehead of yours. Good way to start off, growled Sakura as she turned her back to Ino. Ino sighed. When did things change between us? Sakura frowned, still not facing Ino. I don't know, but you probably started it. Ino thought back, trying to remember. When we were little we would have never let anyone come between us. I guess that all changed when we both started having crushes on Sasuke. That was stupid of us. Sakura nodded. We both wanted to be with him so much. We just let that get in the way of things. She turned around and sat up, now sitting next to Ino. Ino chuckled slightly. I hated you so much when you got to be on Sasuke's team and not me. What was he like when he started to open up? Sakura frowned. He never did. You know how Sasuke was. He was focused on killing his brother and reviving his clan. Those two things were all that mattered. Ino glanced at Sakura with the corner of her eye. We were idiots for caring for him that much. Sakura shook her head. If I could have just tried harder. Maybe if I wasn't so weak then dash. Ino then whirled around the bed and slapped her. How stupid are you, forehead? You're still chasing after him even after he left you all. Sakura held her cheek. You don't understand. I don't understand. Well, let me tell you what I do understand. The last family you have left is about to leave the village for several years on a training mission, and you're not even smart enough to go see him off. Sakura stared at Ino in shock. He's leaving? Ino nodded as tears started to reach the edge of her eyes. He thinks you hate him, Diminute. Are you going to let him think that the entire time he is gone? 'Cause if you are, I will tell you right now, I will hate you for every single second until he comes back. Sakura was shocked. Of course, Ino had always been protective of Sakura and Naruto, but never like this. She had never gone as far as to choose sides between the two. Ino, what aren't you telling me? Ino shook it off. That doesn't matter. Naruto is leaving in an hour. You have to go meet him at the front gate before he leaves and tell him you forgive him. Sakura narrowed her eyes as if trying to read Ino. Why do you care so much about this? Ino blushed slightly and shook her head again. I just hate to see Naruto being all sad and miserable. Sakura noticed the blush on Ino's cheek and smirked. So, the big idiot finally confessed, and you want to help out your new boyfriend. Boy Ino, you switch between boys faster than anyone I have ever seen. He didn't confess. He gave me a letter your mom wrote for me. That's how I found out. Then hurry up and go tell him then. Nothing will cheer him up faster. Ino looked away. I already did. He pushed me away. Sakura was on her feet in a second. He what? She then quickly changed clothes before grabbing Ino's wrist and dragging her out of the house and towards the front gate. Sakura? What are you doing? Asked Ino as she desperately tried to free her wrist. I'm going to say goodbye to my brother, then kick his butt for being so stupid. And me? Sakura looked over her shoulder with a glint in her eye. You're going to give him a proper goodbye. Ino's face turned blood red. A proper goodbye. Sakura nodded. I'll give you two a little time alone and leave the rest to you. Ino continued to struggle against the grip. Her desperation increased when they came into sight of the front gate. There stood Kakashi, Asuma, Shikamaru and Tsunade at the front gate saying goodbye to Naruto and Jiraiya. Everyone seemed to be a little sad that it was going to be such a long time apart, but Naruto looked like he was nothing more than a shell void of anything that could be considered happiness or even a soul. It changed, however, when he saw the approaching females. Sakura stopped in front of him, and they stood there for a second facing each other. The entire group was silent, waiting for some kind of reaction. They got it when Sakura burst into tears and hugged her brother tight, digging her head into the side of Naruto's neck. I'm sorry. I'm so very sorry. The weight of the world seemed to be lifted off Naruto's shoulders as he smiled and inhaled the scent of his sister's hair and hugged her back. It's okay. I really tried to bring him back to you alive, but he wouldn't. Sakura nodded against her brother's neck. Please forgive me for being so stubborn and stupid. I don't want to lose you too. Naruto smiled. You won't. When I get back I should have my rightful inheritance, and we'll work hard to become a family again. Sakura pulled away and smiled. One more thing before you leave. Naruto smiled back. What? Bam. Naruto winced when a fist hit the top of his head. Baka! How stupid are you to reject Ino? Naruto paled back away from his now furious sister. Well, we. Sakura then glanced at the rest of the group. We're giving them a few minutes. Everyone quickly obeyed and backed away. Sakura walked away too and whispered to Ino as she passed. He's all yours. Just don't break his heart or I will kick your butt. Ino kept her gaze on the ground for a good 2 minutes before looking up. I'm glad you could make up with forehead before you left. Naruto nodded, his cheeks a red glow. Thanks. I know you probably had something to do with that. Ino blushed too. I just want to see you happy. A silence began to grow between the two. The longer it lasted, the more awkward it grew. Naruto sighed. I'm sorry that Sakura tried to force you to talk with me. I wanted to though. I didn't want you to leave before I gave you something. Naruto raised an eyebrow. What? Ino slowly walked closer until she was not far from Naruto. She smirked. You better get a lot taller while you are gone, 'cause next time I want to have to be able to look up to do this. She then leaned forward, pressing her lips to Naruto's. Both worlds froze in that moment. Naruto could only focus on the softness and taste of Ino's lips. Ino was amazed by the gentle yet firmness of Naruto's kiss. Ino slowly looped her hands around Naruto's neck as she leaned closer as she closed her eyes. Naruto's resolve slowly started to melt away, but at the last second he regained it and pushed Ino away. Ino looked at Naruto as she held her hand against her lips. Naruto. Naruto was obviously struggling not to give in and kiss Ino again. He looked up at her and sighed. I told you no one else will ever have my heart. I just can't let you have it either. I love you too much to give you that kind of burden. He then picked up his pack and started for the gate. Take care of Sakura for me. The gates opened as Jiraiya appeared beside him and the two walked off. Sakura walked up beside Ino, who was still in shock. You okay? Ino's eyes then lit up with a new determination. If he wants to play it that way, then let him. Be careful, Naruto Uzumaki, because when you get back, I'm going to make you love me. No matter how hard I have to try. A cloaked figure looked over the village of Konoha. He looked behind him. Remember, old man, keep the surprise busy until I say so. He was answered with a scoff. Watch it, kid. Just because you beat me in the last spar doesn't mean that you're better. The figure chuckled. You're right. He then patted his cloak at the side. A giggle was heard. These do. He then vanished without another trace. Tsunade's office. Tsunade sighed as she signed another sheet of paper. These things were getting old. She really had to find a replacement soon, but unfortunately her top prospect was 2 years late. Oi, how you doing, old hag? Tsunade's head snapped up to see a cloaked figure. Who the hell are you, and I dare you to call me old hag again? The figure's head snapped back, letting the hood fall back, revealing the figure's face. Tsunade gasped, Yandame-sama? The young man laughed. Not you too. I ran into a few Rocknins the other week who claimed that I was my dad resurrected. I had to go and kill them. A smile broke Tsunade's face. Naruto? Naruto smirked. Who else? Tsunade was immediately on the other side of her desk, embracing the young man. It's you. I can't believe it's really you. She then pulled back and bopped him on the head. Where the hell have you been? And where the hell is that old pervert at? I have got a few choice words for him. Naruto smiled. He's taking care of something. As for where I've been, well, he walked up Tsunade's desk, reached into his cloak, pulled out a pouch, and dumped 10 rings onto the desk. I trust you know what those are. And what me having them means. Tsunade was shocked as she recognized the rings quickly. She slowly walked up, picked one of them up, and examined it. There was no doubt about it. These were the 10 rings that belonged to each of the Akatsuki members. And to collect them all meant one thing. You killed them? Naruto nodded. It had to be done. I have already sent messages informing the villages that their respective missing nins have been taken care of and where they could pick up their body. Tsunade looked at Naruto in awe. Naruto? How strong are you now? Ino walked out her parents' shop carrying her usual arrangement of flowers. It had become a weekly ritual for her now. She looked up at the top of the Hokage monument and started her way there. Since the week Naruto left, Ino would weekly gather an arrangement of flowers and take them up to Hokage monument and then place them on top of the 4th's head. She would then mutter a quick prayer to the dead Hokage to look after Naruto and bring him back safely. Sometimes Sakura or one of Naruto's other friends would accompany her, but she never missed a week. There had even been that one week about 3 months after Naruto left that she had fallen asleep after an exceptionally long prayer and caught cold. She had to sneak out the next week against her parents' wishes for her weekly ritual. Over the years, she had grown even more beautiful in the eyes of a lot of young male population. She had been asked out on countless dates, denying them all, stating that she was already spoken for. One young man had been brave enough to even insult Naruto after hearing that was who Ino was waiting for. He learned very quickly not to make that mistake and was in the hospital for several weeks. Unfortunately, his care fell under Tsunade's new promising student, Sakura. After that, not many guys were brave enough to ask Ino out. Ino smiled as she walked through the village and smiled as she saw Shikamaru running up to her. It has to be big to get his lazy butt running. Shikamaru stopped in front of her and stopped for a second, catching his breath. That troublesome sand woman threatened to tell her brother about hers and mine relationship if I couldn't find you in 10 minutes. Do you know how hard you are to find? Why do you have to be so troublesome? Ino chuckled. So, what is so important that she had to motivate you that much? Shikamaru reached into his pocket and pulled out a familiar-looked necklace. He held it in front of Ino. Some cloaked guy came through the gates about 30 minutes ago. When asked who he was, he just tossed this at the guard and walked through the gate. Ino gasped as she looked at it, reaching out, making sure it was real. It was the very same necklace that used to belong to the first Hokage, then Tsunade, then Naruto-kun. She waited for a response. Where? Shikamaru sighed. He was heading for the tower. The flowers Ino arranged were quickly forgotten in the middle of the street as she ran off towards Hokage Tower. Tsunade's office. Sakura slowly opened the door to her sensei's office. Tsunade-sama, the guard said that you called for me? Tsunade nodded. Come in. Sakura slowly walked in. She was surprised when she heard the door shut behind her and a pair of arms wrap around her. A voice then entered her ear. A voice she could never forget. So, my big sis has been busy while I was gone? Sakura spun around and looked up at the face of her little brother. She screamed in happiness before wrapping her arms tightly around Naruto. Little brother. Naruto smiled as he looked down at his sister. Miss me? Sakura pulled away and nodded with a huge smile on her face. When did you get back? About 30 minutes ago. Where have you been? Tsunade-sama said you were supposed to be back after 3 years. What happened? Naruto chuckled, lightly rubbing the back of his head. I got distracted. Sakura narrowed her eyes. Naruto. Naruto paled, knowing that tone of voice. Well, I had a couple run-ins with Itachi and his friends. Took care of them though. Sakura's eyes widened. You what? Naruto chuckled again. Yeah, finished them off about 6 weeks ago. Sakura's eyes narrowed. Then what took you 6 weeks getting back? Oh, that's another surprise I have the old pervert taking care of right now. Just then they heard some commotion outside the room, and then the doors flew open to see several A and BU guards out cold and Ino stand there breathing heavily. Her eyes scanned the room until they locked on the most beautiful eyes she ever saw. The blonde hair, the whisker marks, the smirk that only he could pull of that almost left her weak in the knees. Time seemed to move in slow motion as Ino walked up to him, bringing her hand up and touching her cheek. She smiled brightly. Naruto-kun? Naruto chuckled. Lucky me, I found the beautiful princess without even trying. Ino then tackled Naruto, hugging him tightly, crying into his chest. I missed you. I missed you so damn much. How dare you keep me waiting? Naruto stiffened. This was the first time he had been in this NTMT of an embrace in a very long time. Sure, Tsunade and Sakura had hugged her, but this was different. This was Ino Yamanaka. He slowly relaxed and hugged her back. Sorry, Ino. I didn't mean to upset you. Ino pulled away and looked at him. Her face was lit up with anger. Naruto's eyes began to look a lot like those of deer caught in the headlights of a car. He knew he had just done something wrong, but he had no idea what. All he did was apologize. Upset me. Upset me. I was past upset months ago. Do you know what it was like to think every night that you might be dead? Do you know how it felt every time I was summoned here thinking that they were going to tell me you were dead? How about me putting my entire social life on hold just for you? I never asked you to do that. Ino's face grew redder. You didn't have to. I told you I love you the minute, and you left town. Now what are you going to do to make it up? Naruto looked at Tsunade and Sakura for assistance but saw they both seemed to be siding with Ino. He moved away slowly. Ino, I can't do something like that. Ino felt her heat crushing. But why? You said your heart would always be mine, so why won't you let me have it? Naruto sighed. Things are more complicated than back then. Ino was about to ask why when a worried Jiraiya rushed into the room. Listen, kid. I lost. He looked around and spotted the other 3 occupants in the room. Naruto was immediately worried. Jiraiya? Don't tell me you lost Dash. Just then another figure rushed into the room, tackling Naruto at the chest. Daddy. Everyone focused on the figure of a little girl that couldn't be more than 3 years old. She had long black hair and was wearing what was obviously a pair of old shorts and her dad's old training shirt that was probably too small for him now. A belt held the shirt around the little girl. She looked up at Naruto, pouting. Daddy? Why did you leave me with the stinky old man? I wanted to come with you. Naruto smiled. Sorry, Chio. Daddy had to go see all those nice people he told you about. I wanted to talk to them before they met you. Chio smiled, already forgiving her daddy. It's okay then. Ino looked at the two and began to put 2 and 2 together. The words Naruto had just said echoed in his head. Things are more complicated than back then. The truth began to sink in. He found someone else. And they have a daughter. She started to back away. Naruto looked up and saw Ino, realizing what she must think. Ino. It's not Dash. Ino didn't give him a chance to explain as she ran out of the room in tears. Ino had been on countless missions. A lot of times she would come back wounded or injured in some way. But that pain was nothing compared to this. Her teachers at the academy, her sensei, and her own father had pushed her to the limits countless times. They had taught her how to work through the pain and block it out. Even the freshest academy student knew that they had to fight through physical pain, or they would die. But that was nothing compared to this. Her vision was blurred from the tears. Her head throbbed and left her vision out of focus, almost allowing her for a second to believe this was a dream. Her heart was beating as fast as she had ever felt it, and with every beat it felt like it wouldn't make it to the next. She was starting to get short of breath as her lungs seemed to burn and want to fail her. Her legs cried in pain with every step she made. She only knew one thing and one thing alone. Naruto had found someone else, so he obviously didn't love her. Yamanaka. Ino looked over her shoulder to surprisingly see Jiraiya quickly catching up to her. She knew logically she would never be able to outrun a legendary Sannin, but logic was not an issue right now. She picked up speed trying to get away. Damn it, Yamanaka, stop right now. It's not what you think. Ino was already sick of hearing that. She skidded to a stop and whirled around and faced Jiraiya, who had stopped as well. Not what I think. He has a demon kid. What the hell is it if it's not what I think? Jiraiya caught his breath quickly. She's not his daughter. Flashback. Naruto and Jiraiya were somewhere in the Fire Country. They had just managed to escape the last village before they were discovered. Their escape had Akatsuki looking for them again. Naruto looked at Jiraiya as they jumped from branch to branch. How much longer are we going to run from these beasts, old man? If you're too scared to fight, then don't, and let me take on the entire group myself. I did take out that snake BSRD after all. Jiraiya scoffed. And if you remember, that is why we were in an actual village too. You almost died then, so you had to have some time to heal. And that was just one shinobi. You can't take on the other 9 just yet. Just then they heard a scream from ahead. They traded glances before Jiraiya sighed and nodded. Naruto took off towards the area of the scream. When he got there, he spotted a little girl hanging off a cliff next to a waterfall. In one of her hands was a little fox kit. The other was holding onto a root of a tree. Her grasp was quickly failing. Finally, it gave out and she screamed as she went crashing towards the cliff floor. Naruto launched himself from the branch he was on, catching the girl in midair and landing on the other side of the base of the waterfall. He held her tight against him. Shoo, little one. It's okay, you're alive. The little girl looked up and smiled at the strange blonde-haired teen. You saved me? Naruto smirked and nodded, setting the girl on the ground. Yes, I did. But you shouldn't be playing so close to the waterfall. Okay. The little girl opened her arm to reveal the fox kit. The baby fox almost fell off, and I had to catch it. She then put the kit down. It let out a yip before running off back into the forest. Chio, came a voice from the top of the cliff. Chio looked up and smiled. Mommy. Chio's mom looked down and saw Chio at the base of the waterfall. See how? Are you okay? Yeah. The nice man caught me. Naruto waved at the woman. Just wait right there, and we will be right up. He then turned around. Back on my back and hold on real tight, okay? He then knelt down so Chio could climb on his back. When she had a good grip, Naruto started to jump from spot to spot up the cliff till they were at the top. When they got there, Chio jumped off Naruto's back and ran up to her mom. Mommy, he's super strong like you told me my daddy is. Is he my daddy? And flashback. Jiraiya finished the story. Ends up Chio's mother told Chio her dad was a great shinobi. So when Naruto mentioned he was a shinobi, Chio took that as meaning he was her father. She was so happy to have a dad now. None of us had the heart to argue with her. Ino sat down on the curb as Jiraiya finished the story. So, she's just a little girl he saved? Then where is her mother? Jiraiya frowned. She died about 6 months ago. She asked Naruto to bring her daughter here so she could have a good life. Ino slowly let it all sink in. Did he love her? The girl's mom? Jiraiya chuckled. Love? I don't think Naruto would ever let himself love anyone. And trust me, he became quite popular in some of the villages we stopped at, but he would always deny any kind of date. Tears then started to pour out of Jiraiya's eyes as he held his heart. What kind of student have I been cursed with? Ino frowned. He won't let himself fall in love? Why? Jiraiya shook his head. That's something he will have to tell you personally. But I can say this much. Of all the girls who have chased after Naruto, you're the one that has gotten the closest. Then why won't he let me love him? Jiraiya stood up, dusting off his pants. Once again, something Naruto will have to answer. My opinion. I think he's an idiot to want to be an old bachelor like me. Ino jumped to her feet. If you don't like being single, then why don't you tone down the perverseness and find someone then? Jiraiya chuckled. 'Cause I believe the exact phrasing was, sake-encrusted pervert. Yes, that's what she called me. He then raised an hand waving goodbye. Catch you later. Take care of the Naruto while I am gone. Back at Tsunade's office. Sakura slowly looked over Chiyo, who was hiding behind her daddy's leg while holding one of his hands. She smiled sweetly. You are so cute. Chiyo was frightened slightly by the outburst and tried to move even more behind her daddy, but Naruto pulled her back out. She looked up to him to see him smiling down at her. Chiyo. This is my big sister that I told you about. She's really nice. I bet if you ask her nicely she will take you to the clothes shop and help you get some clothes that fit, and maybe even take you by the toy shop or the park. Chiyo's eyes lit up at the offer of a new toy. She looked at Sakura to confirm the offer. Sakura just nodded happily. Naruto reached into his pocket and pulled out a good amount of money, handing it to Sakura. Make sure she gets some clothes along the way. I'm not quite sure what a 3-year-old girl wears. Sakura took the money with a nod that held out her hand to Chiyo. Ready to go? Chiyo looked up at her daddy as if asking why he wasn't coming. He smiled at her again. Sorry, sweetie, I would love to come. But I have to sit here through a boring meeting with the old hag. Tsunade winced and spoke through gritted teeth. Naruto, you shouldn't talk like that in front of little children. Chiyo took Sakura's hand, and the two started to walk out. Bye-bye, daddy. Bye-bye, old hag. Naruto tried his best to stifle the snicker that wanted to come from that. When the door of the office shut, the mood in the room changed. So, I take it you want her to be a villager of Konoha. Naruto nodded. Yeah, that will make things easier. You know what the villagers will do when they find out about the link between you and her. Naruto clenched his fist. If one of them so much as lays a hand on her, I will rip them to shreds. Tsunade smirked. Very protective of her, I see. Naruto nodded. I promised her dying mother that Chiyo would have a good life. Tsunade walked back around her desk, sitting down. So, now that the small talk is over, why don't you tell me how strong you have actually gotten? Naruto shook his head. I don't want to talk about that right now. Tsunade sighed. Very well then, we'll just keep that a secret for now then. I could just ask Jiraiya. Naruto chuckled. Good luck. I've been held back on him for almost 3 years now. Tsunade choked. 3 years? Naruto nodded. A true shinobi doesn't reveal their full strength unless the need calls for it. Tsunade sighed. You've grown up, kid. I guess we should have a welcome back party for you and Jiraiya, huh? Tomorrow night at the main hall. I don't dash. Tsunade smirked behind her desk. Your attendance is mandatory. Naruto groaned before standing up and started to walk towards the door. Guess I should find a place now. I don't think Chiyo would like sleeping under the stars every night. Naruto. He turned just in time to see a pair of keys fly at him. He caught them and looked at them before looking at Tsunade with a raised eyebrow. You're about 4.5 years late, but I overturned the council's ruling. Those are the keys to the 4th's home. It's yours now. Naruto smiled. Thanks, old hag, it means a lot. Just remember, kid, you may not have always had a heritage, but you did have a family. Naruto nodded and left. Tsunade smirked. Tomorrow night. I gave you the opening Yamanaka, now it's your job to open the idiot's heart enough to get in. The bell to the Yamanaka flower shop rang, signaling a new customer. Inoichi turned and smiled. Welcome, how can I help you? He then looked up and chuckled at Naruto, slowly looking around. Well, you have grown, haven't you? I'll go tell Ino that you're here. Turn to... Actually, dash. Naruto fiddled with something in his coat pocket. I came to see you. Inoichi turned and smiled. Finally come to ask my blessing? Naruto blushed and looked away while he pulled something out of his pocket and put it on the counter. When he moved his hand, it revealed to be a rather large wad of money. For taking care of my sister for all these years. Inoichi frowned slightly. Put that away. Your family friends dash. He pushed the money back. Naruto sighed. I didn't think you would take it. Well, just hold on to it for me then, in case anything ever happens to me. Just give it to Sakura to help take care of herself. Naruto-kun? Naruto turned to the sound of a voice he would have much rather not have heard. He had been so busy he had not heard the bell over the door when it rang. There stood Ino staring back at him. He frowned. I should get going. I have some things to take care of. He then started for the door. Running again then? You're not Naruto-kun then. stated Ino with a stern look. Naruto stopped for a second. Inoichi, sensing the tension in the air, slowly went to the back room to do inventory. Naruto kept his eyes on the ground, refusing to look at Ino. "What's wrong? Do you find me that ugly now?" asked Ino. Naruto shook his head. "Tell me de minute." Naruto mumbled something before walking out. Ino almost missed it but had just barely heard what he had said. "If I look at you, I won't be able to stop falling for you again." Ino turned and followed him out the door. "Why are you doing this?" Naruto stopped his trek again. "I can't open up to you, Io-chan. No matter how much I want to. But if you're scared of me breaking your heart, then dash. You'll get hurt." Ino raised an eyebrow. "What?" Naruto turned to her. "Look at her for the first time. If I let you get close, then you'll get hurt. Just like the others." He then smirked. "I finally understand why my dad didn't want anyone to know I was his son." He then turned and continued down the path. He didn't get far when a shout was heard. "Daddy!" Naruto looked up to see a running Chiyo and a smiling Sakura. He bent down as Chiyo ran into his arms, lifting her into the air. "Were you a good girl for Auntie Sakura?" Chiyo nodded. "Did you get a lot of new pretty clothes?" Chiyo nodded again. "Well, let's go home and see them then." He took the bags from Sakura and started to walk off. Ino frowned, staring as Naruto carried Chiyo towards their new home. Sakura walked up beside her. "I'm sorry. I tried to keep her back, but I swear that girl is a huge daddy's girl." Ino nodded. "It's okay, I'll get through to him somehow." "Well, just so you know, I got a message from Tsunade to let me know that she has arranged a welcome back party for Jiraiya and my brother tomorrow. We'll work up a plan and get the two of you alone then." Ino smiled and hugged Sakura. "Thanks so much. I owe you one." Sakura scoffed as she hugged Io back. "Like I would let any other girl get even close to my little brother." The two of them laughed. The next night, Ino was thoroughly sad now. Not only had she worked all day to look nice for Naruto, arranged a perfect plan with Sakura to get the two of them alone, and spent all day practicing what to say, but now she had competition. To say that Naruto's new look linked with his now-known lineage made him popular with the girls would be like saying Tsunade liked to gamble. Speaking of the fifth Hokage, she had spent most of the night with a slightly drunk Jiraiya trying to milk out details of Naruto's training. Rumor had it that several of the Rookie 9 and Team Guy had asked for chances to test Naruto's new abilities. The rumor all said that Naruto had agreed, but only if he could fight them all at once. The outcome: Sakura spent a good part of her day resetting several of her friends' bones and cursing her idiot of a brother. Naruto shrugged off yet another female, grasping his arm. "Excuse me, I think I'm going to go get some air." The girl reached for his arm again. "But Uzumaki-kun?" Naruto ignored it and started to weed his way through the crowd. He subconsciously searched through the crowd of Chiyo. He spotted her sitting on top of a grown Akamaru, smiling up at Sakura, who was standing beside her. He smirked and nodded at his sister when their eyes met. He then made his way outside to get his air. Sakura glanced over at Tsunade and smirked. Tsunade mumbled something to Shizune, who then relayed the message to Ino. Ino looked up at Sakura, who nodded in the direction of the door Naruto just went out of. Ino nodded and slowly started to make her way towards the same door. Tsunade was brought back to her conversation by Jiraiya's chuckle. "Are you ever going to give up with your matchmaking?" Tsunade smirked as she watched Ino walk out the door. The kid deserves to have a little happiness in life. Now if he can just open up enough to let it happen. Naruto shut his eyes as he let the cool air enter his lungs. He released his breath and smiled as the sounds of the night started to drown out the party inside. He wasn't surprised when he heard the door open again and a few steps make their way towards him. He smirked. "Hey." Ino leaned against the wall next to him. "Hey." The silence that followed was incredibly awkward. It seemed to be begging for one of them to break the silence. Naruto sighed. "I'm sorry for how I've been acting lately." Ino nodded. "It's just a lot of things happened while I was gone. I had to make a lot of choices." Ino nodded again. "Chiyo?" Naruto chuckled. "Yeah, that was a big one. But to be honest, I don't know what I am going to do without her." Ino looked over at him. "What do you mean?" Naruto reached for Ino's hand. She willingly gave it to him. Naruto then placed something in it with his other hand. He then let her go. Ino opened her hand to see a pair of keys in her hand. Those open the front gate to my new house and then the front door. You and Sakura can use it all you want. It's Chiyo's when she gets old enough. Ino stared at him. You're leaving again? Naruto nodded. I have to stay on the move. If I stay in one place too long then it will happen again. What will? Naruto sighed. I made a lot of enemies during my trip. The last time they caught up with me was the day I finished off the Akatsuki. He glanced inside seeing Chiyo laughing as Akamaru liked her face. Ino followed his line of sight. Naruto, what happened to Chiyo's mom? Naruto frowned as well as he leaned back against the wall. Jiraiya and I had been on the run for a while when we found Chiyo and her mom. Chiyo's mom was so gracious that she offered us a place to stay. I tried to argue but the old pervert said that it should be hard enough to find us there. We had been there about a month when I went out on morning to get in some early morning training. Tears started to run down his cheeks. If I had just stayed till the old man woke up. Ino gasped, Akatsuki? Naruto nodded. Jiraiya had been a little drunk the night before so he slept in. He must have been too wasted to sense them coming. The entire group came. They got the jump on him. When I got back Jiraiya was barely holding them off. He had managed to take out Kisame. Chiyo's mom's body was blocking the door to the house. I heard Chiyo crying inside. Naruto sighed. She died protecting her little girl. I went ballistic. Next thing I remember is standing in front of the house with nothing much left of Akatsuki. Ino dove at Naruto hugging him tight. It's not your fault. Those Akatsuki BS artists did it. She tried to hug Naruto tighter as he tried to push her away. I'm not letting you go until you listen. Ino took a deep breath and prepared to spill her heart. I love you. I love you so much that I was miserable these past few years. I missed the way you could always make me laugh no matter what the situation. I missed how we were best friends and could say anything. I missed yelling at you for getting sick because you trained in the middle of the rain. Naruto finally managed to free himself. They came because I was there. But you killed them. Naruto chuckled. You think I could travel for 5 years and not make my own share of enemies who would do anything just to get back at me? Then I'll help you fight them off. Everyone will. Naruto looked back inside to see Sakura holding a half-asleep Chiyo. He frowned. It's past Chiyo's bedtime. He then walked back inside. In the distance 2 figures watched. One chuckled. So, the blonde, the sister and the little girl. Any one of those would be an easy target. The other nodded. We'll just wait and see who gets open first. Naruto looked around his room looking for anything he might need for his trip. He decided he had packed enough for closing his pack. He quickly hid it under his bed when someone knocked on his bedroom door. Come in. Sakura walked in and without a single word bashed Naruto in the head. Baka. Ouch, damn it. Naruto rubbed the new welt on his head. What was that for? That was for hurting Ino's feelings. She bashed him in the head again. And that is being so dim and stubborn. Naruto continued to rub his head as he sat down on his bed. So, Ino's upset? Sakura sat down beside him trying to keep from hitting her brother again. Yeah, no one has been able to find her since the party last night. Naruto sighed. So I guess you want me to go find her then? Sakura glared at him with the obvious answer implied. Naruto sighed again before standing. He looked out the window but froze in fear. There sitting on the windowsill was a single raven with a missing eye. A shiver went down his spine. Sakura, where's Chiyo? Sakura turned and looked at the bird too. Outside playing why? Sheet, go tell Tsunade that we have a problem and send someone to pick up the mess. Naruto took off running outside. When he got there he looked around trying to spot Chiyo. Daddy! Naruto's head snapped in the direction of the shout and took off. He sniffed the air and found that several familiar scents were not far off. When he got to a clearing, he stopped in front of a man with bandages covering the left side of his face. Around his arm was a mist forehead protector. The symbol had been slashed through showing that this particular shinobi was a rogue nin with no association to his former village. The man smirked and tightened his grip around Chiyo's throat. Long time no see, Uzumaki. Washi, growled Naruto as he clenched his fist. Uzumaki. We wouldn't want your precious little girl to get hurt, would you? Washi then reached into his kunai pouch, pulling one out and holding it just above Chiyo's throat before letting it drift up towards her eyes. Perhaps I should repay you for UI that you took. Naruto growled as he started to gather chakra. Please still have it, Chiyo. Looking for this? Washi held up a necklace. Attached to the end was a miniature kunai that had been specially marked. He then flipped around a few times before whistling. The same raven from before flew down, grasping the necklace and flying off. Washi chuckled, no flying thunder god for you now. See, I've learned since our time in the Wind Country. If it wasn't for you, my bandits would have ruled that village. Naruto kept his gaze on Washi. I did what I had to do. You were threatening those people, stealing their food and medicine. They would have died if no one had stepped in. Washi smirked evilly. Doing what you had to do? Well, I guess that is what you can call this. He pushed the kunai against Chiyo's cheek. The blade broke the skin as blood started to trickle down her cheek. Naruto took a step forward. Washi chuckled. I wouldn't move, I was you. You're fast enough to get to me before I could hurt her, but if you take another step towards me and my scout will run ahead to our base and deliver word to kill your little blonde girlfriend. Naruto's anger grew. Ino? Washi chuckled. I must say that you have very excellent taste in females. It was very hard to keep my men from being distracted by her. A fierce chakra stated to leak from Naruto. I give you enough time, old man, cause I can't hold my temper much longer? A blur shot past Washi. It stopped, revealing Jiraiya, who had a perfectly fine Chiyo under one of his arms and an unconscious man in the other. He didn't even hide that well. I'll make sure to give this guy to Ibiki and tell Tsunade about for this other guy. Naruto's smirk grew dark as his gaze fell on Washi. No need. He'll be dead by the time you reach the tower. Now go, I don't want Chiyo to see this. Sakura is probably worried. Jiraiya nodded and vanished. Naruto slowly walked towards Washi, his voice becoming dark and more menacing. Now we can do this fast and painful, or very slow and extremely painful. I am going to only ask this once. Where is Ino? Washi smirked. It was easy enough to capture her. She was so distracted from your little talk last night. We just waited for her to go home, and we just picked her up. Naruto's chakra started to pulse. I'll kill you. Washi was furious. Don't you underestimate me, you little brat. I managed to get into your village without even being traced. I kidnapped a Konoha Chunin and a little girl. I went through everything for one reason and one reason alone. Washi pulled off his bandages, revealing 5 claw-like scars cutting across the left side of his face. His eye was covered with a separate bandage. In the middle of the bandage was a dark, dried red spot. I still have to pay you back for my face. A scent hit Naruto's nose. Wildflowers mixed with blood. At that moment he felt the Kyuubi's red chakra surround him. There was no mistaking that smell, Ino. Washi watched as Naruto's fingernails grew longer, becoming more like claws, then chuckled. You better hurry. She's lost a lot of blood from the torture. Naruto lunged at Washi in a blind rage. He swiped his claws at Washi, but everyone missed. Come now, Uzumaki. Even a genin knows that when attacks made in blind emotion they become worthless. Washi shoved his palm into Naruto's gut, knocking the wind out of Naruto. As Naruto doubled over slightly, Washi quickly brought his knee up, connecting with Naruto's jaw, which caused Naruto to quickly straighten up, only to be met with a spin kick to the side of his head. As a result, Naruto was sent 50 feet across the field into a tree. Naruto winced in pain as he felt his back bend in a bad direction. Then he heard a snap as his lower body went limp and numb. Washi smiled wickedly as he approached Naruto like a predator stalking a dying animal. I thought you were much better than this, Uzumaki. Are you so easily distracted just because we have you, little beach? Naruto's eyes grew wide as he tried to will himself to move. Come on, you busy fox. Fix my back. I have to get up to save Ino-chan. He stared at his own legs with hatred as they seemed to ignore his begging for them to move. He took a deep breath. I have no choice. I'm going to have to remove the restraint. He reached slowly, opened his shirt, looking at a seal that seemed to be blocking the Kyuubi's chakra from getting out. Washi gasped. That seal, oh, it's dash. Naruto chuckled. Yeah, it's there to help me restrain the furball's chakra. Any regular person wouldn't be able to hardly even mold chakra like this. It limits my output and makes me train harder. Simply put, I take this off, and the battle is over. He then looked at Washi. You should be happy, it's the first time I've removed it since I took out those Akatsuki abysses. Washi took a step back. You limited yourself this entire time? Naruto nodded as his fingertip lit with a blue flame. He then touched each of the fingers on his right hand to the lit finger. He then moved his fingers into the seal. At that moment time seemed to stand still. Naruto's eye lit up as an immeasurable amount of chakra flowed through him. The area around him shook as an explosion of power surged the entire area. Dust flew around, making it impossible for Washi to spot Naruto, but that was not for long. The dust then began to swirl around as if some kind of tornado was pulling it in. Washi gasped as he saw a single blue disc began coming towards him. A voice echoed through it. I know that the old hag told me not to use this, but you asked for it. Naruto appeared holding what appeared to be a giant shuriken made of pure chakra. Naruto's eyes seemed to call for blood as Washi felt the blade start to cut through him. Futon, Raisin Shuriken. Washi howled in pain as he felt like he was being shredded to pieces. In a few seconds it was over and Naruto was left standing above the bloodied heap that used to be his opponent. He quickly reapplied the seal to his chakra. He cursed under his breath as his arm went limp as his body returned to normal. The good thing was that the Kyuubi's had healed his back. He looked around taking a sniff of the air. His nose locked on the scent of blood and wildflowers again and took off. It was not long before he arrived at a small house. He calmly walked up to the house, taking out anyone that dared to get in between him and the door. When he opened the door, he growled in anger. There was Ino chained to the wall by her hands and legs. There was another chain and collar around her neck. Her body was still clothed, but the clothing had been slashed and was soaked in Ino's blood. Her body was covered in cuts and bruises. She weakly looked up at him and attempted to smile. Naruto-kun. Naruto was immediately by her side, ripping the chains that held her from the wall. He caught her body as she started to collapse. He then picked her up and started to run as fast as he could back to Konoha. Idiot! Jiraiya punched Naruto square in the jaw, sending him flying into the wall of the hospital examination room he was now occupying. I had to do it, stated Naruto calmly, sitting back into the chair he previously occupied. Had to do it, raged Jiraiya. The entire village felt that chirka. We put limiters on you for a reason. Half the council wants you killed because they think you're a threat. Danzo is practically salivating at the thought of what kind of weapon you could be. And right now, Jiraiya nudged Naruto's injured hand, receiving a wince from his pupil. You're completely helpless to stop either of them. Jiraiya sighed and pulled a chair across from Naruto sitting down. So give me your dim and good reason for destroying your right arm. He hurt Ino-chan, and if I didn't take care of him quickly, she would have died. I had to get to her to bring her back here. Naruto tried his best to command his right hand to move, but it refused. He had collapsed the second he entered the village with Ino in his arm. When he woke up, he couldn't move his arm at all. Jiraiya sighed, running his hand through his hair. This is why certain rules concerning emotions. He then looked at Naruto and smiled. Just bring me along next time so you don't have to do something so reckless. Naruto smiled back. Sure thing, sensei. A clearing of a throat brought their attention to Tsunade as she walked into the door looking over her chart. Your back was pretty messed up, but thanks to the Kyuubi it has almost completely recovered. You may feel some pain or stiffness for the next few days, but that is normal. Anything else and you should come back and see me. As for your back, basically the muscles in your body couldn't withstand the chirka output used when you let it all go. Your arm that used the jutsu was specifically damaged. Basically, if you were normal, I would say you would never use that arm again. She then looked up and smiled. But you are anything but normal. I would say given your usual rate of recovery, you should be fine in about a week or two. Tsunade's face then became stern. Now, I recall telling you that jutsu was not allowed to be used. Naruto chuckled nervously. Well, you see. Tsunade smirked. I'm letting you off easy this time. No missions till I say otherwise. What? That's not fair, groaned Naruto. He would have gone on longer but was cut off with a stern gaze from Tsunade. I haven't finished my diagnosis yet. But you know that, don't you? My guess is that you've been trying to do it since you regained consciousness. Truth is you flooded your system with way too much chakra, and now it's shot. Jiraiya sighed as he bowed his head. You can't even collect chakra right now, can you? Naruto leaned his head back against the wall he was standing again. Nope. It'll get better. It did last time. Tsunade glanced at Jiraiya. You knew this would happen? Jiraiya nodded. When he fought off Akatsuki, the same thing happened then. To be honest, that was the other reason it took us so much time to get back after he finished off that group. How long was it out then? Jiraiya frowned. About 3 or 4 months. That settles it. Naruto's on the injured reserve list until I'm positive that his chakra and body is back to normal levels. And I am issuing an S-rank order that Naruto is never to remove those restraints ever again. Tsunade's gaze softened as she heard a small knock on the door. She smiled. Well, a certain someone has been waiting patiently to see her daddy this entire time. She opened the door and Chio was automatically through the door and latched to her father. Daddy! Naruto winced as Chio tackled him with a hug. Hey princess. You safe? The bad man didn't hurt you, did he? Chio smiled up at Naruto and shook her head. No, Daddy, you're super strong, aren't you? You can beat anyone. Naruto chuckled and messed with Chio's hair. Not anyone. Just be more careful for now on, okay? There are a lot of bad people after Daddy, and I don't want you to get hurt. Chio nuzzled her dad's chest. Okay. Naruto smiled. Have you been a good girl for Aunt Sakura? Chio shook her head. She didn't watch me. She was taking care of the pretty blonde lady. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Who did then? Chio pointed her finger at Tsunade. Grandma Hokage. Naruto and Jiraiya chuckled as Tsunade's eye twitched. I told her to call me Aunt Hokage, but she's sticking with the grandma thing. She then glanced at Naruto. I wouldn't know where she could have learned to be so stubborn. Naruto blushed and chuckled. Tsunade smirked. So I guess you should go on and ask it. Naruto turned serious. Jiraiya? Jiraiya sighed, standing up holding out his hand to Chio. Come on, Squirt. We'll go find some ice cream and then we'll teach you how to help me pick up women. Naruto immediately grew red in the face, not out of embracement but anger. If I find out you are using my little princess to pick up women, I will kick you butt. Jiraiya chuckled as he led Chio out of the room. Tisk, 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 Naruto. You shouldn't use such language with little ears present. He's right, Naruto, stated Tsunade. She then turned and gave her teammate a sickening sweet smile. You'll know what I will do if you are corrupting my innocent little grandchild, right? Jiraiya paled and gulped. Yes, Tsunade. He then ran away, almost dragging Chio behind him. Tsunade turned back to Naruto. See, indirect threats can be even more persuasive. They leave things open for imagination. She then started out the door and looked over her shoulder. Well, come on, boy. I don't have all day to show you around this place. Ino should be waking up any moment now. Naruto sighed with relief as he followed her. She's okay then. They walked down several halls and stopped outside a door. Tsunade turned and smiled. Her father just went to tell her mother that Ino should be fine. He'll be back later, probably with her mother, to check on her. Sakura's shift ends in about an hour. I'll be sure to let her and the rest of the staff know to give you two a little privacy. Naruto blushed. Tsunade put her hand on Naruto's shoulder. Leave or stay, people know about Ino now. We have already picked up several intelligence reports. List her, Sakura, Chio, myself, Jiraiya, and several others as possible hostages. So, you can either stay here and protect those precious to you, or you can be an emotionless coward for the rest of your life and run away at the second you think you may be getting emotionally close to another person. She waited for 5 years for the chance to tell you how she feels. Just go in there, listen to what she has to say, and then just be honest. Naruto thought it over for a second before turning and walking into Ino's room. He looked her over, frowned to see the cuts on her face. He slowly walked to the edge of her bed, touching her cheek gently. Hey, guess you ended up getting hurt anyway. He smiled gently. You said you missed the old juice. Well, I missed you so much on my trip. I tried to forget you, but then I would see some happy couple walking the streets in a village we were in, or pass a flower shop, or some random girl I would swear looked just like you. I'm sure the old man told you I got kind of popular in some of the villages we were in. He closed his eyes as he began to pour his heart out. It would be so easy to stay here honestly. We could go out on dates. You could be a womanly influence for Chio. I have no idea how to raise a girl. It would be nice to have someone to be waiting for me at the gate when I came back from a mission. I could tell you that I have loved you since before I knew what love was. Then tell me then you baka, came a small voice. Naruto's eyes snapped open as he looked into Ino's eyes as they seemed to shine with a huge amount of joy. Ino, you're awake. Ino smiled slightly, and at a good time too. So what is this I hear about you loving me? I believe you ate it was, since before you know what love was. Naruto blushed trying to avoid eye contact as tears started to flow. I'm sorry. I'm so very sorry. Ino slowly sat up hugging him tight. Sure, what are you sorry about? Naruto gave up trying to hold back the tears. I never wanted you to get caught up in my troubles. That's why I kept pushing you away. Ino tightened her hug. Well, I'm involved now, so you have to come up with another excuse to push me away. Naruto returned the hug. I could never ask you to dash. Ino pushed Naruto away far enough to look him in the eye. You don't have to ask. I love you. Before your trip you told me that you gave me your heart. Well, you've had mine too, it just took me a while to realize it. So, you're stuck with me. Naruto sighed. I can't talk you out of this? Ino's eyes lit up. Of course not. And you know you'll probably be hunted down by random people so many times you'll lose count. That will just give me a reason to train harder. We could even train together like we used to. Ino then looked in Naruto's eyes. So, it's your choice. What are we? Naruto smiled slightly. Don't know about me, but I know you're one of the two most important people in my life. Ino mocked hurt. So, I have to share you? Naruto shrugged. Well, Chio is a bit of a daddy's girl. Ino leaned forward putting her forehead against Naruto's. I'm sure she'll understand. Naruto closed the distance between them, kissing her gently on the lips. Neither of them saw the door open slightly as 4 pairs of eyes looked in. Tsunade pulled away from the door and dusted off her hands. Well, show is over, now let's give them some alone time. Jiraiya chuckled. He's going to be even more lovesick now, I have a feeling. Maybe it will distract him enough to let me win one of our spars when he gets better. Sakura nodded. And now I have something new to tease Ino about. Chio kept looking. What is Daddy doing to the pretty blonde lady? Sakura picked her up, carrying her away. Daddy will tell you when you're older. What? Exclaimed Naruto while looking at the other side of the desk at Tsunade. It had been a week since he had lost the ability to mold chakra. He had tried his best to keep up his training, getting a few tips from Lee. He may have not been able to mold chakra and his arm was still weak even though he could use it, but he was not about to let himself take it easy for the next 6 months. Tsunade massaged her forehead, breathing deeply, trying to keep her temper. I said that I got you a tutor for the next 6 months. You are to report a designated room downstairs 5 days a week for the next 4 months. After that you'll be reporting here for other tasks. Naruto pouted. Other tasks? So you're making me some kind of carrier pigeon. Tsunade smirked at the thought. Of course not. But someone with that dreams to rule this village one day has to know certain things. Naruto sighed, still pouting. I thought my days studying from a book were over when I graduated from the academy. Don't be stupid. You have things to learn, like customs that must be adhered when in the presence of other Kages. Speaking of which, I am having a meeting with them in 4 months' time. Your presence is mandatory. Naruto's frown grew. Anything else? Tsunade smirked. Not unless you want to fill me in on how things are going with you and the Yamanaka girl. Naruto quickly looked away, trying to hide the blush that appeared. Things are going good, I guess. Tsunade raised an eyebrow. You guess? Are they or aren't they? Have you even taken her out yet? What do you mean? We hang out every day. Tsunade frowned. Not like that, you idiot. Like go places as a couple. Well, we go have ramen dash. Ramen doesn't count either. Naruto scratched his chin as if in deep thought. Well, we did go to the park the other day. Tsunade smiled. Maybe there is hope for him yet. Well, did you guys have fun? Naruto nodded. Yeah, I think Chiyo wore herself out though. She fell asleep while I was carrying her home. Tsunade sighed, scratched that. He had no clue on what to do when he's in a relationship. He's going to need my help. Naruto, don't you think Ino would like a little time with you alone? We were alone watching Chiyo play in the sandbox. Tsunade shook her head. Let me spell this out for you, okay, kiddo? You two need spend some time. Just the two of you. No daughter running around. Naruto seemed to process this new revelation, but... Tsunade's face grew stern. No buts. Bring Chiyo here and I'll watch her while you and Ino go out. In fact, why not let Chiyo spend the night with me? Maybe I can break her of that granny thing. But dash. Tsunade's eyes locked on Naruto, quickly shutting him up. I'll make the arrangements. Just show up here with Chiyo. Tell Ino to be read and understand. Naruto nodded since he was too afraid to speak. Tsunade's attitude quickly changed as she smiled. Now, why don't you go ask her out? Naruto nodded before walking up to the window, looking both ways. Naruto, use the dash. It was too late, however, as Naruto took a deep breath before leaping out the window, landing on a roof across the street. Tsunade rubbed her head. Door? She heard a few shouts on the street below, only to see several of the village's females had gathered, apparently waiting for Naruto to come out. She sighed. I think I liked him better when he was just a loud mouth and annoying. At Yamanaka flower shop, Inoichi handed a customer their order and asked them to come back. He smiled when he heard a frustrated yell as he started back to garden behind the shop. He looked out the window before exiting and smiled at what he saw. Apparently, Ino had been trying to teach Chiyo how to help her transplant plants. Unfortunately, only being 3 years old, Chiyo wasn't much of a help and ended up somehow being covered head to toe in potting soil. At the current moment, Ino was trying her best to catch Chiyo, who took this as a game of tag and was running around the yard. Inoichi chuckled one last time before stepping outside. Need help? Ino looked up and smiled like her personal savior had just arrived. What was I thinking, trying to do this on my own? Inoichi chuckled. I believe the wording was, Dad, I've been on life-threatening missions. I can handle a 3-year-old. Ino looked to see Chiyo at a good distance, giggling. This is way harder than any mission. Inoichi smirked. You just have to know how to deal with them. He then bent down and smiled at Chiyo. Hey here, little one, you want to come inside and get clean before Daddy gets here? Chiyo's eyes lit up at the mention of her daddy. Inoichi smirked. In fact, I bet he's on his way right now. Why don't you let Ino take you upstairs and get cleaned up? Chiyo ran up to Ino, tacking her hand and dragging her towards the shop. Come on, pretty lady. Daddy's coming. Ino shot her dad a thankful look before allowing Chiyo to pull her inside. Inoichi looked around the garden and sighed before reaching just inside the shop and pulling out a broom and dustpan. He then began to busy himself sweeping up the potting soil that had missed the pots. He couldn't help but smile at the fact of having a little girl running around the shop again. It almost made him nostalgic for the days when Ino was little and would often run around the garden with Sakura and Naruto. Things had changed a lot since then. He felt someone behind him and smiled. So, Ino tells me you confessed to her. He turned and looked at the only other blonde male in the village. Naruto blushed slightly and nodded. I tried to talk her out of it, but she seems pretty set in her ways. Inoichi chuckled. Yeah, my little girl can be pretty stubborn when she gets her eyes set on something. Daddy! Chiyo came bursting through the backyard with her arms outstretched. Naruto scooped her up, spinning around, making her laugh. Were you good for Ino-chan? Chiyo nodded. I helped plant flowers. Aren't they pretty? Naruto smiled as he looked around. He could easily guess which ones Chiyo had helped with by the surrounding potting soil. He looked back at Chiyo. Oh, they're just beautiful. But not as beautiful as my 2 favorite girls. Chiyo giggled. You're silly, Daddy. Naruto made a mock-shocked face. Silly? You think I'm silly? Ino smirked from the doorway. She knows you pretty well, huh? Naruto looked up at her and stuck out his tongue. Well, if I'm silly, I guess you and I won't be going out tonight. Chiyo's eyes lit up. Yay. Can we go to the park again? Naruto shook his head. Sorry, sweetie, you aren't coming this time. I think Grandma Hokage wanted to spend some time with you. Chiyo puffed out her cheeks, showing she didn't like the answer. But I want to go with you and the pretty lady. Can I go, please? Naruto shook his head again. You wouldn't like it anyway. We're going to go to this nice restaurant and just talk the entire time. Really boring stuff, huh? He sighed when it seemed like Chiyo still wasn't buying it. How about this? I have a few hours before I have to get ready. How about you and me go to the park right now and then you go spend some time with Grandma? Okay. Chiyo smiled and nodded. She had soon attached herself to her dad's back, wrapping her arms around his neck. She looked over her shoulder and smiled. Bye pretty lady, bye old man. Naruto smiled at the face Inoichi made at being called an old man. He then looked at Ino. Be ready at 8, I'll come pick you up. He was then gone in a leap. Ino was almost ecstatic at the thought of a real date with Naruto with no little girl running around. Inoichi smiled at the dreamy look in his daughter's eyes. I'm happy for you, honey. Just be sure you know what you're getting into. Naruto has a lot of responsibility for someone his age. Ino shook out of her daze and looked at her father. I know that. He has a family he has to take care of. And the council is still on his back. Plus he's still trying to become Hokage. Doesn't leave much time for you two, does it? Ino smiled. If I can just support him through it all and be there when he needs me, then I'll be okay. We'll figure out how to make it work. Inoichi chuckled as he finished cleaning and started back inside. I'm sure he feels the same way. Trust me when I say that he would probably sacrifice his dreams just to make you happy, just like you would sacrifice yours for him. The key is to support and help each other accomplish the other's goals. Ino scoffed. You are sounding old now. Inoichi chuckled. I just want what's best for my little girl. Now why don't you take the rest of the day off and get ready for your date? It will be you two's first real one. Ino sat calmly on her bed looking into her mirror, watching her mom brush her hair. Mom, I can do this myself. Mrs. Yamanaka smiled. I know, dear, but you should look nice for Naruto tonight. I know you both have waited so long for this. Ino blushed. It's just a date, Mom. We'll probably end up at the ramen stand and then go for a walk. Mrs. Yamanaka chuckled. Don't underestimate the boy, dear. I'm sure he has something special planned. He's probably finishing up the final plans right now. Switch. Chiyo sat on the couch watching her dad pacing back and forth in living room. It was safe to say her daddy was a nervous wreck right now. Sakura sat on one side of Chiyo with Jiraiya on the other side. Jiraiya chuckled. Relax, kid. The girl already likes you. I don't see what the big deal is. Naruto looked at his sensei. The big deal? The big deal is I've never actually been on a date with a girl. And now here I am going out with Ino-chan. And I don't even know where we are going. All the old hag said was to drop Chiyo off at her office and dress nice. Sakura sighed. Like Jiraiya said, relax. You know this is going to be fun. I mean, you have had almost no time alone with Ino since you two got together. It was nice of Tsunade to do this. So just relax and trust your instincts. But what do we talk about? Is it okay to talk about missions on a date? Or my training? Jiraiya snorted as he stood, putting his hand on Naruto's shoulder, stopping his student's pace. Just use all that useful information I gave you over the past few years, and you'll do just fine. What other advice would you need? Naruto paled at this before mumbling, it's even worse than I thought. My only advice when it comes to the opposite SEC comes from some ancient pervert. I'm totally screwed here. What's a pervert? Asked Chiyo. Naruto turned and smiled. People you're not allowed to be near. Now why don't you and Aunt Sakura go to your room and find you some toys or something for your visit to Granny Hokage's? Chiyo slid off the couch and grabbed Sakura's hand before dragging her to her room while giving a specific list of what toys would be going with her. And from the sound of it, it was pretty much her entire room. Naruto took a deep breath and tried to calm his nerves. How's the arm? Asked the room's only other occupant. Naruto flexed it, still experiencing a minimal amount of pain. Fine, I guess. Tried to gather and chakra in it yet? Asked Jiraiya with a smirk. Naruto gave Jiraiya a look that obviously told his sensei he already knew the answer. Jiraiya shook his head. Just don't let Tsunade or your sister catch you. He then gave Naruto a serious look. Good luck tonight, kid. Just relax and remember not to say anything too incredibly stupid. You're a nice enough kid. You'll do fine. Besides, you two belong together. Naruto smiled, thanks. And I swear if you let on that I just said that I will kick you but Churka or not. Naruto chuckled and smiled before heading off to his room to change for his date. Later that night, Tsunade signed yet another mission report and massaged her forehead when she heard a knock on her office door. She looked to her side at the clock and smiled, "Come in, brat." The doors were opened when Tsunade was immediately tackled by a 3-year-old blur, Granny Hokage. Tsunade hugged Chio back and smiled as she looked up at Naruto. The boy had decided to wear a black shirt with black slacks and an orange tie. She tried not to make the comment of the tie's color. The boy couldn't give up the color completely. She looked down at Chio. "Are you ready to have fun tonight?" Chio nodded excitedly. "Daddy said I could spend the night if you said it was okay." Tsunade showed a gentle smile. "That would be nice. We'll have a great time. Thanks for being such a big girl and letting Daddy spend some alone time with the pretty lady." Naruto smiled at the two as he walked in and dropped the one bag he had brought with Chio. He had limited her toy selection to her 3 favorite ones along with her change of clothes and the storybook he had been reading her before she went to sleep at night. He had to admit it was nice to see that Chio had so many people that cared for her. It had made the transition a lot easier. Tsunade's eyes locked with Naruto's as she placed Chio on the ground. She stood and walked up to him smiling the entire way. Naruto kept looking straight as she walked around him and then stopped in front of him fixing his tie and smiling, "You clean up nice, kid." She walked up to her desk picking up a piece of paper and handed it back to Naruto. "You have reservations at 8. Make sure you're on time cause I had to pull a lot of strings to get them." Naruto nodded. He was about to speak when Tsunade reached behind her desk and pulled out a bouquet of violets. "And you couldn't very well go to the flower shop and get these without your date seeing them. I had Inoichi bring them over. He says she'll love them." Naruto blushed. "Thanks, Granny Tsunade." Tsunade cringed slightly at the name. "No problem, kid. Now split. I have a couple documents I have to look through." Naruto nodded before leaving. He had not been gone 5 minutes when another knock came. She looked up at Jiraiya and Shizune walked in. Shizune bent down to Chio's level and offered the little girl a chance to go get some ice cream. The two then walked out leaving Jiraiya and Tsunade. Tsunade looked up and frowned. Jiraiya sighed. "Still haven't gotten around it?" Tsunade shook her head. "It's pretty tight. There's just no way out of it. The mist made it quite thorough." Jiraiya cursed under his breath. "So, no matter what we do we break the kid's heart, huh?" Tsunade nodded. "He's going to have to make the choice himself." Yamanaka Flower Shop. Inoichi stood manning the counter at the family flower shop. It had been a fairly slow day so he didn't mind his wife helping Ino get ready for her date, though he bet Ino probably felt different about the subject. He looked up when he heard the bell attached to the door ring. "Hello, welcome to Yamadash." He smiled to see a very nervous-looking Naruto. "Hey Naruto, ready for your big date with my little princess?" Naruto laughed while running his hands through his hair. Yeah." Inoichi chuckled. "This is usually the part where I would threaten to kick your butt if you ever hurt her, but we both know you would never hurt her, and you probably passed the level where I could kick your butt a long time ago." Naruto smiled slightly. "I don't know, if I did anything to hurt Ino-chan she would probably kick my butt herself." "You got that right and don't ever forget it," came a voice that had just entered the room. Naruto's eyes lit up the second he saw who it was. "Kanon?" He looked up and down smiling at Ino's blue dress. He blushed slightly when he saw Ino had caught him staring. He cleared his throat and pulled the violets from behind his back. These are for you." Ino recognized the arrangement as something her father was making that morning. She glanced at her dad who smiled sheepishly and shrugged. She smiled taking the flowers and kissing Naruto on the cheek before walking off to find a vase. She came back and found Naruto blushing while looking at the floor and scuffing his foot. She smiled at how childlike he still was sometimes. She shook her head in amusement walking up taking Naruto by the hand and walking out the door. "Bye Dad." Inoichi smiled. "Bye honey, have a good time." They walked a few blocks before Ino stopped and turned to Naruto crossing her arms. "So where are we going?" Naruto took out the paper Tsunade handed him and looked at it for the first time. He paled slightly when seeing the name. Ino walked up and looked as well and smiled. Nice choice. They have some great food. She then took Naruto's hand and started towards the restaurant. Ino and Naruto walked the streets of the village as they approached the restaurant that Tsunade had picked out to be the location of Naruto's first real date. Ino glanced at Naruto and frowned as she noticed his apparent nervousness. Calm down, Naruto-kun. It would be very hard for you to screw this up. Naruto glanced at her and smiled. Oh, I know that. It's just I wish the old hag had picked another restaurant. Why is that? Naruto sighed. You'll find out. Switch. Shikamaru rubbed the bridge of his nose and sighed. He had been called to the Hokage's office and had spent the last hour looking over a treaty repeatedly. He sighed, signaling he was done. Tsunade and Jiraiya both looked at him expectantly. He looked at the two. There is no direct way around this at all. Whoever put this together knew what they were doing. Tsunade kept her eyes on Shikamaru. So do you have any ideas then? Shikamaru sighed again. I have one. Switch. Naruto and Ino slowly opened the appointed restaurant and let out a sigh of relief as he looked around. He seemed to walk a little faster as he approached the host. The host looked up and smiled politely. Welcome, can I have the name on the reservation? Naruto mumbled his name. Sir? Naruto mumbled a little loud. I'm sorry, sir, you're going to have to speak up. Ino sighed and pushed Naruto aside. Uzumaki. For Naruto, time seemed to stand still as the door to the kitchen burst open as a brown-haired female about 12 years old rushed out. Naruto-ki, I knew you would come see me eventually. She immediately latched herself to Naruto. In a bear hug, wrapping her legs around Naruto's waist and nuzzling her head into his chest. Ino's eyes narrowed as the female seemed quite comfortable in the NTMT embrace with her boyfriend. She cleared her throat and captured Naruto in a death Gaara. Naruto, to his defense, was trying his best to unlatch the new girl from around him as his face started to turn purple. Aki-chan, I can't breathe. The girl, now known as Aki, quickly released Naruto and stood in front of him. Sorry, Naruto-kun. I was just so excited when I saw you were coming tonight. And I saw you had it for two, so where is that darling little girl of yours? Naruto quickly said a quiet prayer. Chio's spending the night with the old hag. Oh, your sister then. I have always wanted to meet her. She spotted Ino and quickly extended her hand. Hello, Sakura-san, it's nice to meet my future sister-in-law. Ino's eye twitched. Sister-in-law? Her eyes shifted to Naruto, who was shaking his head, trying to let her know that this was obviously a lie. First off, I'm not forehead girl. Second, if you plan of marrying my Naruto-kun, then you are in for a fight. Aki paled. Why, your Naruto-kun? Tears started to become visible. Naruto knelt down a little so he could look Aki in the eye. Aki-chan. We've been through this before. You're my friend and one of my precious people, but you will always be just my friend. Aki sniffled. But dash. Naruto thought a second. How about if you back off me, I help you find someone your own age? Aki looked up, revealing puppy dog eyes. Really? You would do that for me, Naruto-ke Naruto? Naruto smiled, giving her a thumbs up. Of course I will. But you have to be nice to Ino-chan and not let some of the old mishaps happen to Ino-chan. Aki nodded before turning to Ino and bowing. I'm very sorry for the misunderstanding. Please don't be mad at Naruto. Ino forced a smile. It's okay. I know how lovable he can be. Can't blame a girl for having the same taste in men I do. The host cleared his throat, motioning for Naruto and Ino to follow him to their table. They quickly followed. When they were seated, the host walked off back to his station. Naruto looked at his menu for a few moments before he could no longer ignore the stern look from Ino. He looked up and chuckled while rubbing the back of his head. I guess you want to know about Aki-chan. Ino crossed her arms and nodded. Naruto chuckled. Ino actually appeared to be jealous. He sighed. About 2 years in, we came across these travelers who had been attacked by bandits. We brought them to the closest village and stayed with them there as they were nursed back to health. Ends up that they were traveling to Konoha to set up a new restaurant. Aki's family? Naruto nodded, and apparently Aki-chan got a little attached to me. She basically proclaimed herself my fiancée to everyone around. Ino cracked a smile slightly. You have a little fangirl. Naruto sighed. Don't remind me. I swear I thought I got enough of that when you and Sakura were fighting over Uchi. He stopped as Ino frowned. I guess we were both a pair of stupid little girls back then. Naruto shook his head. You were both just following the crowd. The traitor pretty much had to market cornered when it came to girls our age. Ino fiddled with her hand in her lap. I guess I owe you an apology for dash. Don't worry about it. In the end, I get my chance to be with you. Ino looked up and was met with the same smile that always brightened her mood. Not the fake smile that Naruto used to hide his pain or loneliness, but his real smile that he only graced a few chosen people with. The waiter came and to their drinks order and then told them he would be back to receive their order. Switch. Tsunade walked down the road of Konoha holding Chiyo's hat as they made their way to Tsunade's home. Tsunade smiled down at the little girl that she had began to accept as her adopted granddaughter. Did you have fun with Shizun today? Chiyo nodded happily. We went to the park and got ice cream and played on the swing and went on the slide and dash. Tsunade chuckled. Well, I appreciate you being a big girl and giving Daddy and Ms. Ino some time alone tonight. Chiyo smiled back. Aunt Sakura said if I want the pretty lady to be my new mommy they have to spend time alone. And what would you think if Ms. Ino became your new mommy? Chiyo giggled at this. She's nice and helps tuck me in at night when she spends the day with me and Daddy. And Daddy smiles when she's around. I want Daddy to be happy. Tsunade frowned slightly. We all do, sweetie. Chiyo looked up confused. What's wrong, Grandma? Doesn't the pretty lady like Daddy? Swanda shook her head. No, she likes your daddy very much. She then bent down picking Chiyo up and holding her to her side with one arm. She loves your daddy. She loves you too. Don't ever forget that. Chiyo snuggled closer to Tsunade yawning slightly. I love you, Grandma. Tsunade couldn't help but smile at this. Grandma loves her little Chiyo too. As they walked home, Tsunade could only hope that everything would work out the next few days. Switch. Naruto and Ino slowly made their way out of the restaurant after eating. Ino laughed and Naruto told her another story from his trip. Naruto moved his arms animatedly as he spoke. So, needless to say, the next morning I hear some commotion coming from outside the inn we were staying at. I look out the window just in time to see that old pervert running as fast as he could yelling at me along the way that we had to leave. I almost asked why, but that was when I saw a herd of women coming after him. Ino continued to laugh for a while before settling down before latching herself to Naruto's arm. Naruto blushed slightly as he saw a couple elderly people giving them looks. Some had actually given them looks like they were actually happy for the two. Other were more dirty looks as they seemed to hate the fact that the demon had found any kind of happiness. He tried to hide a smile when he felt Ino actually release a large amount of killer intent towards anyone who would dare look at them like that. Ino didn't hesitate to tighten her grip on Naruto's arm and smile proudly every time she was met with a jealous glare. As they reached Ino's house, Naruto prepared to stop and drop her off. Ino looked up at him and released her hold. Give me a second and I will be right back. She then ran into the house, leaving a very confused Naruto. A few seconds later, Ino came back carrying a small bag, regaining her grip on his arm. She looked up. If Chiyo is spending the night with Tsunade, then someone has to stay with you and keep you company. Naruto had to struggle to keep from being shocked by Ino's blatant demand. In other words, you're spending the night. Yep, now let's go. I'm getting sleepy. Naruto knew better than to argue when Ino had her mind made up and started their stroll to his home. Switch. Shikamaru and Jiraiya all sat in a room looking over the same troubling treaty. Shikamaru had slowly explained his plan and waited silently for Jiraiya's opinion. Jiraiya looked over the treaty again. You do realize how risky this is. If one thing goes wrong dash. Shikamaru nodded. Then Naruto will have to choose. Jiraiya sighed. You really are a genius just to come up with this idea. I just don't want things to go back to the way they were before you and Naruto came back. Ino was way too troublesome. Switch. Naruto slowly pulled a t-shirt over his head as he heard a knock on his bedroom door. Come in, Ino-chan. Ino slowly walked in, showing she was wearing a pair of black sleep pants and one of Naruto's old muscle shirts. She slowly walked in with her cheeks tinted red. Naruto smiled at her shyness. Just feel free to find yourself a guest room. The one across the hall is Chiyo's and the one to the right of that is Sakura-chan's. But other than that they are open. You need something? Ino started to fiddle with her hands again. I was wondering that if maybe I could sleep in here? Naruto could not hold back his chocking this time. What? Ino's face turned even more red. Nothing will happen. I just want to sleep in the same bed with you. Please? Naruto tried his best to think of a way to say no without hurting Ino's feelings or making her mad. He looked up and then second he looked into her pleading eyes he lost the battle. He sighed, sure. Ino smiled happily before running up to him, wrapping her arms around his neck and kissing him. At that moment, Naruto decided that he would not mind losing any arguments if this is what he got when Ino got her way. Ino then made her way over to Naruto's bed, picking a side and laying down under the covers. Naruto soon joined her, pulled in covers over them both. Ino quickly made herself comfortable, latching herself onto Naruto's side and nuzzling her way into his shoulder. Next morning, Naruto was woken the next morning by someone knocking on his bedroom door. He groaned before trying to get up. He was restrained when Ino tightened her grip on him. Let them knock. Just stay right here. Naruto started to listen when the knocking became louder and more insistent. Ino let out a growl that would rival any growl the Kyuubi ever unleashed. Then they were met with Sakura's voice. Naruto, you idiot. Wake up, Tsunade-sama wants to see you in her office right now. Naruto looked over at Ino and frowned. Sounds like our rest is over. Ino sighed before getting out from under the covers and marching over to the door. She opened it while mustering the most hateful glare she could ever unleash. Sakura stood there in shock. She looked around to make sure she had the right room before glancing in and seeing Naruto walking around trying to gather some clothes. He then nudged his way past the two, making his way to the nearest shower. Sakura blushed. What did you and my baby brother do last night? Ino's eyebrows narrowed. Nothing, what you're thinking. And you owe me big time cause you just interrupted my best night's sleep of all time. She then nudged past Sakura to get her bag, get a change of clothes, and find another shower. 1 hour later in Tsunade's office. Tsunade looked at the 4 people in front of her. She had originally planned for this to be a meeting with just between her, Jiraiya, and Naruto. But both Ino and Sakura had insisted on staying due to the closeness of their relationship with Naruto. She looked at them and took a deep breath. I have decided to step down as Hokage. And as of this day, if you accept, Naruto, you will be the 6th Hokage. Naruto, Ino, and Sakura's eyes all lit up. Naruto couldn't believe it, as one of his dreams was coming true before his eyes. Of course I dash. However, continued Tsunade, if you accept, I am afraid that yours and Ino's relationship cannot continue. What? Came 3 yells. Tsunade slid a piece of paper across her desk towards Naruto. That is a treaty signed by your father and the Mizuki. It states that the 2 nations would enter an alliance to solidify the peace between the 2 nations. The next Hokage would be wed to the current Mizuki's daughter. However, since I am a female, that stipulation will continue to pass to the next male Hokage. So if you accept, you will have to marry the Mizuki's daughter. Naruto stood in shock. Here was his 2 most important dreams, and he had to choose between them. He glanced at Ino, who seemed to be frozen in a state of shock. She finally slowly looked at him and smiled slightly. She took a deep breath. Congratulations on becoming Hokage, Naruto-kun, Naruto-sama. Thank you for the few precious weeks we spent together. I will treasure them for the rest of my life. Then before Naruto could say anything, Ino turned and ran out the door, trying her best not to let him see her shed tears. Tsunade sighed. I have already sent message to the Mizuki. He and his daughter will be here in 2 days. You have until then to make your final decision. Inoicho looked out the window of his shop and frowned. There sat the future Hokage of Konoha sulking on the crib across from his shop, just looking at his shop. He had not gotten much out of Ino when she had come home in tears. And what little she did tell him only came after he was prepared to go and murder Naruto for hurting his little girl. That was 2 days ago. and Naruto had not moved from that spot since. Shikamaru slowly walked up and sat down beside his old teammate. It's all too troublesome. Naruto kept his gaze on Ino's window. Yeah. What do you plan on doing? Naruto sighed. I would pick Ino in a second if she would let me talk to her. Shikamaru sighed. I thought so much. Both of us had managed to find extremely bossy and stubborn women. Temari. I thought I was going to die when she told her brothers. Women are far too troublesome. I think you lucked out. Naruto glanced at Shikamaru. You really are a lazy bum. Shikamaru stood to his feet. Well, this bum has to go pick up someone at the village gate. Give Temari my greetings. Shikamaru waved it off as he continued to walk down the road. Kakashi appeared beside Naruto. Hoka-sama, the Mizuki, and his daughter have arrived. They are waiting for you at the tower. Naruto continued to look at Ino's window. Naruto, she's made her choice. Naruto bowed his head as he stood and Kakashi put his hand on Naruto's shoulder. The two then vanished. Ino was surprised to see Naruto and Kakashi vanish as she watched from her bedroom window. I knew he would give up. This is for your own good, Naruto-kun. I want you to be happy. Ino made her way downstairs towards the shop to get ready for another day's work. She took one last breath and plastered the best smile she could muster on her face. She was not surprised to see Sakura leaning against the counter when she got down there. I figured you would come by, forehead. Want me to come up with an arrangement for Naruto-sama to give to his new fiancé? Sakura had to hold herself back from bashing her head into the counter. Cut the act, Ino pig. Kim to talk. And don't tell me you're fine. Ino chuckled. Of course I'm not fine. I just found out the man I love is promised to another woman. Then what's with the smile? Ino sighed. I'm just trying to support Naruto as the new Hokage. And the best way I can do that right now is pretend like I'm not dying inside. Sakura stared at Ino as if she had just said the dumbest thing ever. You think this is helping? Ino shrugged. I don't know. Haven't seen Naruto-ku dash. Sakura pounded her palms on the counter. That's just it. You're trying your best not to think of him that way anymore, and Naruto hasn't moved from the same diamond spot in 2 days. Hell, the representatives from the mist will be here soon. Ino just stared at Sakura as if waiting for the point. Sakura let out a frustrated growl. She grabbed Ino's wrist. You're taking the day off. Ino tried to break free of Sakura's grasp, but the shop. Inoichi opened the door as Sakura continued to drag her best friend out the door. He then smiled as he stood in the door waving, see you two later. I can handle the shop for today. Tsunade sat behind her desk with Naruto standing at one side and Jiraiya on the other. Across from the desk stood an elderly man clothed in robes that much resembled the Hokage robes. Beside him stood a bluish-green-haired female about 17 years old. Tsunade stood and smiled. Mizuki-sama, welcome to our village. Mizuki looked around the office. You have a nice village here, Hokage. The people seem happy with their leader. Tsunade nodded. Yes, we have had rough years, but I hope that this transition of power will prove the beginning of a time of peace. Mizuki glanced at Naruto. Quite. With a shinobi like this one acting as Hokage, I would not be surprised if the others were hesitant to cause any war. I have heard that he was that source of that surge of chakra we felt several months back. That kind of power can serve as a wonderful weapon. Naruto sneered slightly at the thought of being considered a weapon. He smiled on the outside though. Thank you for the compliment, Mizuki-sama. Mizuki seemed surprised. Such a respectful tone. I was told that you were a little more verbose than you appear. Naruto nodded. I have changed a lot in the last few years. Mizuki motioned to his daughter at his side. Allow me to introduce my daughter Mayuri. Say hello, child. The girl blushed slightly and bowed to Naruto. Hello, Naruto-sama. Naruto frowned. He was a professional at reading through masked emotions. He had done so for so many years. He looked into Mayuri's eyes and could see that she too was hesitant to fulfill this treaty. There was a knock on the door. It seems the final party has arrived, stated Swanda. The door opened to reveal Shikamaru standing beside not only Temari but her two brothers. Tsunade smirked. All of Shikamaru's pieces are here now. Time to start. Mizuki, I believe you know the current Kazekage and his two siblings. Mizuki frowned as he kept his hateful gaze on Gaara. Yes, I know who they are, but I must ask why they are here. Jiraiya was the one to answer. The Sand have been a long-time ally of the Leaf. We could not enter a treaty without them being here. To be our ally is to also be theirs. Naruto was surprised at the presence of the Sand trio. He had never guessed Shikamaru had gone to great more than just Temari. He realized then that something was going on. It was well known through his travels that the Mist and the Sand were not on the best of terms. Gaara stepped towards Naruto. Naruto caught the very faint smile of one of his closest friends. Gaara then turned stern. Why do you seem troubled? Is this not what you want? Was this not your goal? It's not his goal, it's his dream, came a shout from the still open door. There stood Ino as Sakura quickly took her place behind Tsunade's chair. Naruto stared at Ino trying to maintain his attitude in front of so many people. Ino-chan. Ino then looked at Naruto. Naruto-sama, I want you to know that I will always be there to support you. Gaara seemed to ignore Ino's reply. I ask again. Is this what you want? The Mizuki was growing tired of the stalling and interruptions. It doesn't matter what he wants. He's the new Hokage. It's in the treaty and to ignore it would be an act of war. He was stopped when a pool of sand began to crawl up his leg. Gaara glanced at the Mizuki. Uzumaki is one of my most trusted friends, and I will not stand by and allow some treaty to prevent him from fulfilling his desires. Mizuki was barely controlling his anger at this point. You should watch your words, child. I may feel the need to attack your village with the assistance of our new allies. No, you won't, corrected Naruto. What? Naruto smiled, glancing at Ino. If it comes down to choosing between becoming Hokage and being with Ino-chan, I choose Ino-chan without a second thought. Ino stood motionless. He chose me? You can't do that, yelled the Mizuki. If you change your mind just so you can keep your little harlot of a dash. Mizuki was stopped by the killer intent leaking from Naruto. What did you call her? Why, you heard me. I know you can't use chakra right now. Our intelligence already told us that. Now, you're going to marry my daughter, then you're going to command you shinobi to help my village destroy the sand. Shikamaru sighed. I think that's enough, don't you, Hokage-sama? What do you mean enough? Commanded the Mizuki. I would watch what you say before you end up on the front line of the battle. Tsunade smirked. Your intelligence must not have improved much since this treaty was written. They were unable to see the one thing that you could do to break the contract. What do you mean? Asked the Mizuki as he pulled the treaty towards him and began to read it over. Shikamaru sighed. Everyone in this room will all witness that you just insinuated that you would be going to war with our allies. Of course I did, stated the Mizuki. Tsunade's smirk turned to a smile. I must admit I had doubts in your plan, Shikamaru. Bringing the Kazekage here was a risk, but it worked. I thank you for your cooperation. Gaara smirked. I would do anything to assure Uzumaki is the next leader of this village, and that he lives a happy life. I owe him for teaching me the importance of friends and those precious to me. Mizuki was growing impatient. What is all this? Shikamaru sighed again. After several hours of looking at the treaty, I realized that there was no direct way to get out of it without Naruto giving up becoming Hokage. However, the fourth was not as unwise as he seems. He knew that the relationship between the mist and the sand was volatile. So, he included a clause stating that any act of aggression by the mist towards any of our allies would void the treaty. Naruto slowly processed what was being said. That means dash. Ino smiled as she ran across the room embracing Naruto. That means you can be the Hokage, and we can still be together. Naruto hugged Ino tight, smiled as his two greatest dreams were being realized. The Mizuki growled, I will not stand for this. If you will not join me, I will attack the leaf as well. He suddenly found himself surrounded by Umbu. Tsunade stared at Mizuki. I would choose my next words very carefully. Mizuki looked around, taking his daughter's wrist. We will be leaving. But this is not the end. Naruto smirked. You know, since I am Hokage now, I get to change rules from the previous Hokages. Like how the Tsunade forbid me from ever removing my limiters again. What you felt a few months ago was nothing compared to what I can do when I really let loose. The Mizuki paled as he and his daughter both vanished in a cloud of mist. Naruto smiled as his friends began to gather and congratulate him on his promotion. After so many years, he was the new Hokage, Ino was by his side, and he had a group of friends willing to risk a war just to help him out. Life was finally looking up. Then,